And over this time, we've learned so much from our colleagues in other countries, in other settings, and it's been great spreading the positive message of Namaste around the world. Now, some people may be experiencing and getting to understand Namaste for the first time today. So we've got a really exciting program to take you on a journey through Namaste and help shape that understanding and help point out the positive outcomes that we can achieve by implementing this and putting it into practice. And this shouldn't just be taking place during Namaste sessions. Real Namaste can be a whole cultural approach of an organisation, so that in every element, every interaction that takes place, this can be done in a Namaste way. And hopefully after these 2 days that you spend with us, you'll have some new tools in your toolkit to bring to the people that you're supporting and the teams that you're working with. So we have colleagues and champions in 13 different countries, many of whom have made the journey to be with us here in Cork today. And it's our mission to spread Namaste education and to spread that positive cultural approach across organisations around the world. And to help us bring this to life and share this with our members and our colleagues around the world, we have some amazing speakers lined up for you. So today we will be hearing from Joyce Simard herself, the mother of Namaste, and we'll be asking her a few questions and getting an understanding of where Namaste comes from and maybe what direction we're going in moving forward. We'll be hearing from Hassan Fadli and his work to campaign and raise awareness around Alzheimer's and his own personal connection and story, which is going to be really exciting. He will be joining us online. From a research perspective, Serena Salvi from the University of Lancaster is here to talk to us. And we've also got Isabel Latham and Charlie Morgan, who have first-hand experience in implementing Namaste across the amazing organisation of Hallmark Luxury Homes. So we can hear about how we can actually put this into action. And then a bit later in the day, we've got some exciting breakout sessions where we're going to divide you into groups. And half of us will be going over to the council buildings, a short walk across the campus, and we will be having a Namaste experience. So for any of you that haven't attended a session, haven't felt what that's like, and I know lots of the people on the In Touch programme are here today, and they're going to get their first taste of Namaste and that experience, which will be really exciting. And then we're going to have Emily Brown and Martin Ang from Singapore speaking in this space. But we will help direct you and get you to where you need to go for those breakout sessions. So without further ado, I would love to welcome Joyce Simard to come and join me up here. Let's have a little chat. And let's welcome Joyce, everyone.
Thank you. Just brought some applause. This is Bella. Just so the hair matches mine. Thank you all for being here. This is so exciting. I never dreamed that this little program that I developed in Bennington, Vermont with Christina Cosgrove, who's here 20 some odd years ago, would ever be anything but one home in Bennington, Vermont, and look at, thanks to Rishi, it's now international, and I'm just overwhelmed with joy of what this has done. And so thank you very much for being here, wanting to hear what we have to say.
Well, that's a good place to start, Joyce.
Oh, all right.
Let's travel back in time and tell us, what was it that first brought you into care? What was it that drew you to help people?
A job. I got married very young and had 3 children, and then began to take babies when they were 8 days old, and kept them until they were 8 weeks old and got adopted, because that's all I knew how to do was take care of babies. And then the abortion legislation went through in the United States, and I didn't have any more babies. I didn't know what to do. So I ended up going to college and getting a degree in social work. And I thought that, of course, what I would do is be a social worker with children, because that's all I knew. Well, all the jobs were taken. The only job that was left was in a nursing home. And I thought, all right, I'll do this for 90 days. And that was 20 some odd years ago. And I just totally fell in love with the population. And what I realized was that people with dementia at that time were placed in a special area, and there were very few activities provided for them. And so with Christina's help, I developed a program called the Club, and that was one activity after another. Because at least in the United States, you have an activity program and then nothing for maybe half an hour, 45 minutes, and that's when they fell. That's when they would go shopping in someone else's room. Oh, that's when they would go to sleep, and then they were awake at 3 o'clock in the morning getting sleeping medication. So I developed this program called the Club with, one activity after another, and then I thought I would retire. And I got a call from the administrator saying, Joyce, there are so many residents now in the club that can't participate in the activities. Their memory loss, and I think he probably even said dementia, it has progressed to that point. Is there something that you could develop that was like that, like your club program, but for people with advanced Alzheimer's? And I thought, well, why not give it a try? And of course, a program needs a name, and I didn't know what to call it. And I read the word namaste, and it said to honor the spirit within. And that's how it got its name. And you can't copyright namaste, it's like hello. So that's how it got its name, Namaste Care. So I could copyright it. And it just has taken off. And it's just so simple. I'm not that smart. It's all about this loving touch approach and just caring for people. And also just having fun. Sometimes we forget that when you have dementia, it's very serious and there's no cure for it, but what do you think? How do I look? Beautiful. And you see what you do, you're all giggly and laughing. And so many times, at least in the United States in the nursing homes, there wasn't the joy. It was just so sad that you had dementia and you're not going to recover and you die with it. Ugh. But the joy is there. The joy is there. And I hope that you remember that. The giggles and giving someone a realistic dog to pet. And I have a dog, and if I had dementia, I would certainly be comforted by this. Now, when I use stuffed animals, or there's a woman that had 6 children, and she was going like this all the time. And with the permission of the family and educating the staff that I wanted to give her a toy, I gave her a realistic dog. And And oh my goodness, how her life changed. And she was just smiling and rocking the baby. And people were saying to her what a good mother she was. And so knowing their history and being able to take that social history and make it work, not just information. Oh, she had 6 children and blah, 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 blah. But how can I bring that into her life now and have the life, improve the quality?
So going back a couple of steps, for people that are learning about Namaste for the first time today, what are the 2 important principles of Namaste?
Well, I did make 2 principles. And what I decided early on was I was not going to design a program that had so many regulations that the staff would just go, no, I'm going to do that. And so I decided that there are just 2 principles. One is that Namaste takes place in an area that is as home-like as possible. And so when we started the first program, Christina and I went to a used furniture place and got old furniture and took a storeroom, moved all the records out of it, had it painted, and turned it into a home-like setting. And I think
So you don't need to be rich to start Namaste.
No. And the second principle is everything is offered with a loving touch approach. Now, certainly in the United States, and I'm assuming perhaps in your country, the aides have maybe 10 or 12 residents in nursing homes, and they're now, at least in the United States, most people in nursing homes are full care. And those aides are working like this, just to get through the day. But in Namaste, everything is done with what I call a loving touch approach. So nothing is done in a hurry. So we're just going over.
Here we go.
Something's happening. So good to see you today. You have such a wonderful smile. And if they're comfortable and you're comfortable, touching hair seems to be one of the activities that you can offer, interactions that you can offer that really makes a difference. And I just wonder, when you have babies, ladies, the first thing you do is rub their head, and whether they have hair or some don't have hair. But that loving touch approach makes such a difference in Namaste. It makes that connection.
And we get so hung up on the tasks, right? Everyone needs to have medication at a certain time. They need to have food. They need to have their personal care and support. But when we're doing Namaste, we sort of forget about those tasks, don't we? They melt away, and it's just me and Joyce and that connection.
Absolutely. And so many times, I'm social worker, so I'm used to connecting, holding hands or hugging or something. But there are some residents, as you know, that don't really like that. They're still uneasy about it. So you just connect with them in a very special way. And it works. Absolutely works.
So we run regular sessions in Namaste, right? Maybe we'll have a morning session, we'll have an afternoon session, and what kind of things can we do? This is a little bit like the club, but obviously lots of people we were talking about sitting around, not getting stimulation, not receiving connection.
And I think when you look at that slide, they're existing, not living. We keep them fed, we keep them changed, we keep them safe, but there's no quality of life here. And I think I just couldn't imagine living life just existing. And Namaste brings that life into it, so you are truly living in spite of the disease.
Tell us about some of the people you were working with in Vermont when you first started.
Right. This was a woman whose mother was in the club, and her her mother had reached the point where she couldn't participate in any of the activities. And so I was up there at a consulting visit, and she brought her mother out, and she said to me, "Isn't there something you could develop for my mother, just like what you had done in the club?" And I said, and I looked at her mother, and I thought, I don't know. I'm gonna try, and I did. And that's how Namaste happened, was for residents like this, that she would have a quality of life, not just exist, until she took her last breath.
So, what does a session look like? How do we welcome people into the session? What goes on during the Namaste? Just tell us a little bit about the session itself.
Okay, and we usually have 8 to 10 residents, and at least in the United States, that is one nursing assistant's assignment. So if the home can't hire a Namaste person, they take an aide off the floor, and she has as many residents as are in her group that she's caring for that day. And they work as a team, because I might take 2 from yours, and 3 from yours, and 2 from yours. And so we create the space, we make sure that there's beautiful music playing, and perhaps a scent of lavender, or it's Christmas, the scent of a Christmas tree, the fir, whatever it is. And we just make it feel good. And you know, it's so interesting when you first start this program, or at least when I first started it in homes, and you know, well, we don't have space, and we can't do this, and we don't have money for furniture, and it's amazing. Once you get it started, once you get a space, it just grows. The maintenance man has furniture that people have left in the home after they've gone and been discharged. As I said, Christine and I went to the used furniture place and got stuff. And it just, the room just kind of blossomed. And when the residents are brought into a non-institutional room, they are different. They feel as if they're going into someone's home. And most of the time you can almost sense this relaxing. And everyone is greeted in a very special way. Some get a handshake, some get a hug. And when I was explaining this to a gentleman who called me from China, and I explained, they come in the room and we do a handshake or a hug. "Oh, no, we don't do that in China. In China, we put hands together and we bow." I said, "Oh, okay." And then we give them something to drink. People with Alzheimer's disease oftentimes have urinary tract infections because they don't drink enough. And it's so difficult for the staff to give them enough food when they've got maybe 5 or 6 residents that they have to feed. And so as soon as they come in, we give them cranberry juice, because nurses haven't educated me that it helps with urinary tract infections. But in China, I said, and so they come in and have cranberry juice. "Oh, no, not in China. Tea, just tea, all day tea." You know? So it certainly can be adapted so it fits your culture. Or the weather. You know, when it's cold, maybe cocoa with a hot tea would be good. And in the summer, lemonade.
Yeah. And that can apply to even within a country. You've got regions, you've got cultural differences between those regions. And the best Namaste sort of looks at that individuality of the place, right?
That's right. And talk about the individuality. What has ended up happening with Namaste is we've gotten families involved. And we have families that are doing like a life story. And it's been amazing when the families start to do this. And I'll talk to the families, including the children of the families, and say, you know, Grandma remembers things from a long time ago. And it would be so, it would help her smile and be happy if she had some pictures. And so here I am at 11 or 12 years old, and here's my mother and father, and you see I've got their names on it, and my children, where I lived. My dad had an SL station. So it's really neat to have this kind of a social history that jumps out of the book. You know, when I was a Girl Scout, my father sold green stamps, or gave green stamps in his SL station. And so we have, you know, all of this. And then I didn't know what husband I would remember.
So you made it in the book.
So, 1, 2, still have a lot of children. And the current husband. but you can see, and it's in plastic, you know, so you have infection control. But it just made it so personal to be able to do something like that. And then when I pass, I have this for my family. So I oftentimes take pictures of the great-grandchildren that are babies that come to visit grandma in the nursing home. So when the great-grandchild grows up, she's going to have a picture that before grandma passed, she held you. And she thought you were the most beautiful baby. So you have that connection.
You know, in today's society, with everyone, technology advancing, things moving so fast, do you think people spend enough time thinking about mortality and sort of accepting that and planning ahead for it? What made you have this, you know, to not fear death? What were your thoughts on how we approach death and thinking about the end?
Well, people with Alzheimer's disease don't think about death and don't think about the end. And so you as a caregiver are helping them live again every day. And you're not talking about, you know, if you have alert-oriented residents in a nursing home, you know, you can be talking about end of life and they can make those decisions. Do they want to be resuscitated and, you know, all of those different medical decisions. But somebody with dementia isn't going to do that. And so what you're just talking about with them, what do you like, you know, and or just noticing the big smile when I take the lollipops out. And so that's what's important to you at the end. For me, it's going to be Chardonnay. And actually, that's exactly what would happen. With they would have a bottle, and it would, you know, be filled with lime juice or something like that. But it would be in the Chardonnay bottle, and so I would just be feeling, thank you so much. You know, there's nothing wrong with me. I can still drink my Chardonnay.
So going back to the session, this is one of your Namaste sessions over in Vermont. And just talk to us about the setup here and what's going on.
Okay, so what we wanted to do, everyone, as you can see, is in a reclining wheelchair. And we want them to be warm, but I don't want everyone to be covered with the same color blanket, which looks so institutional. So we asked the family if they had a special quilt or a special family loom that they had over there, you know, to snuggle with. And if they did, we asked the family if we can use that. And I keep it in a plastic bag because nurses have taught me about infection control. And so we're you know, very conscious of that. And I want people to be walking into the Namaste room and not feel sad that we've got all of these residents with, you know, a white blanket over them and you know, just looking sad. So we've got just fun kinds of things. We had someone who had been a firefighter and they put together a quilt of pictures of fire trucks. You know, so it gave that person identity when you came in, but it was also different. And we tried to make it so that the person would recognize it. You know, I'd hold it out and I'd say, I know this is yours, Sarah. And such a beautiful color.
And do you feel it helps the family sometimes? Because when a loved one has a diagnosis of dementia, things start changing. Maybe they find it difficult to visit. Maybe they don't know how to approach that. Maybe they feel useless.
And they don't know, how are you today, Mom? No, probably no response, or maybe okay. But when you go into Namaste, we give them something to do. So we give them lotion if they want to do hand massage. We may give them this book so that we're talking about this together, and it equalizes us, because I'm saying, oh, Rishi, remember when we your dad did the green stamps, and so that's really kind of fun to do. And then just fun things like bubbles. You know how you can get bubbles now, and then you can do the bubbles, and they just giggle and laugh, and the families feel so relieved because there's an activity they can offer that's fun. So you can't cure Alzheimer's. There's nothing I can do medically for them, but I can help you have a good time, and that's the living.
Yeah. And in your book, you write about the importance of having those family discussions and family meetings, and for each individual that's going to look really different. So involving the family, talking about what we're doing in Namaste, and saying, oh, could you help, bring some items along? And then that can evolve into maybe even family members delivering Namaste, right?
Absolutely, because the family members just feel, they don't know what to do. They come in and they sit by the side and ask a few questions, but most of the time they just sit there. So in Namaste, it give them the hand massage, or have them do a book, and have them realize that every time they read the book with their loved one, that there's a connection and there's some smiles, and getting them in the wheelchair and wheeling them around. So many times they just feel like they need to stay in either an activity room or their bedroom. So we bring them outside. Although in Namaste, in the program, I say bring the outside inside, because it's oftentimes very difficult to get 8 to 10 residents out of the nursing home out to sit outside in a patio or something. So I don't know if you've got that picture, but it was snowing that day, and the aide went out and got a barrel, dishpan or something, and filled it with snow. And we just took that around, and oh my goodness, the giggles from that as they were trying to make snowballs. And so that's also part of the charm. And one of the aides' husbands was cutting the grass that day, and so she took the grass cuttings, put them in a plastic bag, and brought them into Namaste. So when she opened the bag and put it under the nose of the ladies, they smiled. When she put it under the nose of the men, they went, I have to cut the grass today?
And that's a nice way that we can orientate people of seasons and time, when people might not get outside all the time. They might not know it's springtime, they might not know it's the fall or autumn. So like you said, we can bring the outside in.
Right, and you know what, I'm sorry, I should have mentioned earlier, when the resident comes in and they're greeted either with a hug or a handshake, or with a bow, you want to make sure that they're pain-free. So if you think that there's any pain at all, you immediately call a nurse in to come down. It's very difficult to have quality of life when you're in pain. And people with dementia can't tell you. So a lot of people use the PAINAD scale that my husband, Laddie Bullitzer, developed, and that he didn't copyright it, so it's out there on the internet. It's called PAINID, PAINAD scale. And so, guess what? There's a PAINAD scale, so you can see that.
And why is it important to assess pain?
It's very difficult to have quality of life when you're in pain. And so And it's so difficult for them to communicate that they're in pain. And so many times we're treating the behavior. They're yelling, they're pounding on something, and we think that that's just a psychological problem, when in fact they just hurt, and they can't tell us that they hurt, so, but they're telling us in their own way. They can't tell us with words. And recently, I had a diagnosis of hernia, ulcerated hernia, and I was in such pain, and it sort of brought me back. I was experiencing pain, and I was saying, from a professional level, wow, if I was a resident in a nursing home and couldn't describe the pain I was feeling, I was, and you know, and my husband realized it, the doctor realized it, so I got some pain treatment. But if I couldn't have communicated that, and I was just acting out, that you were assuming it was a psychological situation, where it was just, I'm physically hurting. So finding a way to be able to assess that pain.
Yeah. And then Namaste happens in a consistent way. And why is that important in terms of having the approach every day on a regular basis, maybe timing it at the same time? Why is
It makes you feel comfortable. I mean, I'm sure that most of you know, you wake up at a certain time and you have coffee or whatever it is, and this morning I overslept and there was no coffee. And your day is all, your day is like this. And so what we're trying to do with Namaste is making sure that routine is something that is comfortable, they're comfortable with, and it lowers their anxiety tremendously.
And what are some of your favourite or most memorable memories and moments when you've been doing Namaste with somebody? What are some of the things over the years that you can remember?
Sure, I was in the UK, as a matter of fact, right? I think in your home. And I was massaging the hand of a resident, and there was a woman next to me with, her mother was a resident, and she said, my mother never recognizes me, I come to visit often, and there's no interaction. And so I said, well, would you like to give your mother a hand massage? She said, yes. So she did, and my mother looked at her and said, I love you.
That's what we're all here for, those moments. And tell us about Betty over here in this photo. What's Betty getting up to?
So there was a lady in the nursing home, and she had the saddest expression on her face all the time, just like this. And we brought her into Namaste, and even with the scent and the music and everything, she still was looking very, very sad. So I happened to be there one day when her family came in, and I said, tell me a little bit about your mother's routine. What did she like to do? And she said, well, her favorite thing to do was once a week, she would meet her lady friends for lunch. And she always wore this blue hat, and she wore white gloves. And I said, by any chance, do you still have the blue hat and the white gloves? And she said, yes. And I said, would you bring them in? And she said, we live 10 minutes away. They went home, brought the hat, brought the gloves, and looked at her. Just blue hat and white gloves made a difference. Not medication. Not medication. This was not doctor's orders. And we do continuously offer hydration. The nursing assistants really have such a hard time getting them to drink enough. So when they come in, we offer them something to drink, and then just constantly are walking around and maybe doing a hand massage, but offering a little bit to drink a little bit after. And we've had some reports from nursing homes that urinary tract infections in that group significantly declined because we were offering them something to drink. And this would be the morning session and the afternoon session. So that's a lot of liquid, to take.
So in my homes in London, every day at 10:30, we have our Namaste sessions. At 10 o'clock, after we finish the regular tasks and the routines of breakfast and medication and helping people get ready, and we start dressing the space. And that might not be a dedicated Namaste room in some ways. We don't have a dedicated space. We might just be converting our lounge into a Namaste space, right? And then we start to welcome each resident into the space. We say, it's so lovely to have you here, welcome to Namaste. And then we get them sat down and snuggled up in a blanket. And we've already planned ahead. And we're going to be like, right, Joyce, you're going to be working with Suzanne today, and Rishi, you're going to be with Christina, and we're going to do hand massage, or we're going to do something about the seasons. We're going to be smelling daffodils, or whatever it might be, right? And whilst we're having this lovely connection where all the distractions are taken away, the smell of something beautiful is in there, so that we've got the lights have been lowered and we've set that atmosphere. We're having continuous hydration. We've got some high-calorie snacks and some other lovely treats right next to people. And this is where Namaste sort of takes it to the next level. It's more than just a therapeutic intervention when you're just using music or using touch in that way. We're actually helping people get better nourishment, get better hydration during the session.
Using music and using touch. So it's kind of integrating all of these approaches. And I have to show you this. So I noticed that the lady's skin, kind of getting tough to, not very smooth anymore, dry. And so, at least in the United States, Pond's cold cream, I don't know about here, is something that they use. So the first time I used it, I showed it, to the resident, and this was a non-verbal resident. And she looked at it and she said, "Oh, Pond's cold cream. I've used it my entire life, or I look like a prune now." The staff was like, "She doesn't speak." But and then for them, at least in the United States, Old Spice. And so what we do, I get an unscented lotion and then put some of this in for the men. And again, I never thought about a man's face getting dry. So I was just, looking at the women, and I turn around and here's one of the aides working with me that day, and she's doing the man's face. And I so was appreciative that I'm learning from the staff. They think they're learning everything from me. I'm also learning from them. So that made a big difference. And again, it's something that a daughter might feel comfortable doing that with her mother, and that making that connection that is so difficult to have with somebody who does, advanced dementia.
I mean, this is real person-centered care, isn't it? When you're really thinking about that individual, what they love, what they need, and that's where we can get the best results. And in terms of the end of the session, so the first part of the session is going to be slow. We've got that calm environment. And talk to us a little bit about how you advise us to end the session.
Yes, because we want them to wake up and have lunch. So, I want you to be comfortable and laying back there and the face and hair, but now it's time to eat, and I don't want you to go into the dining room. I want you to go to the dining room ready to eat. And so we put happy music on, and we dance, and just move, I just move my arms around. I can do that without falling over. And da da dum da dum da. and you know, just having a good time with them. And that makes such a difference when you can go around and touch each person in a very special way. And it wakes them up for lunch. The music is so important. And then I work with the staff because what ended up happening was the aides would come in and get the residents and take them for lunch. But how about if I put dance music on and I encourage the staff to dance with it? So take the wheelchair, you know, and the staff do exactly what you did. You're just grinning. So it makes a difference for the staff as well as the residents. And doesn't that, what you're striving for is to be a family, right? And to help everyone have quality of life. Your aides, as well as the residents and their families. And when you do something like this, it kind of catches. And that's been so enjoyable, isn't it? That, you know, an aide maybe is working on Namaste. Today she's over in this ward, and she sees them going to lunch, and she thinks, no, let's do it this way. And she models it. And then, you know, so sometimes Namaste just spreads. So even though you're working with perhaps residents who don't have dementia, there may be one or two, right? But you're still having fun.
And what sorts of dynamics within the organisation are important for Namaste to be implemented successfully? How can we get organisations to really embed this and take this as part of their culture?
Well, we know that nursing home operators are doing this, you know, out of the kindness of their heart, but they also need to make a profit. And so when you can offer a program that others are not offering, it gives you a better sense in the marketplace. So, because everyone else looks the same and says they're, you know, provide the best care and they're prettiest and they all cost about the same. So if you can say you're doing something different, that bottom line makes a huge difference. And also for the director of nurses. The director of nurses needs to have enough residents to support hiring staff. You know, enough staff so that he or she is very comfortable with the care they're providing. So there's a very practical reason for doing Namaste from a business standpoint. Yes?
Yes, most definitely. I mean, when people come to look around our homes and to try and see if it's going to be the right place for their loved one, Namaste is one of the first things that we talk about. How we welcome someone into our home. You know, that whole approach is part of that culture. When any of our team members are inducted and start working with us, Namaste is one of the first things that we talk about.
And matter of fact, I've had some research studies that have shown that in a home that offers Namaste, they have a lower staff turnover. And it catches. And oftentimes when I was a consultant and actually working in a home, I found even though I was doing Namaste in this particular section or ward of the nursing home, the whole nursing home, once we did some education and let everyone know what we were doing, they were proud. So it was catching even though it wasn't on yours. So very important if you start a program like Namaste to make sure that you have staff education, that you show the staff and not make it, you know, but actually do some hand massage with the staff that's going to be there and showing the Hans cold cream and the bubbles and, you know, actually showing it and doing it for all the shifts so that they know what their nursing home is offering or assisted living that others are not. So I think that contributes to the lower staff turnover. And staff turnover is so difficult, isn't it? Not only financially, but you're having a new person that has to get to know the residents, has to get to know the staff, have to get to know your, you know, how you operate. So that's been a real plus for operators who say they have a lower standard turnover.
I think this is one of the things that really hit home to me, is that when we looked at our organisation, the reason that Namaste worked is because my dad, my mum, myself, we really believed in it from the top. And when we would come out of the office and sit down and be part of a Namaste session, the staff team recognised that this was something of an importance to the organisation, to us as a family, that they really then took it amongst themselves to run with it and to create something really special. So for any of you out there that are starting that Namaste journey, it's important to get the support of those powers that be and get them involved, get them training with you, so that things can really be successful.
And see how much fun it is. It's a cute story. Here's a woman that all day said, I want to go home. I want to go home. And the staff did everything they could. They tried to talk to her, well, maybe you can go home next week. And they got the physician involved to see if they could give her any medication to lower the anxiety. Nothing worked. I want to go home. I want to go home. So one day, I happened to be there, and they brought her into the Namaste room. And I'm thinking, oh, you can't have somebody, you know, in this environment saying, I want to go home, I want to go home, in a fairly loud voice. So with the nurse's permission, I gave her a lollipop. And she never said, I want to go home again. She just sucked on the lollipop. And just those lovely miracles that happened made her life so much more pleasant. And eventually, she actually stopped needing that lollipop every day. She finally got into enjoying a hand massage and enjoying having her hair fussed with in some of the music programs.
It's amazing. So we're very lucky today to actually have Christina Cosgrove with us. And I think out of everyone in the room, Christina, you've known Joyce the longest. We worked out maybe like around 23 years. We were talking about the dinner.
Yes.
And just tell us a little bit about Joyce when she first came to you, and how over all these years at the Vermont Veterans Home you've been practicing the Namaste and what difference it's made to the people that live in your community.
Well, first of all, excuse me, it's really, good morning. First of all, it's wild to be here, to think that, you know, many years ago in Bennington, Vermont, which is very rural, you know, that a program was born, and here we are in Cork, Ireland. So this is wild. So yes, we're still practicing Namaste, and I am sitting here, you know, listening to Joyce, and my heart is just, you know, about ready to burst. It's really incredible, and we're still doing Namaste. Tomorrow I'll be talking more about Namaste at the Vermont Veterans Home. I think I said 25 years later, slight exaggeration. But we're still doing Namaste, and we expanded this year to another neighborhood, and our plan is to expand again. But and later tomorrow, I'll also tell you how Joyce and I met. You know, one of my favorite words is synchronicity by Carl Jung, and I'll translate that to magic. It all just seems like magic, and magic being here. So a real great honor, and also Ireland holds a very special place in my heart. My mother, Nuala, immigrated to the States when she was 20. She's from Kerry, the kingdom, and my sister went to UCC. So Ireland is very special in my heart and soul. So great honor, namaste.
So what's in the shots here are from when Joyce and Christina were actually first starting with Namaste and some of the people in the community at the Vermont Veterans Home.
What I love about this picture is, and I'm sorry, maybe I already said this, but I hadn't thought about men's faces also getting dry. And you can learn so much from the nursing assistants in there. She is. And then I brought this so the men get their faces massaged too.
And it's important to give men attention as well, right? Men need that love, they need that quality of attention. It's not just, and I know at the Vermont Veterans Home, the men actually uniquely outnumber the women, which is not as common in lots of aged communities. I think the women sort of take over. Sounds familiar. But yeah, these are some of the magic moments. And Joyce, now to think that we are, to think that after that journey from Vermont now, we're now in 13 countries across the world. We've been travelling, we've been going to see. Yesterday we went to Catherine's lovely home in Cork, and we had an amazing tour. It's a very special place that as soon as you walk in, you feel the love. And people with experience in the room that go around looking at lots of care services know what I mean. You just have this barometer inbuilt in you that as soon as you walk in, you know whether a place is good or not. And we felt something very special there. And on our journeys around the world, it's taken us to see Namaste in Iceland, we've seen Namaste in Greece, in America, and more recently, we had a great trip to Hong Kong and Taiwan. Tell us about that.
Absolutely. That was, again, so amazing to see how the different cultures have adapted Namaste to be theirs.
Yeah.
The thing I remember about Hong Kong is there was a place where it was a shrine and you could ask the god anything you wanted, and I asked for a boyfriend. Still waiting.
You got one yesterday. Jordan was going to go with you.
Joyce nearly got a new boyfriend, that's what Catherine said. Yeah. She's always on the lookout. But these are some of the moments in Hong Kong, right? We actually arrived in Taiwan at this moment. Sarah was with me from Australia and Vince from Hong Kong. And it's very sad actually at the moment because in Taiwan, the super typhoon has hit Taiwan, right? And it's on its way to Hong Kong now. So it's quite a worrying time in Hong Kong. And we had such a beautiful time there. We were speaking at a couple of conferences, and this is Jimmy, the translator. Do you remember Jimmy, who had the energy to follow you around the stage and managed to sort of translate,
I've never
in that
worked
way?
with a translator.
Yeah. And we had a great tour looking at some of the hospital services, some of the places where Namaste has been implemented. And Namaste looks so different from country to country because it adapts to the culture, to the people, which is really important.
And, when I started it, I wanted it 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon. I went to Iceland, and they offer it, 3 times a week in the afternoon in a day center. So as long as the 2 principles are met, however you can offer it is fine. It's fine.
So we just had an awesome trip out here. We learned so much, and Venus was so hospitable and took us around. And actually, the objective was for the Hong Kong and the Taiwanese team to learn from us, but I think it was totally the other way around, right, Sarah? We went there and we learned so much from their approach. Lots of the hospital settings, lots of the homes had chapels and places of worship within the spaces. They were already having those conversations about the end and involving the families. This was part of the culture. And I think the other thing that was inherent to people in Hong Kong and in Taiwan is this inbuilt need and nature to help people. And there, it's just part of their natural setup to go and help older people, to volunteer. They have an amazing team of volunteers delivering Namaste. So for any of the people on the In Touch trial who are thinking, how are we going to get people to deliver Namaste? Volunteers and family members and getting support from outside is a great way to help keep that momentum going. And this is something that we learn.
And it so helps the families to know they can still do something, they can still give, especially with somebody in the very last stages. Many times the families come back as volunteers. And it helps them feel good, it helps them feel as if they can still contribute.
So, just to finish off here, we had a very special moment last year where Suzanne Mumford invited us to the National Dementia Awards, and we were over in Sheffield. Natasha was with us as well, and I had to keep it all top secret, but we had a little surprise for Joyce, and there it was.
Wasn't your boyfriend?
There it was. Yeah.
It didn't need to be me. I could have found a really lovely young man to deliver it.
You don't want one from Sheffield anyway.
But it was such a special moment for me when Suzanne, at the end of the awards, announced that Joyce was to receive a lifetime achievement for outstanding service to dementia care. And it was great to see the reaction. I wanted to play the video, but it was, there was a few, I'll get to show you, I'll get to show some of you it later, but it was a special moment, and it did bring a tear to my eye. I mean, how does that feel after starting Namaste and taking it around the world now and being recognised in that way?
It's not about me. Okay, I'll take credit for starting the first one, but other than that, it's all about you. All about you. So I'm so grateful for everyone that offers the program or that gives me a call. And by the way, I've got business cards here, and I do Zoom, and I don't charge anything. So if I can Zoom for you, I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you so much, Joyce. It's an honour to call you my friend and to go around the world with you.
Okay, before we end, can I talk about bringing it to the bedside?
Oh, okay.
So here I am speaking about Namaste at a conference, and there's a man from Seasons Hospice that came up to me and said, Joyce, can you put that program in a bag and bring it to the residents? And I said, no, I have no idea, but I'd love to try. And so we did. So we created a bag, and in the bag we have the Pond's cold cream and this and the dog, and we have all the supplies in here. And so hospice, there's one hospice in the United States that's providing this, like to 1,500 patients every day, bringing it to the home. And what that also does is help the families decide that they can do something, even though Mom is home and Mom is passing, but I can still do something. I can still do the bubbles and get a smile. I can still coat her mouth with the lollipop. I had one person who was passing, and you know how the lips get dry, and so I took a lollipop, put it in water, and just kept putting it over her lips. And this woman is passing, and she's going. So she's smiling, and what a beautiful way to leave, right? With a big smile. Maybe I'll leave with a big smile.
close. And thank you so much, Joyce.
Oh, thank you.
We're only 5 minutes over, and I'm quite impressed with that as well. So that's pretty good. Yeah, that's a record for you. Yeah. I'll bring that.
Maybe I can shave off some of that 5 minutes.
I was going to introduce you.
Oh.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Joyce. And up next, we have, I'm very happy to introduce Professor Nicola Connolly from the University of Cork, and she is leading on the InTouch research project, and she's going to talk to us a little bit about that, and she's also helped accommodate us and be so welcoming to us here at the University of Cork, so thank you very much.
Pleasure. Thank you so much. And it's very hard actually to come up after such a wonderful presentation and dynamic interaction with the audience that Joyce and Rishi have. So I must give out to whoever did the schedule for putting me in right after that. And bringing it into the world of research and applying it to models of care. But I think that's so important really, because if what Joyce speaks about and Rishi speaks about and what we see and believe in these care homes needs to become normalised in everyday practice, in every nursing home, what better way to do that than to be able to present that really robust evidence to policymakers, to funders, and say, yes, this works, this is how we know it works, and this is what needs to be rolled out everywhere. So we do need all of that background and that scientific evidence to support that. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit today, just over the next half an hour, about our InTouch project, which is very aptly named, given the focus of one of your principles, Joyce, in terms of that human and loving touch. And so I'm speaking on behalf of a very large consortium, so there's actually 80 researchers now working on the InTouch trial. It's a 5-year project that's been commissioned by Horizon Europe, and we're in year 2 of the 5 years of this trial. And really the trial is focused on trying to improve care and practice in nursing homes right across Europe, specifically focused on people with advanced dementia. So you'll never guess what one of the core components of the trial is. Namaste. Okay, so I'm going to talk you through some aspects of the study, but first I kind of just want to give some of that context. Some of this we'll already know, and for others it may be quite new, because we've our external facilitators here for the last 2 days from the InTouch trial that are undergoing training in this area, and so some of this information is quite new to the audience, and I know others are probably quite familiar with it, so there's trying to build a balance between the information provided. But I was looking and I was putting together the slides, and I was saying, what's the conference theme? What is it that we're trying to achieve? And so the conference team talks about bridging the gap between research and practice in dementia care. Okay? And we can see, and we will see over the next 2 days, really wonderful examples, in fact, of how we've managed to narrow that gap in terms of what we think we should be doing, or what we think we know we should be doing, versus what we're actually doing in practice. And there's some fantastic examples of that. But what we really want to see is something like the InTouch project really being that flagship for an evidence-based practice approach to dementia palliative care in nursing homes, and really narrowing that gap. So what do we know? What are the facts? What do we know? What do we know we should be doing, and what are we actually doing? So we know that dementia is one of the most prevalent and challenging non-communicable diseases that's facing our society and our population as we age. We know, particularly in Europe, even though I know Namaste is international, but in Europe, we know in the next 25 years there'll be over 15 million people with dementia. As it progresses, we know that the needs of the person with dementia change. They may need more support, their family may need support, and indeed sometimes care in an institutional environment or a nursing home is the most appropriate place for that care to be provided, depending on the level that's required. We know that nursing homes are also a very common place of death for people with dementia, and therefore they're absolutely essential that a palliative care approach or palliative care is prioritised. Oh, sorry, they can't see the slides online. We just do a check. And it's a bit tricky when you're online and someone is just talking for half an hour and you're not following what they're saying. Perfect. No, that's great actually. I can see the red came around now, so that's quite useful. Okay, and so we were saying in terms of that if death is a common, if nursing homes are very much, supporting people with dementia to that end of life period, palliative care is really applicable in that care setting. And yet it doesn't get the limelight, or it doesn't get the attention sometimes, or the focus in nursing homes as it would in a hospice or even in home care. And that's something that we're really supporting in terms of that dementia palliative care approach within the study. We also know as well that despite policy and a lot of funding around palliative care, that in a lot of countries across Europe, the citizens aren't getting the palliative care specifically if they have a dementia diagnosis. That the funding and the supports is very much towards other life-limiting conditions, and as we know, cancer being one of those areas in which there's a huge focus in terms of policy and practice. We also know that quality of end-of-life care in nursing homes can be suboptimal. Can be, I say, because I'm sure there's some nursing homes that we've all been to or that we care for people in, that we are already signed up to saying, this is where I want to be, this is where I want to be cared for. But that's potentially not the majority, and that's where we need to have our focus. And we also know as well that there's an urgent need to reduce the impact that the dementia progression can have on the individual, family, staff in the home, and we know that we need to really support improvement of care in that area. We also know that no other disease as such where the psychosocial environment impacts the person so disastrously and so immediately. And this picture actually was up on LinkedIn only a couple of days ago, and I spotted it and I thought it really rings true in terms of this home could be anyone's, which means it's no one's. So that lack of personality, the lack of identity, the lack of homeliness, all of the things that Joyce and Rishi were speaking about this morning. And of course, this picture I pulled from the Namaste website, and it just shows that complete shift to that caring, warm, homely environment. So why decoupling then? Just for a few minutes, I want to look at that in terms of dementia and palliative care. We heard from some of our external facilitators even yesterday that there is a disconnect between seeing someone living with dementia having palliative care needs, and that it's right through even from the nursing home sector through to a policy level. But when we think about palliative care, we know that palliative care's focus is about improving quality of life. We have the same goal, It's about emphasis on spiritual care, psychosocial care, and physical comfort. Physical assessment, all of those things are central in terms of managing symptoms and managing to improve a person's quality of life is all central to palliative care. And of course, the focus is on the person's needs, their preferences, and a person-centred approach. Okay. And so when we look at dementia on the other side of the scale, we can see as the disease progresses, there's that disconnection. There's a reduction in quality of life. There may be that loss of personhood. There may be a non-person-centred approach. That person may not be able to self-determine, say what they want, say what they don't want, etc. So really, when you think about it, having a palliative care approach and marrying dementia and palliative care together, it's like as if it was born for it, more so than even oncology, where people tend to not lose that ability to self-preserve or self-determine towards as the disease progresses. But unfortunately, we do see that in the advanced stages of dementia, there's often a lack of recognition that there's a need for palliative care. There's lack of awareness, as we said, amongst policymakers, healthcare professionals, or even the public as to what palliative care is. There's some misconceptions out there. There's misconceptions that it's only, as we said, for oncology, or that it's actually only just for that last week or two of life, and it's related to a sedation period, or it's related to something else, you know. And dementia often is not recognised as a disease that you can die from. So it's really putting dementia in that sphere of being very important in terms of having a palliative care approach. And the EAPC, so the European Association of Palliative Care, very much recognise that and recognise the need to change the narrative around it. Because of course with it will come additional supports and provisions of care if we can take that palliative care perspective to end-of-life care in dementia. And they identified 11 recommendations in a white paper that they published in 2014. And these are the optimal kind of palliative care approach in terms of for older persons with dementia. And they identified what's important. Okay, so the applicability of palliative care, that's what's important. Making it applicable, making it central to this. Person-centred care is important. Setting goals, continuity of care, avoiding overly aggressive and burdensome or futile treatments is important. The family care and involvement is really important. And we know a lot of these stuff, but to have a white paper stating yes, that this is what we believe are the recommendations around this is very important, and particularly from the European Association of Palliative Care. So roll on, 10 years later, they developed a palliative care goals model for people with dementia and their families, so bringing that central family unit into the foray. And this again was a Delphi study done across 33 countries. And what you can see here is that as the person with dementia moves towards that end-of-life period, the control over function being maintained and the importance around that reduces. But what becomes really important is ensuring comfort and ensuring that we protect identity and personhood is respected. Because as the person's capacity to be able to do that reduces, that's where we need to increase our role with the family in supporting those two areas, comfort and identity. And that's exactly where we've situated the In Touch project in terms of what we're trying to do and what we're trying to measure and improve as well. So I suppose there's kind of the three circles, I'm sticking with the three C's, so care, planning, connection and comfort. And within the In Touch project we've a real focus on care planning. And it's care planning with families, it's care planning with staff, but it's care planning for in-the-moment care to improve comfort and connection for the resident. And it's care planning for the future in order to support the will and preference around end-of-life decision making that we know is so important to maintain and preserve. Okay? So they're kind of the three areas that we're looking at. And as we said, like central to this really is fostering that family and staff partnership in the shared decision making in the moment and in the future as well. So how do we know what we're going to do is going to work? What's already been done out there? And so we as a large consortium have worked across both Namaste as an intervention for people with advanced dementia in care homes, and we've worked with the Family Carers Decisional Support Intervention, which is focused on advanced dementia in care homes. And it's with the same population, with the same focus, and actually, are these interventions complementary? Can they be brought together? Where's the intersection in order to have them under the umbrella of a model of care? That this approach is actually going to be connected and ensure that the staff are actually aligning to a model of care that we know is person-centred and palliative care approach. So with Namaste, and our colleague Serena Salvi is going to talk to you about that first paper that you see there. I think you're after me, or yeah, this afternoon. And Sylvia pulled together all of the evidence around projects that have been done across the globe in terms of those outcomes that Joyce, you spoke about that are really important and what we're seeing, where's the evidence, where's the impact. Some of it is through qualitative, some is through quantitative, some of it is through smaller trials, But we've pulled that evidence together, and we can say that Namaste does support those moments of connection. It does support staff to deliver comfort care skills, to deliver a person-centred care approach. And what we found with the Family Carers Decisional Support Intervention, which is a complete mouthful, so we umbrella it under the My Support study, we found that with this study, when we implemented it into nursing homes, it builds staff confidence around planning for comfort care. It builds connections between staff and family in talking about future care planning for the person with advanced dementia. And it also supports families to become prepared as to what that end-of-life period may look like. Okay? So we know that these two areas are working very much around those care planning, comfort and connection circles. So the majority of you know, in terms of the Namaste, the core components around this intervention. But I just wanted to show you this today, just to show you the different elements that are present within the Namaste care approach, and how we have found where the intersection between that Family Carers Decisional Support Intervention and Namaste is. Okay? So we know it's honouring the spirit within, having the presence of others around us, the importance of that life story so that we're really connecting to the person themselves, the sensory stimulation, enabling people to be themselves and be in that moment, meaningful activities, comfort and pain management, as we said, and then food, treats and hydration. But we know a core element of Namaste is also that family meeting, yeah? But that family meeting tends to centre very much on their life story and trying to make sure that we're, engaging in that person and helping to highlight that personhood. But what we thought would be really useful is to maximise that family interaction, to maximise that family engagement, and doing that through bringing in the Family Carers Decisional Support Intervention. So not only will the family meeting be about co-designing those personalised multi-sensory activities, but it's also about supporting and preparing the family in terms of what advanced dementia will look like, what that trajectory is, and how best they can engage with the staff in the home and support this programme. So we have a comfort care booklet which we provide to families, and it talks about advanced dementia, it talks about the language of palliative care, person-centred care, and it really brings the family through that journey together. Some would couch it under advanced care planning. We know that it supports the reduction in decision and conflict, but it really helps the family to buy into that comfort care approach, and that the palliative care approach in terms of we're doing lots and there's lots we can do, rather than we're not hospitalising, we're not providing CPR, we're not, it's more of a this is what we actually are doing and can provide. And of course we train staff then in relation to conducting those family meetings as well. So that's where the key emphasis in terms of the family meeting aspect is. So you can see it comes together in terms of the Family Care Decisional Support piece is focused on providing excellent support to plan for future care with that comfort care approach. And the Namaste piece is about providing excellent care in the moment that has a comfort care approach. So you can see how they marry quite well together to give staff that real toolkit of strategies to provide person-centred palliative care in the most holistic way. And so this is quite a mouthful of a diagram. I've only 5 minutes left. See, I said I would claw back 5 minutes, but now I think I'm going to push out 5 minutes. So I won't go into detail of this, but I think, when you listen to Joyce in terms of where all of this started and the camp, and when we track it all through, and we now map it to conceptual frameworks, and we map it to logic models, and we bring the science in behind it, it just really exemplifies and puts the rigour behind exactly what it is that we're trying to achieve. And you can see this model here is a person-centred palliative care model that is being published. And what we did was we mapped core elements of Namaste to it. And as you can see in the green, the majority of what we're doing in those core elements of Namaste really feed into that person-centred palliative care model. But that one area that we felt needed to be emphasised was around the self-determination, and that's where the Family Carers Decisional Support piece comes in to complete the wheel. So we're providing that complete wheel and that model to service providers. So I won't go into huge detail here, but I did just want to show you that we've confidence in terms of what we're going to do and how we know it's going to work, because we've developed a roadmap. And some of you might be quite familiar with the Logic model. And we have developed the Logic model in conjunction with our care partners, who are family members of people living with advanced dementia, who are helping us with this project. And they're helping us to identify what are the key elements that we need to be looking at, together with the literature and all experts in the area. So we developed this roadmap to say, what's going into this In Touch programme, what are we going to do in the programme, and what do we expect to see, okay? And that's been our guiding light. So I won't go through the details in terms of how we developed it, but this is the huge model that you can see in front of you. But the yellow, as I said, are the inputs. So we're quite confident we're putting in that evidence-based framework for person-centred palliative care that we mapped. We're putting in resources such as human resources, education, finances, and then the green are the activities that we're doing, which are all mapped to the Namaste plus the family carers decisional support intervention piece. And then the outcomes. So what do we expect to see in the short, medium, and long term? And I'm not going to go through them all, but you can see there's staff outcomes, so improving their capabilities, their confidence in the area, increasing their competence in dementia palliative care. What's there for the resident? We're trying to increase their comfort, decrease their pain, decrease infections, etc. Improve their social engagement and connection. And we're also trying to improve family outcomes around satisfaction and feeling connected to the care home. So we've been measuring all of these things in the short, medium and long term. But as you can see in the long term, what we're trying to achieve is this becoming normalised in practice and in the care homes that we engage with. So I won't go through all of the different elements of the intervention, but what I did want to do was just show you the project map. I put a little bit of action in here because I know I'm very conscious I'm being followed up by an Ironman, is that right? Yeah, so put some activity in here. So in terms of our map, as I said, phase 1 is our intervention development piece, where we've been adapting the materials. This project is happening across 7 different countries, so Portugal, Czech Republic, Italy. So we're adapting all of these things where maybe Namaste has never even been heard of. Your program is just not being adapted to there yet. So we're adapting the materials. So we have some beautiful work that has been done by our colleagues in Lancaster University. We're co-designing our education, training and setting up a community of practice right across the care homes that are involved in the trial. And we're training and educating our external facilitators for the implementation phase here in UCC this week. We'll be enrolling 56 nursing homes across the 7 countries and measuring those outcomes that I mentioned earlier. We'll be educating, I won't say training, because Joyce is going to give out to me on that, 150 staff across those care homes, and providing the daily intervention to 140 people with advanced dementia. And then following them up for 12 months throughout that process, measuring the effectiveness and exploring the resident, staff and experience of the family to see where is it working really well, how is it working so well there, what can we bring then forward into guidelines that we can present at European level to say this needs to be everyday practice. And so that's just the phase 3 part, so we're a couple of years out from that yet, but really looking as well at what's cost effective. Joyce, you mentioned that earlier as well. We are looking at the economics behind this too, because it needs to be something that's viable and feasible to implement into practice. So my last slide really, that's what we're hoping to achieve. We're hoping to bring families and staff together, help staff give better care, build strong evidence to influence policy, and to increase the quality of life of people with dementia. So bridging that theory-practice gap that we spoke about at the start. And so I do have this last little picture here, and it's about not assuming the loss of selfhood with advanced dementia, because that would imply that there is no affordance to human dignity in treating those who are cognitively impaired. It is essential, when we look back to that model, that we protect that identity and protect that personhood right to the end. And this is actually a picture of my own grandmother, who was in a nursing home for over 10 years. She had Parkinson's disease dementia, but I have fond memories of the staff and us as family making sure that that personhood and identity was maintained right through the end. And unlike you rocking your grey hair. Joyce, my grandmother, did not want to go grey. So her hair was dyed right up to the end, and she always had her flower and she always had her fashion. So maintaining that personhood is so essential. So I'm going to go back to the last quote that we always see in terms of cure sometimes, treat often, and comfort always. And I'm suggesting an extension to that in terms of cure sometimes, treat often, comfort always, and connect in a way that honours the person's identity and dignity. So I think, Joyce, you need to have a campaign around that in order to bring it forward. And these are our project partners, so if you want to reach out to us, please do, and these are some of our contact details as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nicola. That was really interesting, and for us it's such important work, sometimes to convince the powers that be that Namaste really makes a difference. You need that theory behind it, you need that research, you need the evidence to be able to present to the regulators and say, have a look at this is the difference it can make. And then when regulators can get behind something and support it, then everyone, the uptake is going to be so much greater. So just a quick mention today, I just want to say a big thank you to our amazing sponsors who helped put our event on today. We have Eurospan, the publishers, here with us today, and they've got some of their amazing books on dementia, including Joyce's Namaste Care book, so please go and check that out. And then Joyce was talking about pain assessment and pain ad, which is one approach, but something that's been important to our care services and many of the people in the UK has been facial pain assessment, where using AI technology from doing a scan across devices, people can determine the level of pain, even when somebody doesn't have the ability to communicate. So please go and chat to my friends from PainCheck who are here, Drew and Amran, who can tell you a little bit more about their amazing technology. Just to mention that NCI is a non-for-profit organisation. All sponsorship monies received have been put towards the conference today and for supporting that, so just wanted to put that out there. So coming up next, we have something really exciting, and we're very, very pleased to have Hassan Fadli, the founder of 5 Ironman Beats Alzheimer's. And Hassan began his journey as a caregiver in 2018 when his father was diagnosed with dementia, confronting challenges such as lack of knowledge and awareness, and a stigma. In 2021, inspired by his father, he launched 5 Ironmans Beat Alzheimer's, a grassroots initiative dedicated to brain health, sports, education, and patient advocacy. The 5 Ironmans Beat Alzheimer's initiative is a non-for-profit organisation as well, registered in Switzerland, with 3 missions: raising awareness, promote prevention, and education to inspire research. Now, Hassan can't be with us today, but he is joining us online, and hopefully the technology is going to be our friend today. So, without further ado, I'd love to introduce Hassan. Hassan, welcome to our conference. Thank you for being with us.
Hi, good morning, Richard. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me today. I apologize for not being with you. I love all the discussions that we're having so far, and I'll be so happy to learn with you over this next 2 days. We are running a non-profit association, and we are on the road to raise awareness, to touch the non-informed public, and all of this is the main objective of this association. So I'm very keen to present you today. Can you hear me, right?
We can. We're going to just try and increase the volume a little bit if we can, right? So that we can just hear Hassan really well in the room. That should be a bit better, Hassan. So, thank you. Please go ahead.
Go ahead, you can talk.
Oh, thank you. So what has been said this morning by Joyce, thank you, Nicole and yourself, Richard, resonate very much into this initiative. What we intend to do, what we're trying to do with this initiative is to change the perception of society about dementia. And I will not talk too much right at the beginning. I propose to go through a couple of video clips which are part of the documentary movie we're still filming today. Then I will explain you basically how we try to raise awareness across communities and a non-informed public to support Alzheimer's organizations and the public healthcare systems across Europe, US, as well as Asia. And I'll be keen to take up some of your questions at the end. Alright, so let's start with the first clip. I think it's the slide number 2. I hope everything is running well.
Allez, super. Allez, let's go. Encore. Excellent. On va essayer de faire, c'est bien.
Je n'ai jamais fait dans de s'arrêter, il y a un chemin pour arriver à passer à l'arrivée sans finir aux urgences. Le médecin du sport aussi a bien investi sur le fait que malgré ma condition sportive plutôt ok, j'étais loin du compte, mais je vais tout faire pour y aller. Alors c'est mon père qui est malade d'Alzheimer. Il a été diagnostiqué en 2018 à l'âge de 78 ans. Et quand on voit son père perdre son discernement dans le quotidien et les aidants souffrir, la première des choses à faire, c'est d'accompagner, d'être plus présent. Et la deuxième phase, l'envisager. L'idée de se dépasser, c'est pour qu'il y ait malade qui dépasse la maladie, pour qu'on puisse dépasser la maladie. Et l'intérêt de cette course, c'est d'aller à la rencontre des associations, des malades, du staff médical, des chercheurs, découvrir les pratiques qu'ils ont pu mettre en place. On peut citer la Suisse, on peut citer la France, on peut citer l'Espagne.
It was only high age and genetics. These were the established risk factors for illness. And it created quite fatalistic view. There was nothing you could do by yourself. Now, we have totally different picture. We know that at least 45% of all dementias are linked to modifiable risk factors, so there is a clear prevention potential. So I'm very optimistic for that.
Elle est trop lourde. On a tout fait trop lourd. Bon, j'essaie de mieux. Dans mon expérience, le sentiment le plus douloureux, c'était le sentiment d'impuissance. On avait de la peine à croire que mon père allait perdre son discernement si rapidement. À chaque fois que l'accompagnement est revenu nous guider, ce sentiment d'impuissance diminue.
L'impuissance, elle est due au fait qu'on ne peut pas arrêter la maladie, etc. Mais
Ok, mais qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire tout autour d'autres? Vous voyez? C'est comme quand les personnes me disent, des fois, elles me disent, vous savez, dans la phase U, pour moi, c'est compliqué le jour que mon proche ne va plus vous reconnaître. Oui, effectivement. Mais nous, on a une unité spécialisée, l'hôpital de Trois-Chênes, pour les personnes qui ont des troubles cognitifs avec tous les comportements. Puis quand les proches ils arrivent, la personne malade, elle accepte de manger, par exemple, qu'avec sa fille ou avec son épouse. Les soignants peuvent rien faire, ou alors faire des soins, se raser pour un messieurs. Alors, je pense que là, il y a un signe qu'on reconnaît quand même la personne qu'on aime. Rien que la voir, le toucher, il y a des choses qui se passent. Et puis, des fois, avec les proches, c'est ce que je fais. Je mets l'accent sur ce genre de choses. Parce que quand ils disent, vous savez, c'est plus qui je suis. Je dis oui, mais regardez, il n'y a qu'avec vous qu'il accepte de manger. Donc, quelque part, il sait qui vous êtes.
Bonjour mesdames, bonjour messieurs.
L'activité ping-pong, on l'a mise en place il y a très très longtemps. D'abord parce que c'est facile, c'est pas très cher, tout le monde peut bien jouer. C'est vraiment ce qui est la rapidité, la vision, le déplacement, l'équilibre. On peut jouer en fait sans trop prendre de risques. Du coup, il y a très peu de mise en échec. Et c'est ce qui est important dans la prise en charge du patient, c'est qu'il y a l'échec. Même le regard des aidants va changer. Ils vont dire, mais tiens, il est capable de jouer au tennis de table. La démystification de la maladie, c'est très important pour eux. Ils aiment bien, ils n'arrêtent pas, ils disent qu'ils sont fatigués, mais ils n'arrêtent pas. Il y a le plaisir. Il y a le plaisir. Voilà, il y a le plaisir.
Oui, j'ai toujours été bibliothécaire et j'ai eu beaucoup de chance.
Et vous, Marie, vous étiez psychologue. Vous êtes psychologue?
Oui, auprès d'enfants.
Auprès d'enfants, vous étiez comment? Et ils avaient quel âge, les enfants, vous vous souvenez?
De 3 à 10 ans.
3 ans, 10 ans.
Disons que c'est une chance.
Une chance, ouais.
Une chance.
Une chance.
C'est une chance. As a matter of fact, my mother fell ill in dementia for many years ago. And then I noticed that it was something else. She was ill, but I didn't know what it really was, so I asked an expert. And I remember Professor Dr. Beckfries, she came and helped me, and she saw that indeed she had something different, which was dementia. And at that time, it was normal family members and doctors as well didn't know very much about dementia. And so I asked Dr. Beckfries, what shall I do? And she said, make a school, help them to develop and to know as much as they can about dementia. And that's what we did.
Pour moi, l'essentiel, c'est que si on a un doute d'avoir un problème de mémoire, de vouloir savoir ce que ça peut être. Ce n'est pas possible d'oublier ces maladies. Mais on peut très bien arriver à vivre avec, accepter de vivre avec, pas oublier. Ça, c'est la maladie, l'oubli. Mais il ne faut pas l'oublier comme vouloir ça pour guérir. D'accord?
Allez, super. Allez, let's go. On peut encore.
I think we need to move to the next slide. So, That clip was what made this clip for this event today, as well as for the event in New York. We screened this clip during the United Nations Silent Summit. So we're so delighted to share how we fight as a caregiver organization, Patients' Voice, for movement for brain health. So let's go back to 2017. Before 2017, the pre-diagnosis. The pre-diagnosis phase, what I call pre-diagnosis, was the phase I was fighting my dad who denied the disease. So everybody at home recognized that my dad was suffering with a cognitive decline, but my dad, he knew that he was facing cognitive decline, but due to stigma and trauma, he didn't want to see a doctor. So the pre-diagnosis was really key because we spent 2 to 3, 4 years. So we lost 2, 3, or 4 years due to this stigma and perception of society to visit the doctor and to get a diagnosis, and also for us to better care about him and ourselves to organize. And when the diagnosis came, basically we're just facing like everyone else, the lack of knowledge about the disease progression, the lack of awareness about the condition, stigma. Even though, you know, my dad was in a small village in Normandy, we lived there 50 years, and everybody knew my dad, but still there is a lack of education, lack of knowledge across the communities, and the physical and emotional barriers for caregivers. This was a struggle. A big struggle, and my dad was still denying the phase that he was basically facing a brain condition and cognitive decline. But everything has changed. In 2021, my dad was suffering from the disease. He lost his cognitive capabilities. He knew and he saw that we all struggled to take care of him. Was no Yeah, so this is the first mission that we try to deploy is to raise awareness across communities with a comprehensive documentary movie. I forgot to mention, when I got the plan to raise 5 elements, then I talked to my brother-in-law, who is a filmmaker, and then I told him, well, I think I will quit my job, I will dedicate myself on a non-profit association to answer the question of my dad and try to raise awareness across communities. And then my brother-in-law told me, but you need images, because images are very powerful to connect the communities. And then came up the plan not only to raise, but along the road trip, along the race trip, we've been meeting up with patients, doctors, healthcare professionals, and policymakers to better understand where we stand today and where we go tomorrow. And also from the policy perspective, we have met Minister of Health and try to understand why we are so slow, why as a caregiver standpoint we are suffering so much. It's a struggle for about 10 years, it was a struggle, and we keep asking the questions, why we're so moving so slow, where basically we're facing tremendous challenges. We ended up with today 40 days, filming days. We have met 150 people in 5 countries, mainly where we raised Sweden, France, Switzerland, Portugal, and Spain, and we have met also individuals in Denmark and Norway. And we've completed the 5 elements a couple of months ago. I've completed the last one, and to date we have already touched, engaged 15,000 people during conferences, talks, and city halls, schools, clubs, public and private institutions. We were very surprised basically to have so much traction about this documentary and storytelling as a caregiver and patient organization to share how we went through and what the message we want to spread across communities and across also public health for change. And also we are lucky to meet the media in most of these countries during the race. So we tried with this documentary, a comprehensive documentary. It was at the beginning a mission to deliver clips through social media. Then we thought, let's try to do 15 minutes through television, and now we're moving to 90 minutes, so we target cinema and festivals as well as television next year when we complete the filming. So now I propose to screen the second clip, more focused about care center in Geneva.
Aujourd'hui, on accueille Fernand, Lisette, Guy, Georges, Martine, Francisco, René, Marlène, Salvatore, Eric et Camille. Au niveau des menus, nous avons du potage, filet de carré à l'œuf avec du citron, purée de pommes de terre, haricots verts, salade verte et maïs et glace. Et au niveau des régimes, nous avons Charlotte sans viande, donc ça c'est bon, le poisson aussi. Ah non, elle n'est pas là en plus aujourd'hui, elle est en matière. Martine sans chou, on n'a pas du chou. Marlène, pas de café, pas de lactose, pas de viande. Donc dans le repas de midi, elle aura droit à un petit peu de pommes de terre, haricots verts et pas de glace. Au niveau des autres, Fernand, toujours avec ses cigarettes. Il y a 15 jours, il a allumé ses cigarettes. Et en fait, ça s'est hyper bien passé. En fait, il a constaté qu'il ne les avait pas. Et puis après. Lisette, son point du diabète, Guy, qui nécessite un accompagnement aux toilettes, accompagnement de présence. Ça fait quelques semaines, ça fait 3 semaines. De toute façon, il faut lui poser la question. C'est difficile. Au niveau de l'activité, moi je veux bien faire le service repas. J'ai pas fait la semaine. Isabelle, tu parles avec moi? Repas?
On va faire les œufs. Ah, les œufs, ouais, d'accord.
Nicolas, les œufs, ça berger.
Et après l'après-midi, il y aura des exercices, je pense, on va pouvoir sortir.
On place les 7. Et il y a Francisco. Tu passes derrière? Où tu veux. Peut-être pas central parce que je pense que je risque de bouger un peu.
Bonjour monsieur, Hassan, enchanté, vous allez bien? Je suis un nouveau de l'équipe. Le chef du patron. Le chef du patron. Vous êtes le chef de lui alors, parce que c'est lui le patron. Voilà. C'est le chef du patron. Ouais, chef du patron.
Guy, est-ce que vous pouvez nous aider, s'il vous plaît, à trouver des bonnes nouvelles dans le journal qui est posé devant vous? Que des bonnes nouvelles. Moi, aujourd'hui, c'est vendredi, je me
La poste, les vire après une soirée explosive.
On ne peut pas savoir si c'est une bonne nouvelle ou pas, parce que c'est pas qui c'était. Ils ont bien.
C'est une bonne nouvelle pour eux parce qu'ils ont fait une belle soirée.
Ça peut. Ça peut. Bon, et ils se retrouvent à licencier. Il y a plus de boulot pour eux. Ensuite, qu'est-ce qu'il y a comme autre bonne nouvelle?
Je ne sais pas parce qu'ils se sont amusés. Une soirée qu'on va aimer,
Ah, c'est une bonne semaine? Oui.
Non.
Vous avez continué votre bien? Ah, un petit peu?
Ah oui, c'est toujours
Petit peu par petit peu. Et si vous avez besoin de quelqu'un pour venir derrière, vous corrigez les fautes d'orthographe, hein, ça, je ne sais pas pourquoi. Mais tout va bien, ça va bien.
C'est une chanson qui parle de quoi, en fait? Salvatore, ça parle de quoi? Ça parle de quoi, cette chanson?
La chanson d'amour.
Cette chanson d'amour. Et quand tu dis personnel, c'est quoi? Je te dis non, c'est ça? C'est ça?
Non, même pas tête.
Eric, vous, c'était quoi votre chanteur préféré?
Alors, c'était plutôt Brown.
C'était quoi? Sex and Rock'n'Roll. Les Beatles, ça fait partie de votre répertoire?
Ouais.
Ouais.
C'est simplement le fait que...
Et le chanteur ou la chanteuse dont vous étiez vraiment fan? Je sais pas, un chanteur ou une chanteuse dont vous étiez vraiment fan. C'est qui?
Les Stones.
Les Stones.
Pink Floyd. Les Stones.
Les Stones, c'est sympa. C'est une très bonne chanteuse.
Oui, oui.
Et il tourne encore, je crois.
Elle tourne encore, elle tourne encore. Il a plus de 80 ans.
Il a plus de 80 ans. Ah oui.
Comme quoi le sexe et le rock, ça concerne.
Ah ouais. Ah, c'est le Giro qui commence la course en Italie, le Tour d'Italie. Le vélo. Ouais. Vous voyez, c'est des cyclistes. Oui, ils font toute la boucle de l'Italie. Le Giro. Le Giro, c'est le Tour de l'Italie, donc ils font plusieurs étapes. Ils commencent par une étape dans le nord, ensuite ils vont jusqu'à Rome, ici. Ensuite ils vont jusqu'à Naples, à Pompéi, puis ils remontent vers la mer Adriatique. Vous êtes allé en Italie déjà?
Oui, j'ai déjà des petits trucs à déjà.
Applaudis. En vrai, vous m'avez pas là. Vous avez la mettre là. Oui, absolument. Elles sont les murs.
Je suis venue leur dire ça. On peut pas tous avoir la vie. Ah, comme il est, oh là là. Zéro perso.
Was the Royal Embassy in Geneva, and we're trying to cover as many aspects of the disease when it comes to early diagnosis, to and care, and this is one of the clips, and we have additional clips where we've been also real life on the prosthetic center. If we move to the next slide quickly before I take some of your questions. The second mission is one of the key mission. Next slides. Yeah. Yes, thank you. It's to promote prevention education. We have seen Professor Filiberto talking about the finger and how we can prevent the disease. And one of the surprises we went through during this road, basically this race on the roads across Europe, is the young team. The young team, they're very, very keen. The attention of the young team was a big surprise. They are very enthusiastic. We've screened a couple of clips, and they're not only interested about the challenge, pushing the limits to achieve 500 meters in 1 year, but racing for purpose was something special for them. And we got so much traction and demand from high schools, and from 10 to 16 we had so much positive feedback and positive attention from the young team. So we have met today it's up to 20 schools, because I'm meeting a school by the way this afternoon, and we engaged about 2,000 kids or even more, while the documentary is not yet completed. But the misconception that we have across society is not real, is not existing to the young team. And this is something very special when we interacted with the young team across Europe. If we move to the next slide, this is the last one. The last mission is the science study. So the science study, we thought about how to engage the community to raise awareness. We have ways, we have a documentary, we have the campaign, and how we can better activate and deploy and promote this prevention and lifestyle. We thought about the best way to do it is to do a science study with some of the lab here between Lausanne and Geneva, is to collect my own, let's say, blood and biomarkers, because I'm at risk, my colleagues are at risk of dementia as well. And so we are between 45 and 50, and we are racing at low intensity, always low intensity, it's a pure endurance, and we thought about collecting basically our biomarkers to study the benefits of low intensity physical activity for brain health, for people at risk. And today we're going to publish the first article by end of this year. If we move to the next slide, I think will be the last one. This is basically the roadmap and the planning about this different, let's say, mission to come to the public and to deliver a comprehensive message about prevention, awareness, education, and science. And probably the last one, if we move to the next slide. Yeah, I mean, this one you have seen through the clip. This is a snapshot of some of the people that we have met. And the very next one, if you can continue. Next one, this is a team. Yes, this one. So basically, this is the movie that we plan to deliver 90 minutes across cinema, television. Next year, maybe in Europe, we have positive feedback from television. However, as most of the topic for dementia, it's difficult to raise funds and complete the documentary. So today we are on hold. So if you have ideas on how to support the completion of the documentary to maximize its impact, very welcome. And the key last message is a pre-diagnosis where we focus, where we deliver services to all of you is to get public aware. So before the symptoms, so pre-diagnosis, what we call pre-diagnosis, facilitate the early diagnosis, and the early diagnosis facilitate everything to better support the person with dementia and their family members. So we are really much focusing upstream, and this is, I believe, where the tremendous work needs to be done. Thank you. Today, and I think we can take some of your questions if we have some time left.
Thank you so much, Hassan, for that amazing piece. It was so interesting to see what you've been doing, raising awareness, pushing yourself to the limit. Has anyone in the room got a question for Hassan that they'd like to ask? Emily.
Hi Hassan. I was just going to ask, how is your dad doing now?
Thank you for the question, Emily. My dad has passed away 1 month after the first race, which took place in July 23. And right after a month, he was basically facing difficulties, but he was smiling every day because he knew that we tried to deploy his vision, and that we were 100% dedicated to answer his questions and to support the community. So my dad has passed away a month after the first race with a big smile on the face, and we're so happy and delighted and so grateful that we run this initiative, which has been basically launched by my father.
I'm really sorry to hear that, but what a lovely way to honour him, so you should be really proud.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Sarah?
Thank you very much, Hassan, for all the work that you've done, raising awareness about dementia. It's not really a question, but it's really to acknowledge this, top-down, bottom-up approach that you've adopted with school children. And I was very stunned as well recently to learn about the STARS programme in Scotland that works as a platform for raising awareness of Alzheimer's and dementia generally with school children. I wondered if you could explain a little bit more about this strategy of raising awareness of brain health, starting with school children.
Thank you, Sarah, for the question. This was a surprise for us, as I mentioned, and I think the key point to get traction from the kids, from the young team, is the 5-hour challenge. They keep asking the question, why racing so much? What's the goal? And they're looking for the purpose. And then I explained basically what happened with my dad, and that I'm running a mission on the name of my father, who asked me to do something for the community. And when you ask the question about brain condition, brain disease, cognitive decline, then you see a lot of hands going up in the room, and a lot of people, they got basically affected by the disease directly or indirectly. So it touches a lot of people, and finally they got very interested to understand how the brain is running. So I'm not a doctor, but we have short clips basically to explain about this amyloid, about the tau, and how the cognitive decline is happening with hippocampus. and we have some very short clips to educate basically the kids, and then we promote physical activity, which is one of the best way to prevent most of the chronic disease, Alzheimer included.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed the day centre part where you had the meeting just before everyone came in. You know, that was really nice how you went through each detail for each individual as to what they need, what they like, what their preference were. I mean, I think a lot of us in the room can relate to that kind of meeting, but it was so nice to see that attention to detail, that level of care that was put in. How was your experience? How did you feel sort of being on our side of the fence, helping and supporting people?
I feel myself, I can tell you, we spent 2 days, and after 2 days, I just wanted to continue and spend the week, the whole week in that place. So much love, so much positive vibes, so much attention, care, and I was thinking myself, during 10 years, I was really much in struggle with my sister and my mom to take care of my dad, because none of this kind of setup was accessible to us in Normandy. And from that day, I continued to go back to that place to show them some short clip, to explain them where we are today, and becoming now friends. So I'm super happy to be a volunteer and to spend some time in this Relais aussi, mostly every second week.
Wow, perfect. I mean, it is addictive, that feeling, isn't it, of being with people, helping support in that way. And it was a real strengths-based approach that was the focus. It was so nice to see the newspaper there as a conversation starter, and how it opened up different interactions. That was lovely to see. Any other questions while we have Hassan with us?
Hassan, this is Helen from Trooper. We met in Brussels last year. I was just interested in your conversation with the children. When I tell people I have Alzheimer's, they go, oh God, terrible, you poor thing. Or when I say to people, as I do quite often, I have a brain disease. Well, they don't ask me what kind of brain disease. It's the same as I say I have heart disease, they don't check out what kind of heart disease I have. So I'm wondering from the children's point of view, it's a bit difficult these days now to change the adults, but could we just change the children too? Or can you join us in the big world trying to change the children's view that it is just another illness, it's just another disease, and that it shouldn't be treated any differently? Because if I take my voice and say I have Alzheimer's, I'm immediately in stigma land. And if I say I have brain disease or disorder, I'm just another illness. So I'd just be interested in your views on it.
Thank you for sharing this, and I 100% agree with you. And I think there is a change in perception when we talk to kids and we talk to the rest of the community or the people. We see different feedback, and the kids, they have attention to understand the brain disease, the brain condition, the illness, and also the cognitive decline, and they want to support. We have met kids, they want to attend, they want to be a volunteer. When we spend multiple days with them and to explain the disease, where adults, they have different perception due to the history, due to brain illness. The perception from society is different, and I think there's a change in generation. And when we talk to 15 below, today we have very much different feedback and different feeling about illness and brain condition when it comes to the brain. And I think the adults, they have different, they perceive differently when you have a problem in your leg, a problem in your back, a problem in your body, physical problems versus brain condition. I think it has to be, we need to maybe ask a specialist to explain, but there is a different perception indeed, as you say, and that's the reason why we're focusing very much also talking and sharing the story with kids, and probably and hopefully there is a perception change across society coming up also from the young team.
Fantastic. It's a fantastic initiative, inspiring. Makes me want to put on my running shoes and get out there. And fantastic idea as well to start with the youth and bring in these ideas and change the way of thinking, as Hadley says, from an early age where people can be affected and can bring that through to the rest of their lives. So, Hassan, on behalf of all of us here at the Namaste Conference, I'd just like to thank you so much for being part of it, joining us in this way, sharing your story. We've really enjoyed hearing about this, and we will follow you along the journey the rest of the way. So, good luck to you, and thank you so much for being with us.
To attend the next session, to keep learning. Thank you very much.
So, thank you very much, and that closes our morning session now. We've got some lovely treats over there and some teas and coffees for a little refreshment. If we can just take the opportunity for everyone to just give a wave to this camera over here, because we've got lots of our people around the world who have joined online to be here with us. We've had over 230 registrations. People are joining at different times because of time differences, and people can drop in and out. But we're so pleased to have those people that could travel to Cork with us online and part of our conference. Okay, so enjoy the break, and we will see you back here shortly. Thank you.
So we might save engaging with the questions until the end of the day, but feel free to add questions and we'll try to collate them and we'll address them towards the end of the day. I just want to welcome our first speakers for the afternoon, Dr. Isabel Latham and Charlie Morgan. Isabel is a researcher in residence for the Hallmark Care Home, and I've just been discussing that with her. I think that's a fascinating position. And quite a development really. And Isabel is very experienced. She has over 30 years experience in social care and in research specialising in care homes and in advanced dementia, education and training. And Charlie, I want to welcome Charlie as well. She's Dementia Care Manager at Henley Manor Care Home for the Hallmark Group as well. And again, she's very experienced in the clinical setting across with various roles in dementia care and end-of-life care. And we're really going to have a focus on Namaste Care and their experience of implementation. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I've been put in charge of the technology, which is never a good idea, so we'll see what happens. Lovely to see you all. Hope you've all enjoyed your lunch. Hopefully we'll be able to hold your interest over the kind of car crash and things that generally happens at this point. So we're both from the Hallmark Care Homes. And what we really wanted to focus on in this conversation is to kind of talk to you about our approach to implementing Namaste Care across our group.
So Hallmark Care Homes, for those of you that don't know, is a medium-sized care home organisation in England and Wales. So we have 21 care homes across those two regions. I know we've got some other care providers that are going to talk about their experience who are much larger. So it gives you a little bit of context of what we're looking at. But the thing that we really wanted to focus on, and why I've got my wonderful colleague Charlie with me, is that actually we very deliberately at the beginning acknowledged that actually allowing some flexibility within how we rolled this out was going to be important, and I'll come on to the reasons why. But it really struck me this morning as Joyce was talking, when you spoke right at the beginning about how you were very deliberate at the beginning to say this needs to be a programme that does not have a million regulations and tick boxes that has to be complete. Because the thing that makes it be taken up and successful is actually when people can grasp it themselves and really take ownership. And I think the journey that Henley Manor, led by Charlie, has taken really illustrates that. So in a second I will move my slides. Sorry, it's okay. Next. Okay, so I'm going to give you a little bit of background about how we approached it as an organisation, and then we'll kind of examine that through the specific choices that Henley Manor made. So for a long while, for several years, Namaste Care has been a key part of Hallmark's dementia care strategy. I started my role with Hallmark 3.5 years ago. Prior to that, I was working with the Association for Dementia Studies at the University of Worcester, who are one of the universities that have done an implementation study into Namaste. So I sort of brought that knowledge with me as we started to build this strategy. What we knew from the Worcester research and all the other brilliant studies that have been done is that Namaste is great, a lot of dementia care interventions are great, but usually the challenge comes in actually how do we achieve that in a consistent way, in a long-term focus for care homes. So we wanted to be really mindful about that in terms of our approach. Sorry? Okay. I will attempt to remember what my slides say while you sort of sort that out for the guys online. So what we really wanted to do was say, okay, we know we want Namaste Care to be happening, and we know there are standards and consistency that we want to be able to say as an organisation. For homes doing Namaste, we know they're doing it 365 days a year. You know, that's the level that we want. But we also want to make sure that each of the care homes gets to grow that and work in their own way. And we wanted that because we know, and both as an organisation as a researcher, that care homes are very unique organisations. Even if they're all funded by the same company, owned by the same company, have got the lovely same branding, actually the reality is they are all very different. They've all got different resident groups, they've got different staff groups, and they've got different histories and localities as well. And I'll sort of tell an anecdote while we're doing this. One of the things that I knew we were on track with Henley Manor is one of the first things that our homes do is they go and visit another home that's already delivering Namaste Care to see what it was. And Charlie came back from her visits at that home and she said, well, it was lovely, but we're going to have to Henlify it. And what she meant is, for those of you who are not in the UK, Henley upon Thames is exactly as it sounds. And the residents are very much of Henley on Thames. And actually what Charlie had picked up really early was that Namaste is great. How do we make it ours? How do we make it work for us? And that's exactly what we went on to do. So, the way as an organisation we've done this is we've created something called an outstanding pathway. They're not just for Namaste, we have them around a range of things. And what they're designed to do is to support our care homes to implement specific initiatives. Things that go kind of beyond the basics of care that, say, CQC, our regulator, may be looking at. Bless you. But actually, how do we support them to implement that? So these outstanding pathways guide the home through the steps that you need to take. They have criteria for implementation, so when you're doing X, you will be awarded the outstanding pathway. And there's evidence that needs to be gathered. So it's quite a structured approach. And they do receive support from the regional team. So someone like myself or our regional dementia practitioners support the teams in the homes. So there is structure. It's not that we leave people just go and do Namaste. But what we wanted to do is, these are the things that we want to know is happening. But actually as a home, you work out how to make that happen with our support. Rather than us saying, okay, you need 12 people to go on training, that training's going to happen on Tuesday, and then from Thursday you're going to be running it, because that doesn't work, inevitably. So this is just a kind of feel for what our success criteria are. And each of these have got evidence that needs to be supplied, and we support people through that. So you can see that there's the basic requirements there, and we've built that on the guidance that have come out of the various research projects. And when a home gets roughly 3 to 6 months, that seems to work. Some homes march ahead very quickly. Often they want to go a little bit faster, don't they, Charlie? Charlie wanted it done within about 2 weeks. And I had to say, I know you do, we'll get there. But actually, you know, we know the implementation takes longer than that. And then once it's up and running and we're confident that it's secure in the home, we then monitor that sort of every 6 months. How's it going? Are we keeping up with the standards? So that's the pathway that people follow. Now this is Henley's journey. So Charlie, do you want to talk us through a few of those points?
Yes. So as Izzy said, the first thing I did was go and visit one of our other homes that started implementing Namaste, and came back and said I needed to Henleyfy it. But also knowing my team, I knew that if I just go back and go, right, we're doing this, and you're all going to help me, it wouldn't work. So I went back, called a meeting, and we all had a chat about Namaste. I shared some research that I had from Izzy, some videos. I explained the outcomes of it, the benefits for our residents, but also the commitment that was needed from them. And then I gave them a week to go away, think about it, and put themselves forward for this project if they wanted to be a part of it. Now, I was hoping for 4 or 5 teams, and I actually had 16 team members come forward and want to be a part of this project. And one of them was our GM, our general manager, and our deputy manager as well was part of it. So there is a video of it to kind of explain all the steps that I made, but I just wanted to kind of point out some bits I really thought were important to keep the team motivated. So we did invitation packs for the training, which made them feel, like it was something really big and important to be attending, which it is, but just to keep that motivation for them. And then the biggest part was obviously the room reveal. So we had a space for Namaste, and the Namaste team got on board with creating that room along with the residents, but we kept it top secret. So unless you were a Namaste worker, as we called them, you weren't allowed in that room until it was finished. And then we did a room reveal, where we invited all the relatives, the team, to actually brand reveal the room as well as have an experience with Namaste. Because my idea was, you're not allowed in somewhere, you want to be in there. But then that also meant that we had a whole home approach of an understanding of Namaste as well. And then we went on to having practice sessions for 2 weeks. Each Namaste worker held a Namaste session, but with 4 team members across the home instead of residents. So the team really had a full insight into what a Namaste session was about, what it involves, even if they weren't going to be part of it at that beginning stage. But we have got a video to show you the full journey.
It is nearly at the end, yeah, it's much. So while we're filling out it, you have seen most of that film there. The reason we wanted to give you that film is that I can't really emphasise enough how much all of that was the stuff that Charlie came up with. As an organisation, we've got our basic standards, but by freeing Charlie and saying, what do you want? What's going to work? Actually, amazing things happen that we would never have thought of, so I totally encourage you doing that. Yeah, you don't need to say it again. So, a little feedback about the Namaste residents' journey, their experience. Because obviously we encourage or we make sure that we're monitoring those outcomes. So do you just want to give a feel for the outcomes for some of your residents?
Yeah, so as you can see some of them on the screen, but the one I really wanted to share was one of the first residents that we tried Namaste with and also did a case study with the first 3 months was a lady that was really late stage dementia. So she was in a wheelchair, she couldn't move or do anything herself, she really relied on the team, and as Joyce said earlier, she was just existing. So she was at the top of the list for Namaste when we decided to do it. But she was also living with contracted hand in both hands and was having to have palm protectors on. So what we found was actually her having a hand massage every day through Namaste. At the end of the 3 months, she had movement back in one of her hands. And funny enough, I'd just been to UKDC and heard about Deepa Snow's hand-on-hand technique. And I took that back for her because when I got back, I was told that she was coughing on food. And I said, hold up on the salt referral here first. Let's see if she can have a bit of control back. So we used the hand-on-hand technique, and it actually gave her control back non-verbally. As I went to help her with her first spoonful of food, we did it together, the hand-on-hand technique. She took it well. She sat herself up, funny enough. When I went to do the second one, she pushed my hand away. And I just knew that was her telling me she's not ready, which means we were probably doing it too fast. That's why she was coughing. So I just had a little chat with her and I said, are you ready now? Should we do it again together? And she literally released her hand to say, yeah, I'm ready now. So if it wasn't for Namaste, we wouldn't have been able to give that lady that control back. And then she would have probably been put on pureed food.
Fantastic, thank you. So that's the sort of impacts for our residents. But not only was Charlie and her team incredibly creative in terms of how they rolled out Namaste and made it a success as a result, there have actually been a number of developments from that, 3 in total, that have really transformed your home and have taught us a lot as an organisation about where we want to be going with a lot of our other homes. And the first one of those was actually around using Namaste as an opportunity at end of life. Originally, we hadn't focused on that particular issue. It was for dementia more generally. But actually, a particular situation arose where Charlie and her team, just a week after launching, very delicate times, really grasped the nettle. So again, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so this lady, it was very, we didn't get much notice that this lady was going palliative. She actually went into hospital for something very minor, and then we were told that she was palliative with cancer. And we fought to get her back to us because we didn't want her to pass away in hospital, we wanted her home. And the team just thought, you know what, why don't we try Namaste? Let's kit her room out like the Namaste room, but personalise our knowledge of her and her life history before she gets home. And we did, so we had her favourite scent going, we had her favourite night dress ready on the bed, we had the lights, we had the curtains closed, everything was ready, massage oil and her favourite scent. And then she came back, we got her into bed with her little blue eyeshadow that she always wore and her red lipstick. And she was having hand massages, the team were brushing her hair, head massages, reading her favourite book to her. And as you can see, the daughter, when she first walked into the room to come and see her mum from her return, she burst into tears and said, I've never seen anything like it. And also we had supervisor nurse visit that day and out of hours contact with our manager just to say how impressed she was, but she'd never seen anything like it before. So now that's become the culture, not just for our residents living with dementia, but every single resident in Henley Manor has the option, if they choose to be part of their end-of-life care plan, is to receive a tailored Namaste care at the end of life.
And the slide I've just put up there is some of those things that are now happening as standard and the hallmark of them taken from Henley's learning and transformed into our approach to create centres of excellence around end-of-life care. So yeah, do you want to explain that?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of expand a little bit on the 48 Namaste champions. So I've trained 48 team members, so we've gone from 16 to 48 this year. I think, I don't know if we'll talk about it in a minute, but because we did a separate research project on how to support team with end of life, which we'll talk about in a minute. But that's not just care team that are trained. That's housekeepers, hairdressers, receptionists, nail technicians, you name it. They're all queuing up to be trained because they want a part in being able to support somebody at end of life and not just it stop when they come end of life, it's handed over to the carers.
And I truly believe that had we started out as Hallmark, as the regional team saying, you will do this, it would not have happened as successfully as it has. Because it's all grown out of the team and what they wanted to achieve and the residents that they had in front of them. Charlie mentioned there another project. So as a result of Namaste, a particular issue arose in the home that they then approached me with my researcher hat on to see if we could do something about that. So do you want to explain the origin of that project?
So first, I'd like to ask that question. If this has been part of your job role, can you raise your hand if you can remember your first resident's death? Okay. So, I can. So I'm pretty sure most people that work in care can remember their first, and that's because it impacts us. And as society, and in the past when I first started care, it's part of the job, get on with it. And I realised, this is an area that really is missed. We won't overlook. There's so much research out there, support for relatives, residents, but actually, what about the impact it has on the team that are building those relationships with our residents and then having to say goodbye, but not just say goodbye, look after the resident and their relatives through that emotional journey. So we did this project.
So essentially, Charlie came to me and said, look, Namaste has really heightened this issue. What can we do about it? So we developed what we call a home action research project, which was actually saying, okay, as an organisation, if we're saying we want our teams to be providing relationship-centred care, that's the approach that we like to say, then actually we need to be honest enough and moral enough to actually support our team. Relationships mean emotions, and that's what's going to happen. So we worked with Charlie and her team to just find out from the team what their experiences were and what support they felt they needed from the organisation and from each other in order to deliver end-of-life care well. And I'm not going to go through all the sort of every single detail of what we did, but I left that slide up there because of the numbers of people who stepped up to take part. The researchers in the room will know, wow, okay. I was, sort of expecting we probably have, maybe 15 surveys back. Charlie and the manager might turn up to my focus group, creative discussion, and that was not what happened. People wanted to talk about this. And it's because that discussion had been started as a result of Namaste, and because the team had been given ownership of what goes on in our home as a result of Namaste. So we did the project, and we're hoping to publish it sort of towards the end of this year. But essentially, as a result of that project, we came up with a team support at end-of-life action plan. Not just for Henley, but that's now been adopted by the organisation, and we're in the process of rolling this out across all of our homes. So we're producing a self-care guide with tips and resources for team members about how to support themselves and look after themselves and each other. We recognised as part of that study that communication could be a challenge, so there were some team members, particularly in ancillary roles, who didn't find out that someone had passed away in a timely manner, and that was traumatic for them. So we put measures in place to improve those communication. Do you want to explain about that?
Yeah, so I think that kind of goes back to what I was saying. So what came from the heart was, as I said, a lot of the non-care team was saying that it ends for them, that relationship, the minute that one of our residents got on stage to end of life care. So I'm going to get them all trained now, so they have that option to be a part of that those last few days. Also, we we set up the Namaste room for the team. So if we've got somebody in the home that's stage 3, we don't just use the Namaste room for our residents, we now use it for our team as well. So if they need somewhere to go for 5-10 minutes and just have a moment to deal with their own emotions, they've got that space. And then we've also introduced, which I can't feel like it's on there, but we call them Heal Feel Fridays. So once a month on a Friday, we hold bereavement sessions for our team, where we are recognising the residents that we've lost as their family, but then we are also doing some creative activities to help bring out their emotions and just bring up those discussions. So like last month we did collaging. So they just sat there as a group doing collaging, and it really brought up those memories, those feelings, and talking. And this month we did Lego, where they could build something that either reminded them of a resident that we lost, or something that represented how they felt. And the team have really responded to this amazingly, and they really, really appreciate it because they're being thought of, they're being appreciated, as well as the other two parts that make that triangle event life.
Absolutely. And finally, we've left the most powerful till last. The third creative development that's really come out of the success of Namaste and really kind of handing ownership over to the home is that at Henley we now have residents that have joined that Namaste team to deliver care. Do you want to explain about the lady before we press play?
Yeah, so this lady, her reality is she's one of us, she's not a resident. So she's there to care for one of my residents in her reality. And that gets exhausting for her, and then that can come out in expression of unmet needs through behaviour. We find that she then gets paranoid, she thinks they're dying if they're sleeping, having a nap, but she gets really, really upset. So we've actually incorporated into her care plan that she comes into the Namaste room for the sessions, but not to have Namaste care. She's actually a Namaste worker, and in that calm atmosphere, she's able to provide care for the residents, where she's meeting their needs as well as her own, and her expression of unmet need has completely reduced because of that.
And it's a much shorter video, but I think you'll really see kind of how much it brings her out of herself. So I'm just going to pause because there is volume with some words there.
I just want to add while you're watching this one as well, is these two ladies actually had a couple of altercations, and actually this helped them to build a better relationship, and as you'll see in a minute, it completely switches roles, and I haven't had any more altercations between them.
So yes, we thought we'd end on that. I think you maybe didn't catch everything that was being said there, but I think what really strikes me is not only how it's helped that particular lady to experience her personhood and have worthwhile, but actually how the quality of interactions between peers is very different. It has a very different quality than between a team member, a staff member, however great that team member is. And that actually I think it's really done something to enhance the normality of life for people even when they're quite disabled by their dementia. So that's our story. Hopefully the tech issues didn't get too much in the way. And we're around for questions later on. So.
Thank you so much. So a major thanks to Isabel and Charlie. I mean, that was really fascinating insight into the introduction of Namaste Care, and I think a lot of those points will really strike home. I mean, stuff around team support, end of life care, I think is so important. Forgive me. And I thought it was so brave to use the videos, but it paid off. It's always brave to use videos in presentation, but it really paints a true picture. So we're going to keep on moving because we've got a busy afternoon. So our next speaker is Dr. Serena Salvi. And Serena is a research associate at Lancaster University Department of Health and Research, and she has a background in developmental psychology and a PhD in behavioural economics. And I believe Serena is going to talk us through her findings of a systematic review and framework synthesis around the implementation of Namaste. So, Serena, if I can welcome you.
Okay, hi everybody, I hope you can hear me well. So my name is Serena, and as Tony said, I'm a researcher at Lancaster University. So today I will present some of the key findings of a systematic review around last year on Namaste Care in the context of care homes. Okay. So what I will talk about today, I will start by mentioning very briefly the InTouch project. I'm aware that Professor Cornell already talked us through that this morning, but I'll mention it because InTouch ultimately motivated this review. And then I'll move on and talk about the research questions, the objectives for this review, and our conclusions. So when it comes to the InTouch project, this is a European-funded initiative that combines two pre-existing non-pharmacological palliative care interventions with aim to improve the quality of life of people with advanced dementia living in care homes. It is a 5-year project which began in 2024 and whose trial will begin in the first half of 2026, so next year. When it comes to the two interventions, the two pre-existing interventions, one of them is of course the Namaste Care program, which in InTouch will translate into daily group activities for people with advanced dementia, their family carers, volunteers and staff members, in order to improve the quality of life of the residents and their sense of engagement. Whereas the second intervention component is the family care and decision support intervention. It's not Don't worry about it. I just paused because the presentation is pretty short. I was saying, so the second intervention is family care and decision support intervention, which was originally designed with aim to facilitate the navigation of potential challenging decision making in the context of care of family carers of people with advanced dementia. And again, in InTouch, these will translate into family staff meetings and informational materials such as the comfort care booklet. So at Lancaster University in 2024, we were in charge of the design and development of the InTouch guide. You can see the cover on the screen. This guide was designed with aim to be provided to the intervention care homes during the trial period, so again next year, in order to facilitate the implementation of the different aspects of InTouch, so the Namaste Care sessions, the family staff meetings, and so on. So in its design, we really needed to create something that was user-friendly, easy to follow, easy to understand in this environment like a nursing home, but also something that provided up-to-date information on the intervention components. And while on the beginning of 2024, when we ran this review, this was not possible for the family care and decision support intervention because it was still a novel intervention. We did so for Namaste Care. So we start our review. And our main research question for the review was, are the elements of Namaste Care implemented in the context of care for people with advanced dementia? So if there are any challenges or opportunities to overcome these challenges. And by addressing this question, we hoped to address two main objectives. So from one side, as already mentioned, to provide up-to-date information on what was currently known at the time of the review of Namaste Care, and on the other side, to ideally provide some recommendation on how to overcome certain challenges. So we utilize a framework synthesis approach for our methodology, using as theoretical starting point the previously published Liver Marathon in 2018, This review was similar yet different from ours, so they looked more at the macro level, what makes Namaste effective in this context, so again, nursing care homes, whereas we looked at the specific elements, as we will see later on. As for the inclusion criteria, of course, we looked at studies focused on nursing care homes for people with advanced dementia, published in English, full text. So after running a quality assessment, we had a final sample of 25 studies. And with these 25 papers, 25 studies, we identified 5 recurring themes, again in line with our own research questions of the elements of Namaste Care, how they are implemented, running challenges, and so on. And in the next part of this presentation, we'll look at these themes one by one, and we will see that for each one, there are certain challenges, again, the implementation of Namaste Care in nursing homes, but there are also some solutions to overcome these challenges. And the interesting thing is none of these themes is completely separated from each other, but they're all interconnected. So these are our themes, pretty straightforward. So for example, we have the frequency and duration of the Namaste sessions, the Namaste Care environment, personalization of care, staff engagement, training, and the involvement of family members and volunteers. So if we start from the first one, it relates to the frequency and duration of the sessions. So as probably you already well know already, the original design of Namaste Care sees 2 sessions run daily for around 2 hours each, 7 days a week. What we found was that for basically almost all the people included in our review, there was a discrepancy between this original design and the real-life implementation of Namaste Care, with the sessions being shorter, less frequent, and with residents attending fewer sessions than what originally planned. It would be wrong to say there was a single reason for this. One of the most recurring reasons was, of course, related to staff availability within the care home, lack of time and space, and clashes between the care home routines and the requirements of Namaste Care, these sessions. And we'll look later in the presentation of the potential solutions can be found in the other themes. Just to say one of the main solutions reported by different papers was the active and continuous involvement of family carers and volunteers, as we will see later in the last theme, which is very important and provides different benefits. Also, this theme highlights how there is currently a discrepancy again between the original design and the actual real-life implementation, then goes to affect also the way we can assess Namaste Care. So the second theme relates to the Namaste Care environment and the personalization of care. Of course, it comes without saying that we found that by utilizing a separated area, not a communal area, for the sessions was highly beneficial in contracting session cancellation and enhancing quality of care. But on the other side, we found that the personalization of care, which is the pillar of Namaste Care, so the idea that the sessions provide a suggestion during the activities provided during the sessions are not one size fits all, but they are designed for considering the resident's personal need, histories and preference. But this personalization of care is often hindered by, again, lack of time and space within the care home, but also sometimes lack of awareness of the objectives of Namaste Care among the staff. And as we will see later, this can be overcome by training. The majority of the papers we included talk about this. There was a paper in particular that very interestingly talked about how the staff in the sessions because they felt there was some feelings of hesitancy in proposing new activities, so they tended to stick to routines, to activities they were already familiar with. So for example, there is an activity with Namaste Care, which as we said before, and as well known, it has different benefits, which is snacking and hydration. But because in this particular study, the staff focused on this activity too much, it resulted in data imbalance among the residents. So it's important again to diversify considering the needs of the residents. So staff engagement was another theme. Again, here I will repeat myself a little bit, but the main challenges here were identified in staff high turnover, staff burden, clashes between the care home routine and Namaste Care, but also sometimes negative attitudes towards Namaste Care, which was perceived as a moment of luxury rather than a real moment of care. And again, the opportunities to overcome this were identified in a very motivated, strong central leadership, but it was not only involved in making sure that the sessions were run continuously, daily, but also making sure that training was provided for staff and that the objectives of Namaste Care were understood in the care home. When it came to training, we found that, at least at the time of this review, so last year, there was currently a lack of a standardized approach in the way training is provided across papers and interventions. This does not mean that training is not provided, because it's always provided, at least in the papers of our sample. But what we found is that the modality in which training is provided can differ greatly among papers, with some intervention using face-to-face sessions, some over some mixed online and in person, and so on. And sometimes this resulted of disparate training opportunity within the same care home, with some staff being well aware of namaste care, its objective, the fact that the intervention was going to happen in the nursing home, and some of the staff in the same care home not aware of what namaste was. And again, here some of the papers we included suggested some additional resources how these might be overcome, especially moving forward in future after the intervention the study has ended. So some follow-up sessions were suggested, both in person when possible, especially economically, or online, or some information material that can be left in the care home in a sort of train-the-trainer format. And then finally, this link up
conversations. Lots of people smell very nice as well. So I know you've had a good time. But we are just coming to our last session of the day. And just to keep on time with everyone that's joining online, it would be really nice to kick off soon. So if you can take your seats, and we'll be getting started with the last section of the day. Just a little message for those people at home watching online. As I understand it, some people are having difficulty in seeing the camera which is on the speakers. The camera is right over here. I'm waving into the camera right now. And what I've been advised is if you click on your Teams, on the three dots onto that camera and select Spotlight, you will then be able to see the speakers. Sometimes when there's multiple people joining online, it pushes one account to the back so you can't see faces. So if you spotlight that camera, that will help you see the presenter. Right, well, welcome back. So we're into our last session, and I'm really excited to talk about the last session because at all our conferences over the years, we always like to have a balance of talking about some of the important research and clinical elements. We want to talk about practical elements and have visuals that we can see and relate to, but we always like to have a bit of fun as well and get people moving, get people laughing, and as Joyce says, the importance of the giggle should never be underestimated. So we're very, very lucky to have a nice session here where it's actually going to have an Irish focus, and we're going to talk about Irish dance, and we have Carmel McKenna here to talk to us. Welcome, Carmel.
I'm actually going to be doing just a couple of slides here first before we do any actual dancing or moving on the dance floor. So yeah, thank you so much for the introduction and for the possibility to be here today with you all. I'm just absolutely delighted. And again, big thumbs up to Kim. Thank you for putting us in touch with Irene so that we could be here. So yeah, I'm Carmel McKenna. I'm from All Irish Dance, and I have two fabulous helpers here today for when we are moving around the dance floor. We have Maeve Kelleher. Maeve, will you give a wave there? That's Maeve. And we have Jessie O'Leary here. So there's three of us to help you get through what it is we're going to be doing today. Sorry, just put my crutch down to the side here. What we're doing today is inclusive adaptive cane, which has come about largely because one, I'm an older adult, two, I have advanced osteoarthritis, so hence crutch, knee, ankle, hips, toes, you know yourselves maybe. I'm not very good today, and so I needed to find a way to keep in the Irish dance space because I've been doing it for the last 58 years. So there's a picture of me, I'm the small person on the left-hand side down the bottom, and two of my sisters are on my right-hand side as you're looking at the screen. Okay. So I qualified as an Irish dance teacher in 1987, and I'm now also an adjudicator and an examiner, grading examiner, with Cumann Rinke Jabasa, so CRDM. And Cumann Rinke Jabasa stands for Excellence and Goodwill in Irish Dance. So they are very positive and quite an inclusive organisation, considering that the main focus is competition, which may not always seem to be inclusive. I'm also a member of ICTMD, which is the International Council for Traditions of Music and Dance, and of the International Council of Dance at UNESCO. Well, I suppose why I'm here today, and part of the reason why I'm here today, is because I'm an associate researcher and research supervisor with Social Sciences Connections at the Technological University of the Channel, Midlands, Midwest, which is based in Limerick and Athlone, Thurles, Clonmel and Ennis, so pretty much the whole Midwest region of Ireland. And it's through Social Sciences Connections that we came up with this programme called Some Dance to Remember. So it was through a series of experiences during my practice of going in and out of nursing homes and care spaces, where we started to adapt dances for people living with dementia and their professional care staff. So I started to note down those kind of changes that might work, ways that we could include more people living with dementia, how we could include their care staff alongside them. And then, well, I could see the benefits because, you know, you see the smiles and the joy and the fun and the reminiscence afterwards. We needed to have some research to back up what I was telling you. So Some Dance to Remember was a master's level research project conducted by Sean Donald O'Shea, who is now a dementia advisor with the Alzheimer's Society of Ireland, and he is based in Limerick. And we had the support of the Alzheimer's Society of Ireland itself. So I'm not going to go into all the details of the research. There's a link there. It's essentially artsandhealth.ie, and just search for case studies, you'll find Some Dance to Remember. So the outcome and the recommendations from that research project has led me to be here with you today. But before that, we collaborated with Alzheimer's Scotland also, because Scottish Céilí and Irish Céilí are very similar. Okay? They're both cultural practices and long connections between both, and the history of Scotland and the history of Ireland is forever intertwined in a lot of ways. So we reached out to Alzheimer's Scotland, and they conducted some research along the lines of Some Dance to Remember, with using Scottish Céilí dance instead of Irish Céilí dance, with people living in, attending a dementia daycare centre. And then together we also all did within a social community cafe type setting, so with the Limerick Dementia Social Club. So all of those, again, those outcomes from that those research projects were presented at the Alzheimer's Disease International, I think it was 2023. And I don't have a link for that because we haven't published anything anywhere yet, but it went down very, very well. So, Some Dance to Remember. The recommendations were we need more sessions more often in more areas, but there's just me who was doing it. I was the only practitioner in that space. So we came up with the idea maybe we should do some training programs, and we could get people trained up to do what it is that I do. And that is how All Irish Dance was born. As the name suggests, it's Irish Dance for All, inclusive, or as inclusive as we can possibly be, given that not everybody likes dance or movement, and we understand that. Okay? And so now we're a not-for-profit organisation offering training to other people so that they can lead inclusive Céilí activities. So, you've heard me mention the word Céilí quite a few times, but what is Céilí? Well, that really is up to you. All joking aside, Céilí doesn't have any set structure. If it's indoors and if it's a social event, you'd normally have a cup of tea and a chat and a few dances, you know, some Irish music, and you'll probably have a few songs. We don't have any singers today unless somebody would like to join in, and that's absolutely fine. But often the Céilí in Ireland is associated with dancing at the crossroads, and that's the photo in the background there. So Céilí can pretty much be anything we want it to be. And so we take that as the basis for what it is that we do. And we adapt to people's individual personal needs. And I've heard mentioned today, I've been here this afternoon, I've heard a few people talking about person-centred. We like to think that our Céilí is actually person-centred. So what we do in the dancing, we think of it more as movement. So it's movement in, through, and on the dance space. So it's moving forward, back, to the right, to the left, around in a small circle, around in a big circle, around in a semicircle, and essentially we're just making patterns on the floor. So if we were in a helicopter, or if you had a drone looking down on top of us, you would see all maneuvers. Okay? Maneuvers, it's a good word for it, yeah. What we do are short dances where there's a couple of parts, maybe 2, 3, or 4 parts to the dance, and we repeat those. So we're not looking at something that's going to take us like 3 hours to teach. We're hopefully just going to take a few minutes to show you what to do, and that's what we're going to be doing today. So these are the 2 dances that we hope to get through today. So on the left, to represent a stack of barley or a stacking orna, and that stands to a lovely hornpipe, kind of gentle way to get into movement. We don't want to shock you too much because I know you've been sitting quite a bit today, and we want to ease you into the more rambunctious, I heard that word today, Irish stew. An Irish stew is literally anything and everything thrown in, and we're just going to try it all together, okay? And just before I finish the slides, if you're interested, please do give us a like and follow. We'll leave that there just for 2 seconds. So now I'm going to move to the centre of the floor, and my lovely assistants are going to help me. And then we'll get you up. Okay? I don't need that.
Just a little note for our viewers online. I've been asked to remind you to please enable your cameras so we are not the only ones dancing. We would like to see you dancing as well. So please enable your cameras, otherwise Shravya might kick you out. So, there we go. We want to see everyone dancing.
Okay, so within the inclusive adaptive period, we also look at including people who are sitting and just want to watch. So that's for the people online. We will be looking for you to do some clapping and stamping and tapping your feet at certain points during each of the dances. So there's something for everybody, hopefully. Okay. So do we want to get everybody up first? Who just go first? We might have two circles, one inside the other, or two separate circles. I think if we make one big circle and then one slightly smaller circle in the center. Does that make sense? But I might actually just no, I should stand over to the side. Okay. Does anybody else want to join this inner circle? The inner circle, yeah. Trust me, you don't need to know what you're doing. And if you don't know your right from your left, that's okay. I don't either. Never ask me for directions because I really get too confused. And if you think you have two left feet, that's a distinct possibility, but it's also okay because we've heard it so many times, it doesn't matter. So the first thing everybody's going to do is to take hands in their circle. So just take hands. So here's the connection, so that sensory connection, touching, okay? Also within the circle, you can connect with some eye contact. So at the moment everybody's like nervous smiles, but as we go through, hopefully they become more relaxed. So the first thing we're going to do is everybody's going to move to their right. Okay, so you're going to go right, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then we're going to go left. Left, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and to the right again. Right, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've spotted an answer. And left, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's part 1 of 3. These sounds okay? So I call that the sevens. So when I was counting it out, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. When the music is on, if people who are watching online can go, huh, at the same time as I'm going up, so we're going to just try that part one more time, okay? 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, fabulous. Okay. Part 2. You get very technical part 2. Very technical. You're going to move forward, okay? But you're going to go, wait. Okay. You're going to go stamp and stamp and stamp, stamp, stamp. And go back and stamp out again. Stamp, 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 in. And in, and stamp out. And 2, 3, okay. Are we okay?
Is that May? Yeah. May Robertson, you're doing a great job. Standing up and everything.
Martin's there as well, and Emily.
Excellent. Okay, so let's try so it's called in and out, obviously. Okay, so let's try that again. Okay. So go stamp, 2 and a stamp, 2, stamp, 2 and a 2, stamp, in, 2 and a in, 2 and a fabulous. Okay, and then the third part is everybody's just going to keep going around in a circle. I think, where's the, oh, there she is, sorry. Where's Jensen? Oh, sorry. Will we do for count of 16, say? Perfect. Yeah, is that okay? So we're all heading that way. So, yes, 16. Which way? So I'll count it. Right. So you can slightly turn your hip into the circle. Yeah. So it's almost like a follow the leader, but you're still connected. So I'll count 16, okay? 1, 2, 3, go. So we have 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 5, keep going, and 6, and 7, and 8. Actually, 8 might be enough. Let's see what happens with them. Yeah, because everybody's kind of moved on the outside circle, you've moved a small bit. Yeah. They're a different place to start. So then we would repeat the first part of the dance, which was, because I know you're all going, was? It was the 7th to the right. So, right, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, up, in, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, up, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, up, 1, 2, keep going, ins and outs. In, 2, and then in, 2, and out, and 2, and then out, 2, in, 2, and in, 2, out, 2, and out, and lead around, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 8. Start again. I'm actually going to put the music on. Are we all set? Oh yes. Okay. This one can have a little bit more activity for those who are online as well. So, okay. This one has whatever number of
words we come up with. Okay? So the first part is going to be everybody in their circle taking hands, and we're going to do what's known as advanced return, or in and out. Okay, so everybody in towards the center and forth. So there's no stamping this time, so you just walk in, 2, 3, 4, and out, 2, 3, 4, and in, 2, 3, 4, 2. Everybody to the right. Right, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and right, 2. So we're getting very technical now. So they turn all in again. In, 2, 3, 4, and out, 2, 3, 4, in, 2, 3, 4, out, 2, 3, 4, the other 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, back, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's hold it there. Are we all okay with that?
At least, we're managing there.
Just to say at this point, if there was, I know we had a wheelchair user here earlier, but if we did have wheelchair users, they can be involved as well, because it is just moving forward and back, or around in circles. So we have a program that we call Reels on Wheels. So a reel is the name of an Irish dance, so it's Reels on Wheels. So we do that, and we incorporate it all together. Okay, where are we with our Irish students? Maybe we do Roly next?
Oh yes, we have.
Okay. So, I'll hand over the microphone just for a second to Jessie.
Roll forward, roll back, and we will tap in your circle, tap to the right, and tap. Okay, so online you can do roll forward, roll back, and tap off the desk. They tap, tap, tap. And if you're standing, roll forward, and you can roll forward. If you want, roll back. Tap, tap, roll forward, roll back, tap, 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 and we repeat.
We can repeat all of that one more time. Is that okay with it, people? We're okay? And then I think we have one other part. After the roly-polies, we'll do the in and out, to the right and back, in and out. It's okay. I'll call it out as we're doing it. Or maybe I won't. Well, we'll see what happens. No. So we'll do the in and out, right and back, in and out, and left and back. And then we'll do our, did we do 2 claps? Tip your knees if you want, or your thighs, or any part of your body. Just to make that sound, if you can. So 2 clap, 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 clap. So stamp, 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 stamp. So that whole piece there was 2 claps, tip your knees, 2 claps, tip your knees, stamp, stamp. 2 claps. 2. She's telling me earlier she doesn't dance. She does. Not at all. Okay. So from the very start, we went in, out, around, and back. I won't remember this myself. In, out, that way, and back. Thank you. Roly-poly forward, roly-poly back. Claps and taps, taps and taps, roly forward, roly back, claps and taps, taps, taps. And we repeated that, and then we do the in, out, right, and back, in, out, left, and back.
You'll prove us right now. Sorry to roll your whistle there.
No, it's for anyone. So this is a longer dance because we're focusing on people that are here, and I appreciate that.
Right, so now when you're focused on the academy, you're supposed to be doing.
I will call every piece out as we're doing it, okay? So, yeah.
I was going to sack Tom one, that's all right.
Oh, you can do that. I'll tell him. Okay, so where were we? We're in and out, in and out. We've done our rolling bullies.
2 claps.
Thank you. 2 claps. Knees, claps, knees, stomps, claps, stomps, claps, claps, knees, 2 stomps.
Yeah. Just like that.
Okay, so we're going to try it all to some music. Gentle stack of barley, and then we woke you up. So now you're all set for the rest of the evening. Okay? So thank you very, very much.
It's really nice to finish the day in an active way, and I hope you all enjoyed that. I really did. We can see that there were some experts who've done it before here at we do the Scottish dancing, and that's really good. So, as usual, in the Namaste way, we have overrun, and it always happens, right, Joyce? And
There's probably in wheelchairs, but you can still dance to them. And I don't know if I've mentioned before, but when the staff brought the residents down for their meals, they were just slumping them down in their wheelchairs. And so I put dance music on, so the staff
have the residents have the residents in their wheelchairs, and they're going down, and so they're dancing too. And I call it Dance to Die. But do you see how it makes that normal, rather than you've got somebody with dementia, and I can't just say, raise your right hand up and down, but dance is such an important part of most people's lives. Music is important to everyone's life. So when you put those together, you get this joyful look on people as they're going down rather than just shoving them down to the dining room.
Just wants to get a photo of us. Is it okay for us in circle? How are we going to do it?
So we're going to try a selfie.
Guys online, we're going to take a nice photo now, so if you want to put your cameras on, you can and be part of the photo.
Say namaste.
Fantastic.
One more namaste.
Namaste.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much everyone. That brings us to a close for today. Thank you for being here. Thank you to all the people online. You were amazing. I hope that was nice. Nice to see you, Martin. This is just the beginning, so we've still got tomorrow to come, some more excitement, and we're going to have a Q&A session with Joyce and any of the speakers. So if you've got any questions from today, save them for tomorrow and we will put them to the speakers. Thank you very much. Namaste and good night.
It was not on the agenda this morning.
I think it's early tomorrow.
several, both logistical and less logistical. Logistically, the Namaste Care sessions tend to gravitate around the morning, and these might clashes with other family care routines, such as work and childcare. Sometimes, when not correctly debriefed, family carers might believe that the Namaste Care sessions are a staff, residents-only activity, and they might just disengage completely, not attend the session at all. And then finally, even when the family carers attend the sessions, there might be some initially feelings of anxiety, which is completely human, but also emotional burden in being exposed because of a group setting to residents who are in a more advanced stages of dementia compared to their own family members. And again, there's not one single solution, but as mentioned before, if we provide training, if we provide an opportunity for family members to understand the objectives of Namaste Care, we also provide them with the tools to understand that their presence in the sessions is meaningful and very important. So, as I said at the start, with this review, we really wanted to form an In Touch guide. So this guide, which will be provided in nursing care homes next year, in touch. Of course, after the trial period, we aim to understand if the guide was useful, it was clear, and to refine it as a consequence. The review itself highlighted some interesting aspects of Namaste Care. For example, we saw there is not a standardization of training at the moment in CrossFit studies and papers. There is a positive attention towards the training of family carers, and now, although it is well documented that Namaste Care has a positive impact for the well-being of residents, family carers, and staff, because we have a lack of those specific data. So, which means that if we have two studies with the same results, but one study had 14 sessions per week and another 5, it's sometimes difficult to understand what is the right amount of sessions, what is the ideal amount of sessions, considering also the demands of the nursing homes. So I believe they gave me 20 minutes, I must have spoken for 6, but that's fine. The review was published this January, so this is the QR code, is open access. If you want to have a look, please do. Yeah, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Serena, and we all know how important it is to establish the evidence base, and especially as we develop interventions as well. And I think a lot of your findings, I think many of us would concur with, about the value of standardised training, and yet we need flexibility and we need to be able to adapt things as well. And the importance of involving family members and volunteers, and well done on the publication, Serena. Okay, I'm going to hand over to Rishi, if that's okay, and Rishi's going to talk us through the breakout sessions. Thank you, Rishi.
Thank you, Tony. That was a really nice session there. I really enjoyed that. So we're coming to one of the highlights of the day, actually, in my view. And each of you should be having a name badge, okay? And if you look at your name badge, anyone with a blue heart on your name badge, you are in group 1. And anybody with a purple heart, you are in group 2. And if, like me, you don't have a badge, or you don't have a heart, then come and see me, and we will help you. But anyone with a blue heart in group 1, if you look to the back of the room, my friend Jennifer, just give us a wave, Jennifer. She's here. She's been one of our amazing colleagues who've helped us today getting everything together. She's been such a fantastic help to us. Jennifer is going to lead group 1 down to the council buildings, where we are going to have the Namaste Care experience. And anyone with a purple heart, you can stay where you are and stay comfy, because we've got 2 fantastic speakers who are going to be speaking in this space. Please do not worry, do not try and colour in your hearts to change the colour just because you want to see Namaste experience, because we will be doing the reverse tomorrow. Everyone will get an opportunity to see both. You're not going to be missing anything. If you don't have a heart, you're in big trouble. Dr. Tony's there.
Yeah, sure. think all the EFs have blue cards.
Say what?
I think all the EFs have blue cards. Hey, great.
Oh no, I go over there and I think that when I go home that's it. See what researchers can say.
Oh, no, I'll go back. But we have a problem for tomorrow afternoon because our external facilities are already, we are flying already back to the Netherlands. And in the last part you had a family meeting vacation in Uganda. And also... yes. Yes.
Yeah.
But we are not there then anymore.
Okay. I didn't know that because the timetable was the timetable. You know, we used to give the timetable to the European Commission. And they have to see the signatures.
But we are in the morning there.
I know. Yeah. Okay.
So maybe we can
move.
Yeah,
You know?
or we sign that tomorrow morning. Yeah, 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock is your flight. So you can leave at 3.
Yeah, that is too late. We have
No,
to be
from Cork
2 hours.
Airport.
2 hours
Yeah,
before.
no. Cork is only 20 minutes. The airport is only 20 minutes from here.
And you don't need to stay the 2 hours before.
No, it's not a big international
And
airport. If it was Dublin, yes. Cork is as small.
Okay,
Yes,
then you,
yeah. So we can look at that.
maybe earlier, direct after the lunch. Is that possible?
We'll have a look to see if the time takes us to cover and so we can move things around. That's the best thing. Yeah.
Well, we go through this.
Yes.
No problem. I'm staying
I thought you were just telling me to go to. No, I think this is going to be Oh, okay. Okay, have a seat. Or you eat her.
Oh, you're not staying? You're forced to stay. Oh, right. Yes.
I'm Carmen McKenna. Okay, perfect, yeah. When the speakers are finished,
I'm just going to the restaurant. I'll be back.
you.
Okay, so we're now coming into our next section, and in a slight change to the programme, Emily Brown is going to appear first, and then we're going to hear from Martin in Singapore, who is joining us shortly. And in terms of the breakout, it's nice for people to go and experience Namaste, but at this moment we've got an audience of 50 people online, so there's still lots of people interested in listening. And if anyone in the room here wants to come forward and get a bit closer, please feel free. If you're happy where you are, as well stay where you are. But I have the pleasure now of introducing somebody very special to me and to Namaste. And she has played an essential role in her hospital trust at Medway Hospital in being the first named NHS Namaste practitioner. And this was a massive step forward for Namaste, because for the NHS to recognise Namaste in this way and to give Emily this title has been fantastic. And Emily's going to talk a little bit about her journey at Medway and how Namaste has made a difference on the palliative care wards. And you'll soon get to feel Emily's energy. She's got an amazing energy and enthusiasm. She's got the ability to inspire, and we love having her as one of our important colleagues at Namaste Care International. So, welcome, Emily Brown.
Hello. Yeah, so as Rishi said, my name is Emily Brown. I'm the Namaste practitioner at Medway Foundation Trust. I'm going to tell you about the journey of how we got it implemented in my hospital. And if any of you here are online work in a hospital, I strongly encourage you to embed it in your trust, because the things that we're doing at Medway it's unmeasurable. So why did we decide to introduce Namaste Care into the hospital? We found that during a pilot in 2020 on an elderly ward, that we were really great at looking after our patients medically, but we were missing something spiritually. So when our patients with dementia, they can have moments where they're really upset or agitated, and unfortunately in a hospital setting it's really easy for them to withdraw because there's so much going on, it's so unfamiliar. With Namaste Care, I'm able to dedicate some quality time to these patients, fully absorb into their world, and because of that, they come out of themselves and they're not just a patient in bed 9. That's John, who has 6 kids and was a postman and is an avid sailor and is scared of spiders. So it's humanising the NHS again. So I share, so I'm just going to have a bit of water. So I'm really lucky and I work really close with a wonderful team at Medway, the hospital palliative care team and the end-of-life team. I share the same referral system with them, and what happens is anyone in the hospital, from housekeeping to a consultant, can refer a patient to me. I then will assess that patient and then go and visit them on the ward and assess that way. I'll always introduce myself, and something that I really make sure I do is I ask the person if I can spend time with them. They're in hospital and they have no control, so it's really important to give some control back. If they're non-verbal, for whatever reason, they may be end of life, they may be really far in their dementia, we have a thing called a This Is Me form, which the family fill in, which can tell me about them, or I'll ask the next of kin. So some really exciting stuff happened at the hospital. With support from the hospital charity, I was able to open up 2 namaste rooms on a hospital ward. So they're on Byron Ward and Tennyson Ward, which are frailty wards. And as you can see in the picture, it's a homely environment. There's no machines for blood pressures. There's no nurses running around. There's no chaos. It's really calming. So we have a sofa. You can see in the picture that I have individual coloured blankets to welcome you in. We have a humidifier, a waterfall, and an old record player. Even when I'm not there, the staff are so in love with Namaste that they use it for patients anyway. And I walked in the room the other day and there was this elderly lady who has dementia and she hasn't been eating and drinking very much, but her daughter took her into the Namaste room. They both had their feet up and were cheersing a cup of tea. So that was, wonderful being able to do that. So I'm sure you will recognise the pictures on the right, on the left, sorry. In hospitals, like I said, if they're not being stimulated, they do shut down and they do withdraw. If any of us are not being stimulated, we sort of go into ourselves. Just using a loving touch makes the world of difference. I've had patients that have been referred to me, one lady comes to mind, she was referred to me by the physios. She came in mobile, she was suddenly leg bound, she wasn't talking, she wasn't eating and drinking. After her first Namaste session, she had 400 millilitres of cranberry, and then she got in a wheelchair. I consistently saw her 3 times a week for 6 weeks, and because of Namaste care, she was discharged to an appropriate home. She was mobile and she was communicating. So, something that we're doing at Midway is Joyce created Namaste Care for people living with dementia and those at the end of life. But with Joyce's permission, since bringing it to Medway, a big chunk of my patients are palliative. So they get referred to me when treatment's no longer working and they are going to die. And as we've already said today, we don't talk about death enough. It's very doom and gloom. Because I'm non-clinical, I get the chance to build up this really wonderful rapport with our patients. I don't have to talk to them about their diagnosis and prognosis. I use a loving touch, and that breaks down the wall. And then all of a sudden, they're able to tell me the things that they can't tell their loved ones, and we talk through the process. So this was a wonderful man. He's sadly passed now. He's 60 years old, and his best friend was his 7-year-old grandson. And I said to him, what can I do for you? This was after 3 weeks of knowing him. He said, I just want to watch a Harry Potter film with my grandson. I said, okay. So rather than just doing it in his side room, I thought, right, what would Joyce do? So the ward gave me permission to use the side room, and I created a Harry Potter themed room, and I surprised him and his grandson. They came in, staff were wonderful and supported me with this, but they came in and they watched 3 Harry Potter films together, and then 2 weeks later he died. And his wife reached out and said that time that he got to have with his grandson meant the world, because he wasn't a cancer patient on the ward deteriorating. He was with his best mate watching Harry Potter. They were having wands, they ate their favourite sweets, and we were able to give him that because of Namaste Care. So here's just a little video. You might have to tilt your head a bit because I'll turn the camera. So I tried to make the ceiling look like the Great Hall. So this was another one of my palliative patients. He was 30 years old and he had a really rare cancer. He got on a very brave face, and over the last 3 months, because of Namaste Care, I got to know him for him, he got to know me for me. And because of that, he felt safe, and he told me, Emily, I don't need any more treatment. I'm done. I don't know how to tell my family. And I said, that's really brave of you. We can fully support you through that. And we had a really good conversation, and he got things off his chest, and he looked lighter for that. And I said to him, what's one thing I can do to make you happy in this moment? And he said, I really want a takeaway from my favourite Thai restaurant with my wife. I said, okay. So I called the Thai restaurant, I explained the situation, not in too much detail, and the manager said, please let me help. So I turned the side room on the cancer ward into this restaurant, as you can see, and the staff from his favourite Thai restaurant came in and served him and his wife as if they were at their restaurant. They had traditional Thai wine. No staff were allowed in there. We got the patient into a suitable wheelchair, and it was just him and his wife for 3 hours. There was no cancer involved. We were able to give them that moment back because of Namaste. And in a hospital, we're so busy with the paperwork and the clinical side of things that's so important that we sometimes forget the people behind the paperwork are human. Just a little video of him. And Alex. And he didn't have any idea, but I also bought some flowers for him to give to his wife on the date night, so I pulled it behind the chair, and she was really moved by that. Something else I've done at the Trust, we've done a 1950s summer party for our patients living with dementia. So we planned it a couple of months in advance, close to the time we gave out invites to relatives, so they came down with their loved ones, staff canteen, we had a DJ bingo, mocktails, food, and it was an afternoon enjoyed by all. And again, our patients got a moment to not be a patient and just to socialise. This is some feedback I've had from relatives, staff and family. As you can see, spiritual, helpful, holistic. It sounds so simple, doesn't it? But when you're sad or upset or frightened, if someone hugs you or holds your hand and tells you it's going to be okay, it makes all the difference. It's the same for our patients. With our end-of-life patients, they get what we call terminal agitation. And the first thing that we would normally do is go to the crisis nurse because we want them to have a peaceful death. But when they're having a Namaste session, they're not technically always needing the crisis nurse. So I'm holding their hand, I'm reassuring them they're safe, they're loved. This is normal for the dying process, and you can do so well with it. And I'll play them their favourite music. I'll do mouth care with whatever they love to drink. That could be vodka, Guinness, tea, coffee, and it brings family comfort. So families, I'll go into a room, there's their loved ones dying, the bed guards are open, no one really knows what to do. I come in and introduce myself, and I go, tell me about Mum. And then the children start laughing. Do you remember when Mum went to Christmas dinner that year and she got really... And then there's laughter in the room. And then I'm massaging Mum's hand, and I go, do you want to have a go? And then they're lovingly, holding their mum, and Mum just really relaxes. You see her body relax. And she dies hearing her children laugh, being touched lovingly, and it just makes a world of difference. A couple of weeks ago, I sadly lost my nan, and it was really strange because I've been on the other side of it, you have to be professional, and there was my nan dying in bed, and my family not really knowing what to do. So I pulled some things out of my bag, and I started to massage Nan, and I said to my dad, it's a really funny story about Nan. And the whole room changed. My nan relaxed, my auntie and my dad were on the bed with her, everyone is laughing. It was really embarrassing stories that I know my nan would be like, don't say anything. And then she died while we were laughing. She just slowed down and stopped. No pain medication, no crisis meds, she just slowed down. So I'm grateful for Namaste in so many ways. One, because it's making such an impact in my hospital. It's making such an impact on the staff because they get involved in a different way. They see the improvements. And it's made an impact for me and my family. What I'd love to do next, because I'm stubborn, I would love to see all NHSs have a Namaste practitioner. It does not cost a lot. I have the products that I've had for 2 years. Lavender oil will last you a long time. As long as it's wipeable, infection control, let you use it. So if anyone online or here is in the Trust, please feel free to get my details and we can get in contact. I've done a few training sessions at the hospital, which has gone really well. A lot of requests for more. And I'm reaching out to local care homes, and I've got a training day at the Wisdom Hospice in November to help their staff get it into their hospice. But yeah, I think that's. Oh, and then this is just a little thing that I have around the trust. So nobody dies in discomfort. Always treat with respect. Making family aware. Alternative therapy. Stimulate the senses. Together as a team, and every person matters. So yes, thank you.
I've just been getting my phone's just blowing up because apparently online you're getting fantastic love and response. So much love on Emily's sessions online, and so that's really, really lovely to see. I mean, you're the best, Emily. That's why we got you here. Those little moments, that hearing about the Thai restaurant date was absolutely awesome. It's those little magic moments that going that extra mile that makes so much difference to the people that we're supporting. And the funny thing is that when Joyce created Namaste in that veterans home in Vermont, she wasn't really thinking about cancer patients, but yet it can be applied, it can make a difference. And this is the exciting thing, that Namaste's evolved over these years, and it's almost become it's something on its own, and it can reach so many different people. And for me, looking ahead in the future, it's so exciting as to what an impact this could make in other areas, in other sectors, not just in elderly care, not just in palliative care, but Emily's already opening the door, and I think it's really exciting what we can do in the future and the positive difference we can make. So coming up next, we have our amazing champion from Singapore, Martin Ang Seng Hock, and he has worked hard in Singapore to spread the message of Namaste and has played a really important role. In fact, he's invited me and Joyce to carry out a webinar. I think it's going to be like 3 in the morning for Joyce and something like 1 for me, and so that's going to be an interesting one. But we're looking forward to talk to Singapore soon. So I'm going to hand over to Martin, who has prepared a presentation for us, and we're going to hear from him now.
Hello everyone, before I begin, let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Martin, and I am a nursing lecturer at the Singapore Institute of Technology. I would like to apologize that I couldn't be with you physically at the conference today due to the time difference and my teaching commitments. Nevertheless, it is an honor to be able to share my experience with you virtually here. Now, in my previous role as a healthcare leader in an aged care home, I implemented a modified Namaste care program tailored to the needs of seniors living with dementia or palliative care conditions. Now, in this session, I will walk you through how Asian cultural norms and Singapore's multicultural practices influence the way Namaste care is delivered in aged care facilities. By integrating cultural traditions into holistic dementia care, we can create meaningful and enriching experiences for the seniors. Now, I believe that the concept of Namaste care is not something entirely new to many of us here at this conference today. As you may know, that Namaste care is a program designed for people living with advanced dementia, particularly when verbal communication becomes limited or even absent. The essence of Namaste care lies in its focus on preserving dignity, fostering meaningful human connection, and engaging individuals through the senses. Now, this approach makes use of gentle touch, soothing music, familiar sense, and personalized activities to reach individuals at the different stages of life, where traditional forms of communications may not be possible. Importantly, Namaste care goes beyond just physical comfort. It nurtures emotional and spiritual well-being, helping to reduce distress and enhance quality of life, both for the persons with dementia and their families. So what makes Namaste Care especially relevant in our Singapore context is its adaptability to cultural and religious diversity. The elements of culture, traditions, and faith can be meaningfully woven into these sessions. For example, incorporating familiar musics that the patient likes, rituals or languages that resonates with the patients deeply while receiving care. By doing so, we are not only honoring their personal identity, but also strengthening the sense of belonging and respect in their final stages of life. Now, in a multicultural society like ours in Singapore, this becomes particularly powerful. It allows care to be more personalized in ways that goes beyond medical treatment, embracing the holistic needs of individuals and supporting families as they journey alongside with their loved ones. Now I'm going to share with you more about Asians' cultural norms in caregiving. Now in Asia, caregiving is deeply shaped by cultural traditions and values. One prominent example is filial piety, which remains a strong driving force in many Chinese families. Now this sense of duty emphasizes respect, responsibility and lifelong care for one's elders, and it profoundly influences the way families approach decisions around health and end-of-life care. Across different communities, we also see a strong emphasis of family involvement in healthcare decisions. This participation is not only a practical responsibility, but is also understood as an expression of love and devotion. By being actively engaged in decision making, families communicate their care and respect for their loved ones, while at the same time honoring the individual's own preferences, whether that involves acceptance, reluctance, even refusal of certain aspects of care. Now, the principles of Namaste Care, particularly its person-centered care approach, and its emphasis on dignity and its recognition of emotional and spiritual needs, are therefore highly congruent with how many Asian families perceive themselves as integral partners or members of the care team. Culture, values, and beliefs directly shape the way Namaste Care is received, interpreted, and practiced in different contexts. Now, this understanding highlights the importance of developing culturally congruent interventions and strategies in implementing Namaste Care. By paying attention to the nuances of diverse cultural practices, healthcare providers can better tailor the way care is delivered. Whether that involves integrating specific rituals, languages, musics, or other forms of touch that resonates with persons and their family. In doing so, Namaste Care does not just become an intervention, it evolves into a deeply personal and culturally meaningful experience that honors both the persons living with dementia or other palliative care conditions and the values of families supporting them. Before I delve into the multicultural practices in delivering Namaste Care in Singapore, let me first provide some context to our setting. Now, Singapore is uniquely defined by its rich diversity as a multi-ethnic society, where the Chinese community forms the majority, followed by the Malays, Indians, and other ethnic groups. Now, we are a nation that speaks multiple languages and celebrates a wide range of festivals, including Chinese New Year, Hari Raya, Deepavali, and Christmas. So the next question is, why cultural diversity matters in Singapore? In our aged care facilities, this diversity is reflected in the residents we care for, who come from varied ethnic and religious backgrounds. This reality highlights an important point where Namaste Care cannot take a one-size-fits-all approach. Instead, it must be thoughtfully adapted to respect and honor each individual's cultural identity, spiritual beliefs, and personal preferences. As I mentioned in the previous slides, Namaste Care emphasizes honoring the person's identity and respect their life story. Now, celebrating festivals familiar to residents in the aged care homes, like for example, Chinese New Year, Hari Raya, Deepavali, and Christmas, acknowledges their cultural and spiritual background, giving them a sense of belonging. Over here are some of the examples that we did in the aged care homes by introducing music, food, and decorations during various festive celebrations. These sensory experiences, which include smell, touch, sight, and sound, align well with Namaste's care emphasis on sensory stimulation for comfort and engagement. Now, festival celebrations create joy, comfort, and positive emotions. For residents with dementia or advanced illness, these familiar traditions can evoke memories, reduce agitations, and promote calm, which are also goals of Namaste Care. We also encourage family involvement, which provides natural opportunities for families and staff to come together, reinforcing social bonds and strengthening the patient support network as part of Namaste Care. Having said that here, both Namaste Care and festival celebrations are less about medical care and more about creating small but meaningful experiences that affirms dignity and personhood. Let me share with you an example of how Namaste Care was meaningfully integrated into a festival celebration in an aged care home. Now this is about Mr. Tan, an 82-year-old gentleman with advanced dementia. Mr. Tan is Chinese, and throughout his life, he has always enjoyed listening to traditional Chinese music and being reminded of the warmth of home festivities. Now, since Mr. Tan is staying in a shared cubicle with other seniors, a full Namaste Care program was not possible in this case. Therefore, we implemented a modified Namaste Care sessions. During Chinese New Year, his Namaste Care session was adapted to bring this sense of familiarity and comfort to him. His bedside was decorated with red lanterns, festive paper cuttings, and other traditional Chinese New Year decorations, which you can see over here as an example. Now, this created a homely and celebratory atmosphere that was deeply connected to his cultural identity. At that time, his family members were also invited to join these Namaste Care sessions during their visit. They participated by gently massaging his hands with a citrus-scented lotion, an activity that combines soothing touch with the uplifting fragrance often associated with the festivity and freshness. Now, in the background, we also play some traditional Chinese New Year music, which Mr. Tan likes. And we can see that he responded to with calmness and gentle smiles. These simple yet meaningful touches not only stimulated his senses, but also evoked memories of past celebrations, allowing him to feel dignified, connected, and joy despite his advanced illness. This example illustrates how integrating festival celebrations into Namaste Care can help residents like Mr. Tan to reconnect with their cultural roots, enhance emotional well-being, and create meaningful moments with his family. In the next slide, I'll be playing the traditional Chinese New Year music, and I hope you enjoy the music. In addition to cultural celebrations, Namaste Care can be enriched by recognizing spiritual and religious practices, which are deeply important for many residents in aged care. For some, this may mean using prayer beads, incense, hymns, or gentle chantings during their Namaste Care sessions to create a sense of sacred familiarity. Where possible, we can provide quiet reflections or meditation spaces, even if only at the bedside, to allow residents a moment of peace and connection. Equally important is respecting dietary traditions, particularly during festive times. For example, ensuring halal meals for Muslim residents during Ramadan, vegetarian meals for Hindu residents during certain holy days, or symbolic food items during Chinese New Year. Lastly, incorporating blessings or religious symbols such as a cross, quadratic verses, and a small diya lamps not only supports spiritual well-being, but also reinforces dignity These simple yet profound practices shows that Namaste Care is not only just about physical comfort, but about embracing the whole person's body, mind, and spirit within their cultural and religious context. In fact, there are additional meaningful activities that can be culturally woven into Namaste Care that we did in the aged care homes, which include the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life is a powerful universal symbol found in many cultures and religions around the world. It represents wholeness, interconnectedness, and the journey of life itself. If we think about its parts, the roots symbolize heritage and traditions. Just like roots anchor a tree, our cultural background grounds us, shaping our beliefs, practices, and sense of belonging. The trunk stands for strength and continuity. It reminds us of the resilience that carries a person through different stages of life, especially in the space of illness, aging, or change. And the branches symbolize growth, connections, and future generations. They remind us that even in later life, residents are still connected to family, community, and their cultural legacy, which continues to live on through those they have nurtured. In aged care, the Tree of Life is a meaningful way of understanding a resident's life story. It helps us see beyond their diagnosis, recognizing their values, traditions, and identity. When embedded into Namaste Care, the Tree of Life encourages us to care for the whole person, honoring where they come from, supporting who they are today, and valuing the connections they continue to hold for the future. These are some examples of the Tree of Life that the residents created in the nursing homes. Another activity that we implemented that brings cultural inclusivity to Namaste Care is the memory box. Now, memory boxes are a powerful tool that we think about embedding culture into Namaste Care. First, they reinforce cultural identity and belonging. The items placed inside a memory box, which include photographs, fabrics, religious symbols, traditional objects, music recordings, or even scents, reflect a person's unique cultural background. For residents living with dementia or those at the end of life, these objects create a stronger sense of continuity and belonging, even as their cognitive function declines. Second, memory boxes encourage storytelling and reminiscence across cultures. Every culture has its own ways of remembering and sharing stories. A memory box serves as a tangible prompt, helping to trigger memories that may be tied to cultural festivals, family rituals, or heritage practices. For example, a Chinese elder might treasure red envelopes or calligraphy brushes that reminds them of New Year Chinese New Year traditions. An Indian elder might keep prayer beads or Diwali decorations that connect them to their faith and family celebrations. Third, memory boxes support inclusive person-centered care. Namaste Care is about honoring the spirit within by incorporating multicultural practices into boxes. Care goes beyond meeting medical needs. It also respects spiritual, emotional, and cultural dimensions. Caregivers can use the items as a conversation starters, fostering cultural respect and enhancing meaningful connections. Finally, memory boxes act as a bridge for families and staff. Families can contribute culturally significant items, strengthening intergenerational bonds and offering staff valuable insights into the resident's life. For staff from different cultural backgrounds, these boxes provide a practical and respectful way to understand the traditions and values of those in their care. Together, these four aspects show how memory boxes can transform Namaste Care into an approach that truly honors diversity, identity, and connections. This is an example of the memory box that the residents did in my aged care home. Now, when we integrate culture into Namaste Care, the benefits extend beyond the individual residents to families and aged care community as a whole. First, it preserves cultural identity. By including familiar traditions, music, rituals, or festivals, we affirm the residents' dignity and honor the rich life stories that define who they are. Second, It enhances emotional well-being. Cultural cues such as familiar songs, scents, or decorations evoke cherished memories. This can reduce anxiety, promote calmness, and bring in moments of joy even for residents with advanced dementia. Third, it strengthens family involvement. Families often feel more connected when they see their loved ones' culture respected. Shared rituals, whether through prayers, hand massage, or festive celebrations, create opportunities for bonding and meaningful interactions. Finally, it promotes inclusivity in aged care. By acknowledging and celebrating cultural diversity, aged care homes becomes welcoming environments where every resident feels valued. Staff also gain cultural awareness, which improves overall care delivery. In short, culturally integrated Namaste Care transforms routine care into meaningful care, supporting the body, mind, and spirit in ways that resonates personally with each resident. While the benefits of culturally integrated Namaste Care are clear, there are also important challenges that we need to acknowledge. The first is to address diverse needs in multi-ethnic facilities. In a shared environment, residents may come from different cultural and religious backgrounds, so it can be difficult to balance rituals, music, or decorations without overwhelming the space or excluding others. Second, there is a need for staff training in cultural competence. Caregivers require not only clinical skills, but also cultural sensitivity, understanding traditions, festivals, and spiritual needs, and knowing how to respectfully incorporate them into Namaste Care sessions. Third, we must be careful to avoid cultural stereotyping. Not every Chinese resident enjoys live dance music, not every Malay resident wants prayer recitations, and not every Indian resident finds comfort in classical music. So care must remain person-centered, based on the individual's preferences and life story. Finally, there is the challenge of ensuring inclusivity for minority groups. In a diverse society, smaller ethnic or religious communities may sometimes be overlooked. It is important to ensure that their traditions and symbols are also recognized and valued in aged care settings. These challenges remind us that cultural integration in Namaste Care requires flexibility, sensitivity, and continuous learning, so that every resident feels respected and included. To conclude, Asian cultural values and Singapore's rich multiculturalism brings unique opportunities to enhance Namaste Care. By incorporating traditions, rituals, and festivals, we help residents feel recognized and valued. Before I end these sessions, I would like to share with you a quote that I heard from someone, and I would love to share with you, which is, culture is not an addition to care, it is care. And I hope you enjoyed these presentations, and I look forward to seeing you in the near future. Thank you very much, and Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Martin. That was really interesting, and thank you for taking the time to get that ready for us. Martin will be joining us later on Teams, so when the other group return, perhaps at the end of the day, we'll have an opportunity for questions for Martin or Emily or Serena, Isabel, Charlie, any of the speakers. We'll be really happy to take questions at the end. So I think, guys, we'll just have a little pause here and have a comfort break, grab a drink, whatever you need. We'll just wait for the other group to come and join us, and then we will be going to the last section today.
Tony, up in here. Come on. He's our hero.
Before me,
One more. Thank you. So
Thank you.
We're on, it doesn't help, but we're not in the best time.
really putting dementia in that sphere of being very important in terms of having a palliative care approach. And the EAPC, so the European Association of Palliative Care, very much recognise that and recognise the need to change the narrative around it. Because of course with it will come additional supports and provisions of care if we can take that palliative care perspective to end-of-life care in dementia. And they identified 11 recommendations in a white paper that they published in 2014. And these are the optimal kind of palliative care approach in terms of for older persons with dementia. And they identified what's important. Okay, so the applicability of palliative care, that's what's important. Making it applicable, making it central to this. Person-centred care is important. Setting goals, continuity of care. Avoiding overly aggressive and burdensome or futile treatments is important. The family care and involvement is really important. And we know a lot of these stuff, but to have a white paper stating yes, that this is what we believe are the recommendations around this is very important, and particularly from the European Association of Palliative Care. So roll on, 10 years later, they developed a palliative care goals model for people with dementia and their families. So bringing that central family unit into the fore. And this again was a Delphi study done across 33 countries. And what you can see here is that as the person with dementia moves towards that end-of-life period, the control over function being maintained and the importance around that reduces. But what becomes really important is ensuring comfort and ensuring that we protect identity and personhood is respected. Because as the person's capacity to be able to do that reduces, that's where we need to increase our role with the family in supporting those two areas, comfort and identity. And that's exactly where we've situated the In Touch project in terms of what we're trying to do and what we're trying to measure and improve as well. So I suppose there's kind of the three circles, I'm sticking with the three C's, so care planning, connection and comfort. And within the In Touch project we have a real focus on care planning. And it's care planning with families, it's care planning with staff, but it's care planning for in-the-moment care to improve comfort and connection with the resident, and it's care planning for the future in order to support the will and preference around end-of-life decision making that we know is so important to maintain and preserve. Okay, so they're kind of the three areas that we're looking at, and as we said, like central to this really is fostering that family and staff partnership in the shared decision making in the moment and in the future as well. So how do we know what we're going to do is going to work? What's already been done out there? And so we as a large consortium have worked across both Namaste as an intervention for people with advanced dementia in care homes, and we've worked with the Family Carers Decisional Support Intervention, which is focused on advanced dementia in care homes. And it's with the same population, with the same focus, and actually, are these interventions complementary? Can they be brought together? Where's the intersection in order to have them under the umbrella of a model of care? That this approach is actually going to be connected and ensure that the staff are actually aligning to a model of care that we know is person-centred and palliative care approach. So with Namaste, and our colleague Serena Salvi is going to talk to you about that first paper that you see there. I think you're after me, or yeah, this afternoon. And Sylvia pulled together all of the evidence around the projects that have been done across the globe in terms of those outcomes that Joyce, you spoke about that are really important and what we're seeing. Where's the evidence? Where's the impact? Some of it is through qualitative, some is through quantitative, some of it is through smaller trials. But we've pulled that evidence together, and we can say that Namaste does support those moments of connection. It does support staff to deliver comfort care skills, to deliver a person-centred care approach. And what we found with the Family Carers Decisional Support Intervention, which is a complete mouthful, so we umbrella it under the My Support study, we found that with this study, when we implemented it into nursing homes, it builds staff confidence around planning for comfort care. It builds connections between staff and family in talking about future care planning for the person with advanced dementia. And it also supports families to become prepared as to what that end-of-life period may look like. Okay? So we know that these two areas are working very much around those care planning, comfort and connection circles. So the majority of you know, in terms of the Namaste, the core components around this intervention. But I just wanted to show you this today, just to show you the different elements that are present within the Namaste care approach, and how we have found where the intersection between that family care's decision and support intervention and Namaste is. Okay? So we know it's honouring the spirit within, having the presence of others around us, the importance of that life story so that we're really connecting to the person themselves, the sensory stimulation, enabling people to be themselves and be in that moment, meaningful activities, comfort and pain management, as we said, and then food, treats and hydration. But we know a core element of Namaste is also that family meeting, yeah? But that family meeting tends to centre very much on their life story and trying to make sure that we're, engaging in that person and helping to highlight that personhood. But what we thought would be really useful is to maximise that family interaction, to maximise that family engagement, and doing that through bringing in the family carers decision and support intervention. So not only will the family meeting be about co-designing those personalised multisensory activities, but it's also about supporting and preparing the family in terms of what advanced dementia will look like, what that trajectory is, and how best they can engage with the staff in the home and support this programme. So we have a comfort care booklet which we provide to families, and it talks about advanced dementia, it talks about the language of palliative care, person-centred care, and it really brings the family through that journey together. Some would couch it under advanced care planning. We know that it supports the reduction in decision and conflict, but it really helps the family to buy into that comfort care approach, and that the palliative care approach in terms of we're doing lots, and there's lots we can do, rather than we're not hospitalising, we're not providing CPR, we're not, it's more of a, this is what we actually are doing and can provide. And of course we train staff then in relation to conducting those family meetings as well. So that's where the key emphasis in terms of the family meeting aspect is. So you can see it comes together in terms of the family care decision and support piece is focused on providing excellent support to plan for future care with that comfort care approach. And the Namaste piece is about providing excellent care in the moment that has a comfort care approach. So you can see how they marry quite well together to give staff that real toolkit of strategies to provide person-centred palliative care in the most holistic way. And so this is quite a mouthful of a diagram. I've only 5 minutes left. See, I said I would claw back 5 minutes, but now I think I'm going to push out 5 minutes. So I won't go into detail in this, but I think, when you listen to Joyce in terms of where all of this started and the camp, and when we track it all through, and we now map it to conceptual frameworks, and we map it to logic models, and we bring the science in behind it, it just really exemplifies and puts the rigour behind exactly what it is that we're trying to achieve. And you can see this model here is a person-centred palliative care model that has been published. And what we did was we mapped core elements of Namaste to it. And as you can see in the green, the majority of what we're doing, those core elements of Namaste, really feed into that person-centred palliative care model. But that one area that we felt needed to be emphasised was around the self-determination, and that's where the family carer's decision and support piece comes in to complete the wheel. So we're providing that complete wheel and that model to service providers. So I won't go into huge detail here, but I did just want to show you that we've confidence in terms of what we're going to do and how we know it's going to work, because we've developed a roadmap. And some of you might be quite familiar with the logic model. And we have developed the logic model in conjunction with our care partners, who are family members of people living with advanced dementia, who are helping us with this project. And they're helping us to identify what are the key elements that we need to be looking at, together with the literature and all experts in the area. So we developed this roadmap to say, what's going into this In Touch programme, what are we going to do in the programme, and what do we expect to see, okay? And that's been our guiding light. So I won't go through the details in terms of how we developed it, but this is the huge model that you can see in front of you. But the yellow, as I said, are the inputs. So we're quite confident we're putting in that evidence-based framework for person-centred palliative care that we mapped. We're putting in resources such as human resources, education, finances, and then the green are the activities that we're doing, which are all mapped to the Namaste plus the family carers decisional support intervention piece. And then the outcomes. So what do we expect to see in the short, medium, and long term? And I'm not going to go through them all, but you can see their staff outcomes, so improving their capabilities, their confidence in the area, increasing their competence in dementia palliative care. What's there for the resident? We're trying to increase their comfort, decrease their pain, decrease infections, etc. Improve their social engagement and connection. And we're also trying to improve family outcomes around satisfaction and feeling connected to the care home. So we've been measuring all of these things in the short, medium and long term. But as you can see in the long term, what we're trying to achieve is this becoming normalised in practice and in the care homes that we engage with. So I won't go through all of the different elements of the intervention, but what I did want to do was just show you the project map. I put a little bit of action in here because I know I'm very conscious of being followed up by an Ironman. Is that right? Yeah, so put some activity in here. So in terms of our map, as I said, phase 1 is our intervention development piece, where we've been adapting the materials. This project is happening across 7 different countries, so Portugal, Czech Republic, Italy. So we're adapting all of these things where maybe Namaste has never even been heard of. Your program is just not being adapted to there yet. So we're adapting the materials. So there's some beautiful work that has been done by our colleagues in Lancaster University. We're co-designing our education and training and setting up a community of practice right across the care homes that are involved in the trial. And we're training and educating our external facilitators for the implementation phase here in UCC this week. We'll be enrolling 56 nursing homes across the 7 countries and measuring those outcomes that I mentioned earlier. We'll be educating, I won't say training, because Joyce is going to go to with that, 150 staff across those care homes, and providing the daily intervention to 140 people with advanced dementia. And then following them up for 12 months throughout that process, measuring the effectiveness and exploring the resident, staff and experience of the family to see where is it working really well, how is it working so well there, what can we bring then forward into guidelines that we can present at European level to say this needs to be everyday practice. And so that's just the phase 3 part, so we're a couple of years out from that yet, but really looking as well at what's cost effective. Joyce, you mentioned that earlier as well. We are looking at the economics behind this too, because it needs to be something that's viable and feasible to implement into practice. So my last slide really, that's what we're hoping to achieve. We're hoping to bring families and staff together, help staff give better care, build strong evidence to influence policy, and to increase the quality of life of people with dementia, so bridging that theory practice gap that we spoke about at the start. And so I do have this last picture here, and it's about not assuming the loss of selfhood with advanced dementia, because that would imply that there is no affordance to human dignity in treating those who are cognitively impaired. It is essential, when we look back to that model, that we protect that identity and protect that personhood right at the end. And this is actually a picture of my own grandmother, who was in a nursing home for over 10 years. She had Parkinson's disease dementia, but I have fond memories of the staff and us as family making sure that that personhood and identity was maintained right through the end. And unlike you rocking your grey hair, Joyce, my grandmother did not want to go grey. So her hair was dyed right up to the end, and she always had her flower and she always had her fashion. So maintaining that personhood is so essential. So I'm going to go back to the last quote that we always see in terms of cure sometimes, treat often, and comfort always. And I'm suggesting an extension to that in terms of cure sometimes, treat often, comfort always, and connect in a way that honours the person's identity and dignity. So I think, Joyce, you need to have a campaign around that in order to bring it forward. And these are our project partners, so if you want to reach out to us, please do, and these are some of our contact details. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nicola. That was really interesting, and for us, it's such important work, sometimes to convince the powers that be that they must take really makes a difference. To chair this morning's session today, we have the amazing Helen Brennan, who's going to be chairing today. And without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Helen to introduce our first speaker.
Thank you, Rishi. Good morning, everybody. It's so nice to see you all this morning. Thank you, Joyce, for your vision. I just want to say that as a person with Alzheimer's. It's been amazing. And Rishi, thank you for taking up the mantle, and everybody else that did. So thank you to Christina and all of you that are here. And thank you to Nicola and Ireland for inviting me. So I hope you enjoyed yesterday's session. And you came into today, I'd say with a bit less energy now. But there's lots of tea and coffee, so at least that'll lift your spirits. The theme for today is skills, practice and purpose. Living with Alzheimer's, I can tell you that purpose is not something abstract. It is what gets me up every morning, what gives shape and meaning to my days, and to the days of my dog, Lexi. Skills and practice are what turn good intentions into real change. And when they come together, they allow me not just to live longer, but to live better with joy and connection. When I speak about sense of purpose, this truly sums it up. On my last visit here to Cork, there was a conversation about public patient involvement, or public person involvement, PPI, as it's well known, and a call out from Sharon, to whom I gave my name. I gave my name, and I was delighted, because I believe that there is not one piece of research for any cohort of people that should not include the voice of the patient or person, or their care. So it's vital I say that because I think it's really important. So as I said, I was delighted because nothing about us without us. So on that note, we begin with Venus, who will speak on embedding Nana's care and spiritual end-of-life care. Nana's is all about gentleness, as we so heard yesterday, presence and dignity. Venus will remind us that spiritual care is not about doctrine, but about presence, being there for someone in the most tender moments of their lives. Thank you, Venus.
Thank you, Helen, and appreciate it. I'm so grateful to be here from Hong Kong to Cork, Ireland. This is my first time to be here. And with the nice weather, live music before the conference is very amazing. And the most important is that I can learn from you, or I can see your dedication on Namaste Care. So before going to share our works, I would picture the landscape of aging populations and Hong Kong residential care. For the number of people aged 65 and above in 2023 is about 1.68 million, accounting for 22.4% of the total population. Actually, this figure is projected to reach 2.3 million by 2033 in Hong Kong.
Both the government and private sectors provide various types of residential care service for the elderly. Now there are around 17,000 people waiting for the subsidized residential care. In general, we have many pain points in residential care service, such as institutionalization, lack of individualized care, severe restraint use, etc. Last year, Hong Kong government made changes to support the people with terminal illness to pass away in their care homes instead of hospitals. This change promotes a more compassionate, person-centered approach to end-of-life care in line with the global trends in palliative care. Our organization is a self-financing and Christian-based organization with an aged care complex. We have over 120 years of history and extensive service experience in caring the elderly with different needs. We offer over 200 places to the elderly. We have residential care, transitional care, and spiritual end-of-life care, and as well as dementia care service. Even recently, we are expanding to the community care. We have 50% of people with early to moderate grade dementia, around 30% people with terminal illness, and the rest of the people as with the different needs. We are committed to delivering high quality care for the elderly and their families, to care for their soul and honor each person's dignity. Facing the policy changes and the evolving needs of the elderly, since 2020, our organization has elevated our service to provide high-quality spiritual care and end-of-life care. This vision is achieved by transforming the care model, enhancing the staff capacity in end-of-life care, strengthening the collaboration with different stakeholders, hospitals, churches, outreaching teams, and initiating the advanced care planning discussion, promote the advanced directives awareness, and providing the bereavement and post-death support for the families. This is our transformational spiritual end-of-life caring journey. We want to make everything in the spiritual care, from loss to love, from fear to hope. And I'm pleased to share our transformation process in these few years. So, while we get started, our spiritual end-of-life care service featuring Namaste Care program. Firstly, we care for the holistic needs of the patients, of the persons, recognizing that the suffering involves different kind of needs, especially spiritual, psychological, social, and physical pain. By understanding total pain concept, which includes these sufferings, we aim to provide compassionate support that honors every person's dignity and helps them to find the meaning and purpose at the end of life. So, why we put spirituality in our first priority of concern in our end-of-life care service? WHO has underlined the value of spirituality and highlight it as an essential aspect of life and health. And for every person, we have holistic care needs, including spiritual needs. Briefly, what is spirituality? The word spirit originates from the Latin spiritus, meaning soul, courage, vigor, and breath. Spirituality is the essence of a person's self-awareness and inner strength, allowing them to transcend their ordinary self and connect with a deeper sense of purpose and meaning. While spiritual care is often seen as the overarching term that includes religious, pastoral, and spiritual support, right? But spirituality, in essence, is a way of being in the world through which individuals genuinely experience a sense of meaning, purpose, connectedness to others and higher power or nature, and actually their true selves. Hey, I'm Chinese, right? So I need to explain why Chinese and the spirituality is here. In traditional Chinese thought, humans are viewed as an integrated beings composed of body, the vital energy, Jing, Qi, and spirit. The various expressions related to traditional Chinese views of the human being, such as the descriptions of mental states like vitality, spirit, soul, body, and consciousness, that have rooted in the harmony of yin and yang. Nurturing qi, like the essence and spirit, Jing Chen, is essential for the well-being and longevity. It emphasizes the interconnectedness of physical, mental, and spiritual aspects as unified whole. In Hong Kong, we have one study that interviewed the people with terminal illness. They revealed that spirituality is a deeply personal and multidimensional concept linked to meaning, purpose, and connectedness. The patients see acceptance of death and letting go as the pathways to peace, finding inner well-being through faith, relationships, and reflection on responsibility. While they did not expect nurses to provide spiritual care, but compassionate and respectful interpersonal relationships interactions significantly support their spiritual needs and foster hope and acceptance. In overall, creating a loving, understanding environment can enhance the spiritual well-being of the dying individuals, allowing them to experience love, value, and healing even in the face of their mortality. Based on our Chinese perspectives, Professor Simon Guan from Hong Kong has enriched a holistic approach to embodied spirituality. It's emphasized integrating the body and sensory experience into spiritual practice. By engaging bodily sensations, emotions, and actions such as touch, smell, cooking, or gardening, every individual can deepen their spiritual connections. That is the model of self, nature, environment, and people connected together. The technique like embodied empathy and interaffectivity foster authentic relationships and understanding of I and thou relationship, allowing the spirituality to be expressed and experienced through physical presence and sensory awareness. This approach highlights the power of sensory experience to evoke spiritual feelings and facilitate meaningful embodied connections, enabling the people to feel a sense of freedom, spontaneity, ease, naturalness, and comfort. So, building on Professor Guan's advice, enriching embodied spirituality involves engaging with nature, environmental sensory stimulations, touch, loving embrace, massage, and creating a comfortable environment. These methods help people to sense their beings and actions in the presence through interaffective relational empathy, all without hurry. That Joyce always says that. In this context, integrating Namaste care programs into this holistic approach aligns seamlessly, as it provides a supportive space with multisensory stimulation, compassionate presence, and empathetic connection. It enables every individual to transcend laws and their disabilities to seek the ultimate meaning, wisdom, and inherit legacies, even develop or redevelop the relationship with God or the other, and embrace hope. So, how to view the person with spiritual well-being? It is seen as someone actively engaged in connecting with the presence, their inner self, others, nature, and the divine. This process involves seeking inner peace, cultivating hope, maintaining social relationships, and exploring meaning and purpose, often through embodied and sensory experiences that foster authentic connections. The person develops the capacity to transcend the laws, cope with the emotions, and experience the sense of being valued and dignified. Embodied spirituality is enriched through sensory stimulations, relational empathy, and practice like Namaste Care, which serves as a pathway to deepen these connections, to find comfort and realize spiritual potential. So this holistic approach highlights that spiritual well-being can encompass in a harmony, meaningful relationship, and transcendence, enabling everyone to navigate the life challenges with resilience, hope, and purpose, leading to the sense of freedom, ease, and comfort. So how do we cultivate spiritual end-of-life care culture with Namaste Care in our house? From these 4 areas. The first is organizational leadership. Organizational leadership is very essential to embed spiritual care within the Namaste Care framework. Leaders can promote a culture that values holistic, person-centered approach by providing the staff training, establishing the policy that prioritizing spiritual well-being, and ensuring resources are available. Leadership also encourages staff to approach care with compassion, patience, and openness to spiritual connections. Supporting spiritual end-of-life care involves these 2: software support and hard resources. Software includes assessing and strengthening the workforce through training and building a committed and compassionate team. Hardware involves integrating Namaste Care into the strategy in creating peaceful spaces like Namaste Care room and prayer areas, and set up the accessible technology to enhance the connection and comfort for the people with terminal illness. Firstly, we assessed our workforce commitment, their positive strengths and resources through the following methods, like reinforcing the core messages, communication from bottom up, face-to-face direct communication, engaging them in the creative care programs to know themselves, and consultation with the leadership team always. And develop the positive workforce for spiritual end-of-life care by enhancing their professional knowledge, reaffirming the mission and culture of spiritual care, and supporting their self-awareness and commitment to compassionate practice. However, building the workforce for the care of the soul, not just our spiritual care team, but also getting all different stakeholders such as hospitals, churches, institutions, relatives, the family members, the friends, and spiritual care volunteers together. Conversely, we keep enhancing the team's professional competence and interprofessional knowledge and skills. Starting with self-awareness, this approach helps our team to care of their souls and reflect on their mission and navigate the journey of life and death with more compassion and understanding. Continuous training focused on Namaste Care helps people, help my team to embrace the value of life, honor the spirit within, and foster the compassionate and respectful end-of-life care. Also, the hands-on skills like person-centered care training, use of smart toilets, transfer skills. And in order to facilitate the staff to bring about meaningful changes and make a difference through at their work, we organize many innovative and creative care training, empower them to deliver to the personalized end-of-life care. And to prevent their burnout and cultivate the mission-driven career, We also provide a series of training sections focusing on self-reflection, spiritual care, emotional resilience, supporting their overall well-being and nurturing their inner being. These are all our training themes in our house. And actually, we are facing a staff shortage. Yes, actually, this is a phenomenon in the world, right? To recruit more new staff and sustain our workforce, particularly our frontline care staff, we renamed their roles from care workers to spiritual care workers, aligning with our mission and vision. Our recruiting and selection process focus on attracting and choosing the person who demonstrate their empathy, genuine care, and the ability to connect appropriately with the elderly. From orientation to ongoing mutual support, we foster the environment of trust and openness by assigning the spiritual care workers to care for specific groups of the elderly, providing one-on-one coaching, group supervision, and regular performance review. This approach helps us to build strong relationships, enhance their skills, and promote a supportive network culture dedicated to compassionate care. Yeah, here are the internal training and the spiritual care volunteer training as well. So, incorporate Namaste Care into our overall strategy to foster spiritual end-of-life care. We need to provide a caring presence and engagement with different needs. We provide a comfortable environment and the presence to support and empower the elderly in discovering the meaningful aspects of life. We set up the peaceful sanctuary and sacred space like Namaste Care Room and Bedside Namaste Care, assembly hall and prayer rooms for the elderly. Here is our Namaste Care Room. And we have Namaste Care Bag and Namaste Care carts. We can bring the bag or the cart to the floor, to their rooms to care the people with terminal illness. Through the caring presence and engagement of religious rituals, it helps people to develop or redevelop the relationship with God as well, and providing the physical space for the patients to engage in religious activities. These are the activities, our programs to promote spiritual care, to aim at developing the relationship with God or record the divine power. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We have praising team, Bible teaching on the bed, and we designed the vegetarian-friendly catering meal for the Buddhist, pastoral care, fellowship, and church visits. We also identify the spiritual care teams and enhance their spiritual awareness through understanding their own religion, spirituality, and diverse range of spiritual experience and expression, and helps our team to be able to enter the conversation to share the life meaning with the person with terminal illness, and incorporate spirituality into their roles and functions, and providing the compassionate partnership and know their spiritual needs. And through listening to the patient life story, we aim to foster the interpersonal connections to support the people to seek their ultimate meaning and wisdom in inherit their legacies. We set up the technology and communication infrastructure for elderly's accessibility and connection to others. You can see the smart table here, the musical technology, and the robot in our house. And we focus on many family engagement, use of technology to connect the elderly and their family as well. And we organize different activities to fulfill the wishes of the elderly before their death. And the life celebration is a very heartfelt connections between her friends, their friends, and families get together before the death. Another area, we need to identify the meeting their spiritual needs. How can we do it? Listening to their stories. We focus on knowing self, knowing me through advanced care planning. We have our advanced care planning booklets from admission. We open the dialogue to discuss, to learn and know more about the people themselves, about their thoughts and feelings with family members, recording their preferences, their wishes and thoughts, and customizing their own care plan and fulfilling their wishes. And recently, we incorporate Fikr as our spiritual assessment to learn more about their spiritual resources and spiritual needs. Also, apart from knowing self, we need to restructuring our daily programs with more Namaste Care components. This is the original Namaste Care formats for us. However, in Hong Kong, we transcend the routine from indoor to outdoor, from outside to outside. You can see from 7 a.m., we have self-care with soft music and prayer meeting, Namaste Care service until the evening. And identify and meeting the spiritual needs, we need to provide different needs and provide a physical space for patients to engage different activities. We bring Namaste Care to the death, like before the death, in the dying process, we share our gospel with the elderly and even their families. Yes, this is our pieces that I would love to share with you. and enabling spiritual expressions through the environment, multimodal arts, multi-sensory experience, and the mindful attitude of spiritual care teams is also essential to support the elderly in enjoying their later years. Our program featured based on the principle of Namaste Care, different ways to provide physical comfort and care, relieving the pain, holding hands, loving touch approach to support the elderly. And we have many sensory experience related to the pleasant smells, the planting activities to help the individuals with terminal illness to enjoy their favorite scents and tastes, stimulating their interest and evoking the memories of past life memories, and engaging the sense and enhancing the aesthetic appreciation. And through the dance, music, and catering various moods and preferences. And especially we provide the therapeutic food for the people, for the elderly, because we focus on their cultural significance, and we identify food can be the signs, can be the very good connection, the emotional connections, healing, and mindfulness thing to connect themselves. And we cannot forget the street food in Hong Kong as well. As time is running out, actually, these few years we have evaluated our service with Namaste Care programs, but I have no time to talk. So, but this is the key findings of the spiritual end of life care service. Professor Amy Chow at Hong Kong U team, they find that food and appetite are very essential to every person with terminal illness, especially when they cannot sense and taste every favorable experience, but food can provide. So this is after the thematic analysis, they find that food can help to nourish their spiritual soul. And we have the results for caregivers and the staff as well. So recently, we mobilized more spiritual care volunteers, organizations, churches, and different teams to get together to promote Namaste Care, to serve the elderly with terminal illness and advanced dementia in the community. We create many beautiful moments, and we share our works with Taiwan's team as well. And actually, we will have a seminar talking about Namaste Care in Chinese culture in the midst of October. If you are interested in joining us, please feel free to let me know. So, my last but not least reminder for us, together we can co-create the world where every single elderly finds purpose in living, loving, and loving until their last breath. Thank you.
What an inspiring way to start the day, guys. Wasn't it absolutely so beautiful and calming? Would you like to introduce Michael? I just want to say that, I think that it's always great to have another voice and thoughts on dementia. So over to you to introduce Michael. We're sharing this job, you see.
Yeah, we're doing it together. I'm your sidekick now, but you have to take me around everywhere.
Carmen would be very disappointed.
Yeah, okay. I think that was, I hope everyone enjoyed Lisa's presentation there. I think you can see she's a force, an amazing lady. And when Joyce and I went to Hong Kong with Sarah, it was amazing. Spiritual care workers, what a great concept, renaming care workers spiritual care workers. It just gives that depth, that quality. Who's speaking next to you? Touching the the solar element, which is so exciting. So up next, we have somebody who's joined us all the way from around the world. He's from America, but he was in Australia, and then he went to Vietnam and joined us here in Cork. And he's a very special friend of mine, and I've spent lots of time with him over the years. And both Michael and Joyce have played a really important role in shaping my direction of travel. And we're very, very fortunate today to have the amazing Michael Bailey to speak with us. Michael.
Thank you. Thank you, Rich. Do I need a handheld?
Do you want a handheld?
Yeah. Can we get the first slide on that has the 1 through 7?
Just get me to switch this on.
I mean, I can use this if it projects. You think it'll work?
No, I think we'll be alright with this. You keep that on.
Keep it on?
Because that's for the camera.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That's just for
Right. Okay. Mic test.
Yeah.
Let's go to the next slide. Great. Thanks. And we can just fill the screen with that. Be great. Yeah, the next guy. I think that's it. That's good. Okay. Thank you, everybody. It's my second day in Ireland. I walked around last night and saw things that I hadn't seen ever, including a place where you can throw axes. Is that a real place or a joke? It's a real place. Okay. Yeah, that's fantastic. I have a lot of friends back home that'll be excited to hear that there's places that you can legally throw axes. Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah. Okay, fantastic. It's said that we have on average 26 conversations a day. That turns out to be an urban legend because, well, there's no average person on an average day. Are we talking about Finns, Italians, cab drivers, or monks? You can see that to make a generalization about something like that, in a sense, it's meaningless. But what is true, and I think we would all agree, is that ever how many conversations we have a day, they are more or less emotionally meaningful to us. I mean, we'd probably have a sense, without thinking twice about it, at any given interaction, that resonated at some depth of consequence. There was more of me in that exchange or less of me in that exchange, and we, I think, go through the day and feel that those conversations that are emotionally meaningful in many ways are the why that we live. The other conversations may be crucial to the how. But the ones that move us at a deep level, that we feel in fact a part of the other in some sense, is what gives our life meaning. I try to make sense of this gradation through this simple schema here. One represents an absolutely transactional encounter when I go to Kroger to get Nutella. You guys have Nutella? Oh, fantastic. Then you'll appreciate the urgency of this quest. When I go to Kroger to get Nutella and I give the cashier whatever the requisite amount is for the Nutella, it's very likely, since I'm from East Texas, that I'm going to make small talk. It might be a very pleasant conversation. Over the years, I've learned to wean myself from certain terms of endearments like dear or baby and stuff like that, because it's really not well received outside of East Texas. But in any case, the conversation can be absolutely friendly, and yet, when it's over, it's probably going to evaporate rather instantly from my memory. And I'm imagining that for the cashier, it's equally transactional. The cashier has probably a family that they are contributing funds to, and that this interaction is a means to that end. And that's really what a one conversation is. It's a means to an end, where the end being more important than the actual person with whom one is conversing. And that's one. I think of the exact opposite of that as 7. This is a little bit what I was getting at earlier when I suggested there are certain kinds of conversations. Actually, the word conversation comes from converse, which means to dwell. That there are conversations in which indeed we do feel that we are dwelling in some way in the other person's interior world, and that their interior world in some way is dwelling in ours. These are the kind of conversations maybe you have a handful in your life where at some point it would be impossible to say where your boundaries ended and the others began, because there was a sense in which two had become one. And I think of in between here, not exactly on the spectrum, what I call the valley of awkward, and I think we all have an intuitive sense of any instance in which we are outside of the realm of the familiar, in which our social scripts are no longer operative, which we feel the potential danger of being embarrassed or even shamed because we are somehow perceived as not passing for normal or acceptable. You know, to pass for normal is a big achievement and a desire, however unconscious, that we nurse a lot. Those of us can recall from first grade the kids who couldn't pass for normal and the consequences from not passing for normal, ostracism, in a sense to be bullied. These were really high prices to pay for not knowing how to modulate oneself with the norms of the given tribe. We probably amongst, no matter else what we learned in that first year of first grade, is rule number one, pass for normal. And we do spend a lot of our lives in any given social context assessing, again unconsciously, what constitutes acceptable and unacceptable, what is esteemable, what is looked down upon in this particular social matrix. And we are very adept, if we have honed this with some degree of proficiency, at blending in with the norms. Because evolutionarily speaking, to not pass for normal in a herd, a pride, a pod, or a gaggle was to be excluded from the group, which meant that one's life was in peril. So to not pass for normal is not simply a kind of social phobia. At the deepest sort of depths of ourselves, to not pass for normal is to risk a kind of death. We would think of it as a social death. So when I stress this, it's because ultimately this valley of awkward I'm going to propose is a crucial element in whether or not people die of loneliness. Now, if you understand this little schema, and I'm sure that we all do, then I'm going to propose that you have a good way of understanding what the dementia journey is as it is experienced from the person thusly labeled. We do have a sense of dementia journey that's used rather ubiquitously in the zeitgeist, where you, upon diagnosis, one foot is on a conveyor belt, at which point you begin to move slowly or rapidly, but nevertheless inexorably through a series of stages. Sometimes there's 3, sometimes 5, sometimes 7, early, middle, or late stages. These two metaphors of the dementia journey and the stages somehow came together to create this one sort of myth of what it means to be a person with dementia, and this becomes a person's life trajectory. I want to propose that this is not really a journey. Can you imagine any journey in your life that you ever imagined that took on this trajectory? That at point A, the beginning, you begin to move slowly to point Z, the end being your own extinction. Can you think of any journey in your life that you imagined in these kinds of terms? I suspect not. I have been traveling quite a bit across different places in the world, and you know, those of you who travel recently, that on the back of every seat, the seat in front of you, there's going to be a little entertainment console, and one of your options is going to be a 3-dimensional map of the world, and it's very likely going to say, at least mine has said the last several trips, this is your journey. It starts wherever my point of departure, most recently Ho Chi Minh City. It moves to wherever it is that my destination is, most recently Cork, Ireland. And all along the way on this 3-dimensional map, you can see a little avatar of the plane that is in some ways simulating your journey. Now, in this particular concept of a journey, every instance that I move from departure to destination is a moment that I'm getting closer to something that I can look forward to. There's going to be a person upon my arrival who's going to be happy. We'd like to think that I have come home. someone with whom I can share experiences of my trip. In many ways, the trip doesn't end until I share those experiences. And this arrival point is the beginning really of my life. Now imagine how different that is from the way we imagine the dementia journey. Is everybody following the plot here? This is I'm not big on, squelching terminology. It's not my kind of thing. But I do think this particular motif of the dementia journey, as we really entertain it now, of a diagnosis to extinction, is really not only morbid, but abusive. I think we would agree that if any of us in this room were to have to adopt that particular vision of our future, that we would instantly have ill-being. And though a person upon diagnosis may not want to entertain this script, if everyone around you in your social sphere has adopted this script for you and has taken it for granted, it would be very difficult to live any other kind of journey than the one that's been assigned to you. So this is not, of course, the point of my talk, but it is something that I think calls attention to how easily it is that we imagine the experience of cognitive impairment as it is relevant to our objectives in contrast to what it might mean from the inside out. From the inside out, I'm going to suggest the dementia journey can more meaningfully understood with this little schema as an aid. And here is the dementia journey as I understand it. Upon diagnosis, the number of 5, 6, and 7 interactions that a person has begins to decline. And the number of 3, 2, and 1 interactions tends to increase. In other words, there's a movement from interactions that have a kind of intrinsic value with no outcome in mind to things that become increasingly instrumental consequentially. And not for any reason except for the best intentions, because we want to be helpful to somebody. Is everybody following in the plot? And if we can understand this dementia journey, I think we can begin to understand, among other things, not only the kind of pain that this diagnosis can engender, because when we begin to experience a dearth of 5, 6, and 7 interactions, that is profoundly painful. We are empathic beings. We're mammals. Our lives are intrinsically social lives. And again, to be in some ways calved off from the herd is to experience a profound kind of suffering. But I think this schema also points, at least as I reflect on it, how absolutely crucial Joyce's vision is with respect to the idea of the divine in me seeing the divine in you. Because we'd have to think that a namaste encounter at a minimum would be in the 5, 6, and 7 domain of interaction. It would be an encounter in which your role or what other categories that I could assign to you would not exhaust your identity, that there would be more in you than any role. This is, in fact, the history of the word. Initially, the word, in the early classical period, I'm not an expert on Hinduism, but I have learned enough to know that it was what one did for a god. One bowed, and namaste was to a god. But over a period of time, that came to be democratized so that we imagined that the god wasn't something that we were being reverential or obeisant toward, but that within each of us there was a divine. The distinction being from our empirical ego or jiva to the Atman within us, and it would be the encounter between two Atmans that would be a namaste encounter. I'm suggesting that that would be map on to this schema as a 5, 6, and 7 kind of interaction, and why it would be absolutely crucial to someone who was not experiencing many, if any, of those encounters. In other words, to be seen in that way would to be seen otherwise than as a means to an end. It would be to be seen as an end in oneself. And there is something about that that fulfills, I'm proposing, the why that we do live. Real quickly, this is how something like this looks in real time, as at least as I imagine it. Let's say that I have a neighbor named William, and every morning before breakfast, William and I meet in our driveways and we make small talk. I mean, absolutely in some sense meaningless, but for the last 18 years, this has been our morning ritual. We look forward to it. I would consider William to be one of the dear friends in my life. Now, let's say this has been the way for the last 18 years on Monday morning, and then on Monday afternoon from a mutual neighbor, I hear that William has dementia. Now, on Tuesday, when I go to get the mail and to chat up my neighbor William, it will still be my neighbor William, except today it will be my neighbor William with dementia. And with that little switch, with that little categorical re-equilibrium, there is about a 99% chance that the way that I communicate with William is going to change. It's not that I'm suddenly going to look down on William. In fact, today, because I'm deeply concerned about my good friend's future, that I am going to feel particularly solicitous about William. But for the last 18 years, I have not felt particularly solicitous about William. I haven't felt anything, in fact, except that it felt good to be in the company of my friend. In other words, there would be something unself-consciously heretofore about our interaction, because we would have come to establish a degree of trust in which we did not need to micromanage our social personas, and that would feel like a kind of respite every morning. But today, there is about, again, a 99% chance that a part of me is going to step out of the immediate interaction, not physically, but psychologically, emotionally, imaginatively. A part of me is going to retreat from the immediate participation in my friend's life, in my friend's life, in my life, and I'm going to become an observer to this interaction. I'm going to be looking on, trying to figure out perhaps what stage William is in. Is this early stage? Is this already mid-stage, or somewhere in between? I might be trying to figure out what kind of dementia. Is this Alzheimer's, vascular, frontal temporal dementia? I may have read enough on the internet to know that those were different sources that would lead to this syndrome. Or perhaps I'm looking on to see if I'm doing a good job communicating with a person with dementia. But whatever it is that I'm doing, to the extent that I have retreated and become an observer, that degree of empathic resonance between William and me will have disappeared. Which is to say, on Tuesday, William will be receiving less emotional nourishment, less 5, 6, and 7 empathic resonance than he had received for the previous 18 years. Is everybody with me? Now, this may not be a huge thing because I'm, let's just say, William's neighbor. But what if everybody in William's life, when they hear that William has been diagnosed with dementia, makes this same little switch in their imagination that I've made? So now all of a sudden, it's my grandfather with dementia. Now it's my old work buddy, William, with dementia. Or my husband, William, with dementia. If everyone in William's life that had heretofore been the source of his recognition, the feeling that he belongs and matters, if everyone, let's say in that 360-degree circumference in William's emotional life, makes that same kind of imaginative switch, retreats from the immediate participation, the unself-conscious being together, and begins to a certain extent to be an observer of their interaction with William, then you can see that William's life in a very brief period of time is going to be absolutely the same and completely different. William's daily bread of emotional nourishment is going to evaporate. And William is going to find himself on an island in which he is no longer receiving the kind of recognition that a human being needs to feel like a human being. This, I want to propose, is the principal source of suffering for people who are diagnosed with dementia. Now, the good thing about this particular schema, as respect to a journey, at least I think it's a good thing, in contrast to the prevalent dementia journey mythology, is that this journey can be reversed. I mean, I'm offering this as really remarkably good news because there's nothing inevitable about a person receiving less emotional nourishment from the people around him because of a diagnosis. In other words, we can say if this happens between Monday and Tuesday, that the source of William receiving less 5, 6, and 7 attention is not attributable to William's neurons. In other words, the source of the absence of affection here is within our imagination, not in William's brain, which means that we're not helpless or passive related to what William's future is going to be because we can decide not to make this kind of change in our relationship to William. Does this mean that we have to pretend that William doesn't have dementia? Not at all. There's nothing about knowing less that is informing the kind of portrait I'm trying to paint. In fact, the more one can know about William, the better, because the more one knows about William, the more one will understand that William is not reducible to any one of those categories, including a person with dementia. I mean, this is really what would mean, I would think, that the divine in me and the divine in you meet, is that there's a part of us that's not reducible to any category. That there is something in your identity and my identity that exhausts all the possible ways that we could be categorized. So it's not that I don't imagine William has dementia, rather it's that I don't imagine that William has now turned into a person with dementia. Is everybody following the distinction? So this is really not about knowing less, it's about knowing more. And the more that I get to know William, the more I'm going to understand that William is more than a person with dementia. So my enthusiasm for Joyce personally, who I don't know how many years ago, but I was speaking in a room like this, and I looked out, and there was a lovely lady and a gentleman beside her that seemed rather, I don't know, venerable, is what comes to mind. And so I've been able to just keep an eye on Joyce's work all these years, and to see it come to fruition in this kind of way must be incredibly satisfying to you. Not everybody can see, I don't imagine, their life's work become this fertile in their lifetime. To be able to participate in its maturation must be a great source of joy. Well, in any case, with this thought in mind, I want to share with you a brief video that would capture what it would look like to reverse this movement from 5, 6 to 7 to 3, 2, and 1. So with help from our AV team, we're going to put on Darcy and Harris's video, and if the sound works, and if this happens seamlessly, the beer's on me at Thomann's Pub, which I found last night. And then we will throw an axe in celebration afterwards. Okay, good luck. Turn it up.
So many of us feel awkward with people who we love who are getting older and are no longer what we used to call themselves. They
and she gets a warm blanket and does her magic. But the other thing that's really beautiful is the LNAs go to her. I can't, Joyce doesn't want a bath. Please help me. What do I do? And sometimes they'll swap out with Tina because of the connection that is made in Namaste, and she will help give the bath. So I couldn't bring Tina in my suitcase, but I thought I'd take her video, and I have to say my skills with videos and editing has markedly improved. So this year, one of the big changes was we brought Namaste to Brandon, and the special care unit has safe, secure doors, but you have to walk through Brandon. And Brandon environmentally kind of got the short end of the stick. And the central area where the nurses' station used to be is kind of this open area, and people are just seated. People that would be candidates for Namaste are kind of seated. And when I was hiring for Namaste, I was thinking of extending the program on Cardinal. But walking through Brandon, I thought, no, Cardinal can come over on these days. So we opened the program on Brandon, and it was a game changer. And this is the nurse manager.
My name is Mary Ann. I'm a nurse manager here at the Vermont Veterans Home. I've been here 8 years. And all of our departments work together really well. We need health, activities, nursing, all of us together to help the veterans have a better day. Before Namaste came, it was really challenging to do things for the veterans to do. They had activities, but they didn't want to do activities. They kind of collected in one area, and it almost looked like they were waiting for a bus. So what Namaste has brought is more peace to the veterans. We don't have people sitting in the common area anymore. There either be activities or at Namaste. Lieutenant Dan came to us, and he was very challenging. He has Parkinson's and PTSD, and we were working together hard as in nursing to help him have better days, but he would often not feel good about being around a lot of people, so we'd have to move him to another area. We felt like this was more like isolating for him. He often had a look of pain on his face. He was verbalizing things, upset. And then when Namaste came, it was almost like a miracle. So he started to go down there. He had a peaceful look as time went by. He would have conversations. We never noted him having like complete conversations. He started conversing.
I didn't start at 1:30. I started like at 1:37. Oh, can I take a few minutes first?
Thank you so much, Mary. So this is Lieutenant Dan, 56 years old, too young to be in a nursing home, Gulf War veteran, Parkinson's disease, depression, PTSD. He has violent hallucinations where he's back in the war, but psychiatry really couldn't treat him properly because of heart conditions. He was parked in the corridor by the med cart because the area central was too loud. And that was comforting for him, but way less than ideal. When we started Namaste on Brandon, he was one of the superstars. It helped his hallucinations. I think maybe the quiet room, the aromatherapy being very grounding. And I have to say, I think staff kind of thought, you know, he was a little gone. But that's Ava, the young woman I hired, and she learned that he spoke 5 languages. It was kind of, you know, Mary Ann said it was a small miracle. I'm going to say it was a big miracle, but it just really changed his life. And I'm running out of time, so I'm going to go very quickly. So I'm going to skip over this family member. But last November, I went to a brain health initiative in Waterbury, Vermont, and heard Dr. Stephen Salloway. He has an international reputation, founding director of the Memory and Aging Program, and professor of psychiatry. So basically, he said, kind of like Hassan yesterday, that 40%, not 100, are modifiable. Exercise, Mediterranean diet, heart health, brain stimulation, and social engagement. I shared with you that I became a yoga teacher for PTSD, and here's one of our yoga classes. But I also took this brain longevity course. In Curtin Kriya, there's research. If you go to the Alzheimer's Research and Prevention Foundation, you will find some of the articles. But to be honest with you, it sounds too good to be true. 12 minutes. If you saw anybody doing this meditation, you would think they're very silly. You say a mantra, sa, ta, na, ma, and there's like a mudra. But the veterans in my yoga class, I have told them we're going to start this. It's supposed to be very effective with people with dementia. So one of my guys with dementia, like he wants to start yesterday. We're going to start this October 14th. And I have a yoga teacher from the community coming in. But the research, again, sounds too good to be true. If you witnessed it, you would think it was silly. And then finally, you know, again on this new research, the finger study, this is a landmark study, 71 countries, and again, showing that there's things that we can do to help people with cognitive impairment. Hope. So looking at kind of an integrative, holistic approach, namaste, yoga, mind, body, spirit, Kirtan Kriya, meditation, we'll see if it works. We're going to start 3 days a week. And that's it. Let me show you some of my references. Ta-da.
Thank you so much, Christine. And do we need to
Yes, we do.
do something about the presentation?
Nice to see you. Oh, thank you. I'm a little bit, yes, I am. Imelda Marcos-like. It's just the arrow down, right? Slides forward. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, nothing new. Yeah, okay, yeah. We'll try it, okay. Hello, everyone. We're in the final stretch. Yay! Thank you for sticking it out. And I understand it's best to just stand here for the people who are on virtual presentation mode. So I just hope my hands don't take over because I have to stay in one spot. So I'm going to start off by thanking Namaste Care International for inviting Anthea and I to present our work that we've been doing for the past few years on nature-based and outdoor-based green health care supports and models, and also to our UCC hosts as well. We've been really enjoying hearing about what I would call a patchwork of Namaste in action, with the common thread of Joyce's vision and Rishi's mission through NCI. Over the last 2 days, it's really been fascinating. There's some really great examples, and I'm really thrilled to be part of hearing about all this. Anthea and I are going to do a little bit of a tag team, which means I will start, and then Anthea will present as well on some Canadian examples, and then Anthea will then finish off with some Scotland examples. So that's how we're going to go today. All right, so before we start, those of you who might wish to participate in a 1-minute homework assignment, if you could take out your phones or computers, we'll be all set. Okay. All right. Okay. So I want you to think about, those of you new to Namaste and those of you who are veterans, think about the Namaste philosophy and the principles. So see what comes to mind. I'm going to play a short clip, and I want you to think about, when you're watching the video, what are some of the Namaste Care philosophies and principles that come to mind when you watch the video? Okay, I'm accepting. Oops, I'm not, oh my God. We're on a commercial break. What is going on? No thanks.
Do you want me to try and help?
No.
I can help you if you like.
Go ahead. We're on a commercial.
Vapor removal, all those big messes really are no. The big one with you from hell. Honestly.
Try it again. Go here. There. Thank you.
You're welcome. Can I leave my water there?
Let's stop it there. I'll just stop it there. All right. So now, here's your homework. All right. Ready? QR code will take you to Poll Everywhere. Thanks. And then you do that. Oh, God. Where is it? I screwed it up. It was a stupid thing there. Okay. No one's responded yet. Did anybody type in anything?
Is it working for you now?
Try it now. Okay, thank you. You're like a lifesaver. Thanks. Okay. What do you think, Joyce? Do we give them an A+? All right. I can't do it. I don't know why. What the hell's wrong? It's easier if it's embedded. Okay, thanks. All right. All right, I don't think I need to read this out loud, but if we consider the philosophy of Namaste, we have connectedness, we have meaning, we have purpose, we have honoring the person, we have quality of living and quality of life. And that's the common thread. In terms of the, some principles, holistic care, person-centered care, loving touch approach, environment, and quality of life experiences. So the video clip that I played, and Anthea will talk more about it, was one of the outdoor-based activities that we engaged in with individuals with dementia and their care partners as part of a project that we conducted in Ontario, Canada. So if we consider nature, we consider green space, we consider the outdoors, there's a lot of alignment between Namaste care principles and philosophies and being outside and being in nature. So nature engages mind, body, and spirit. There's sights, there's sounds, there's smells, there's movement. It can be very much person-centered. We can honor the individual as being unique because activities outdoors and with nature can be tailored to an individual's interests, needs, and wishes. We interpret loving touch approach as meaningful activities, holding a flower, feeling the leaves or soils in the hand, engaging with animals creates calm and comfort. If you look outside, and I don't know about the rest of you, but if I look outside and I see green space, I see the sun, I'm outside, I feel the fresh air, we've got soothing, safe spaces. It allows for connection when it's offered in a group, and connection on an individual basis with what nature has to offer. And last, it offers quality of living, quality of life experiences, because there's small moments of joy. There might be a bird chirping, there could be blooming flowers, lots of color, changing seasons, things that appeals to an individual's sensory environment. So I'm going to start with some examples from Canada. We actually started with a scoping review, which is a type of a systematic review looking at the literature. We wanted to know what was out there in terms of types, opportunities, challenges, and benefits of outdoor-based care and support for people with dementia and their care partners. So we conducted a scoping review. I won't go into all of the details. I will tell you that out of 2,815 articles, we came up with 20 that actually met our criteria, essentially community-based programs, supports, and care. Over 2/3 of the articles were from the Netherlands and Norway, who are kind of leading the way in community-based care in this aspect. And then Canada, Scotland, Sweden, England had a few articles each. The types of participants that were in these articles included people with dementia, their care partners, dyads were sometimes interviewed, for example, service providers and organizations. And then there was a slew of activities that came within that in terms of types of care and programming, including nature-based adult day care services, green care farm programs, farm-based programs, gardening, gardens, horticulture, and a unique thing that happened in Scotland, which was a health walk. So when we summarize the data, extract it and summarize, there's many reported opportunities. So green, natural environments is an opportunity for people to engage in a natural setting and provides a sense of freedom and space. They're outdoors, they're not restricted, and they enjoy the sense of being outdoors and exploring without any restriction of built environment or constraints. There's an aspect to freedom of choice. Many of these programs offered individuals choices in terms of what they wanted to do or what they didn't want to do. And there's also choice in terms of the continuum of capabilities from limited to not being limited physically, for example. Another opportunity that arose in the literature in terms of a theme was the opportunity to engage in the program and either develop new skills, a sense of mastery or self-esteem, engage in learning about something new, being included, but also exchanging information. So there may have been an expert in agriculture who is someone with dementia and a care partner, and they're educating other people in the group about an activity. And from a caregiver perspective, but also from the person's perspective living with the illness, there's a decreased focus on having the disease and focusing always on what's to come, what's to come. All right, some of the reported challenges are common in any context. Anytime you're trying to get a program or something together, there's location and space. There's a thought that there's going to be risks and hazards and safety issues which are top of mind in terms of service providers and organizations and care partners, not necessarily the individuals living with dementia. In some locations, there's scarcity of green spaces, and oftentimes, if an individual who can't drive, for example, has to make it to a certain program, they have to get there somehow, and in some communities, there's limitations in terms of transportation and access. Something that hasn't been raised yet in terms of a challenge is weather, because obviously you're outside. So sometimes it's hard to engage people when it's cold outside, it's snowing, it's minus 20 degrees Celsius, or if there's a thunderstorm. So that is a challenge that these programs have to deal with. There's often program development, implementation, and delivery barriers, and that has to do with funding, resources, turnover of staff, and perhaps individuals who are volunteering or implementing a program, they don't necessarily sustain the enthusiasm or the support because they don't have the organizational support. All right, so if we look at the benefits that have been reported in the studies, there were both quantitative studies, meaning they collected data points, and there were qualitative studies, meaning they collected people's perspectives. So if you look at the quantitative studies, the benefits, the increase in, we've seen these before in some of these Namaste Action, in action programs that you've been talking about. Activity levels increase. Making connections, being connected with nature or with others, social health, and a sense of camaraderie or being together in the same boat with the dementia disease and living with dementia. So that was an important aspect. And then you can see some of these other domain benefits in terms of physical improvement, psychological improvement, cognitive improvement, and certainly for the caregiver, there was decreased burden and guilt if they felt their loved ones could be in a safe environment in an outdoor or nature-based program. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Anthea.
Okay, so one of the first studies that we ended up doing in Canada was we explored the first potential green care farm, which is a popular approach in places like Norway and the Netherlands. But when I first got to Canada, there was a person who was just about to set up the first green care farm in Canada, in Ontario, about half an hour away from the university. So we managed to cobble together an application quite quickly, and the intention was to follow people all the way through from what they initially thought about what a green care farm could be, their participation in it, and then the kind of follow-up afterwards. But there were some operational challenges in terms of the person setting up this green care farm, so there weren't very many participants. So we focused our study very much on the perspectives of people before the care farm was actually up and running. So we used a range of methods, mainly a questionnaire and interviews, and we analysed that data. And we really looked at the motivations, why people thought green care farms would be a good thing. And we also looked at their understandings of what care farming involved and what they thought the benefits of people participating would be. So I'm not going to read all of these out because you can have a glance at it, you can follow up with the paper if you wish. But there was a lot of perceived benefits to involving people in a green care farm. However, the reality was they were finding it very difficult to recruit people into the program because of transport issues and the cost, because they were actually charging quite a lot for this particular program. The paper doesn't report that, I'm just telling you that. People are using skills that they already had, and people thought it would be very important for mental health to remain connected and to be around people at the same time as being in nature. People also thought there would be barriers as well as enablers. So in terms of the enablers and the barriers, they're kind of flip sides of the same coin, really. So there is an issue about cost, who's going to pay for this. There's also an issue in terms of where these green care farms could be located. And in this particular one was outside a smallish town with no public transport. So there was a real challenge in terms of how people were going to get there. But people had really high motivations and expectations and hopes for green care farms in terms of their own involvement. So the people who were volunteering, they thought they'd be able to help somebody. So there was a lot of altruism in terms of what people were thinking they could bring to it. And they're thinking it's just a huge opportunity that they can use skills that they had. In terms of care partners, they're seeing this as a safe space for people to be able to attend. And it would just be an exciting thing that could be done throughout Canada. So it was seen as kind of a flagship idea by the people we spoke to. So overall, there was an intuitive appeal for the care farm model because it enabled physical, social, and mental well-being. Participants perceived care farming to offer this alternative, which was really seen as valuable rather than traditional care inside with less choice and less kind of sense of freedom. And a real opportunity to engage and connect with nature and the seasons, which is often hard to kind of simulate, I guess, in an inside environment. But there was real issues around practical considerations. Risk and liability in Canada was a big thing. You know, who's going to be responsible if there's a problem? Quite a risk-averse kind of mentality, which was new for me because I'd recently moved to Canada, and just the costs that would be associated with it. So we then did a similar. Is this you now?
Keep going. Keep going.
Okay.
I'll come
we
in later.
arranged a tag team, and I can't quite remember what the tag team is.
You can.
So the next study we did, we looked at what people perceive to be the benefits of outdoor-based support, so beyond the green care farm. We wanted to know generally about the outdoors because this particular green care farm had found it hard to recruit people into the program. So we thought, well, what else could we be doing in terms of the outdoors? And we wanted to know what people thought about that. So we did a range of one-on-one interviews. We also did focus groups, and we also did walking focus groups with people living with dementia and care partners outside sites to see in the moment what they felt about these outdoor places, which was, for me, probably one of the most enjoyable parts of doing the research, is actually being outside with people and talking to them about it as we went along. So these are just our thematic findings. We found that people thought the outdoors could be a range of different environments. The nature and design of a built environment could influence whether it would be favourable for outdoor activities or not. People had a whole wide range of ideas about what could be a suitable activity outdoors, from having a social cafe outdoors, sitting and just sitting together and connecting and being outside, to being very physically active. So there was a big span in terms of what people thought would be an outdoor activity. The benefits we grouped around the kind of mental, social, and physical well-being, and the challenges, again, linked back to some of the literature that we found in the scoping review in relation to the weather and the natural elements, the transport issue, the cost is an issue, and access barriers. But overall, we found that people thought there would be more benefits to limitations in terms of being outdoors because it would promote connections with people and places. There would also be benefits because there's so many different activities you could engage in outdoors. So kind of the moon's the limit in the sense of terms of thinking what you could actually do. And that all of these could have a real impact on the well-being of people living with dementia and the other people who participated. But the kind of key finding overall is that the outdoor-based activities were really important because they would give meaning to the person living with dementia and to their care partners. And I think this is
okay. All right. Okay, so then on to our most recent work. So this actually builds upon some pilot work that was done. It was co-designed with an advisory team that included people living with the illness and care partners. And we wanted to look at benefits and obstacles for nature-based support from the viewpoints of those living with the disease and their care partners. Again, it's community-based. These are our participants. We had people living with the disease, their care partners and what we label as care supporters. So either someone who's cared for someone with dementia in the past, or they're providing support to the care partner presently or in the past. So we had 9 sessions. They were 2 hours in length, and we went from April to December. So each session kind of followed the similar pattern. We would have an introduction. Individuals would receive a name tag. We'd go through some housekeeping about the place we were at and where the washrooms were, that type of thing. And individuals completed a mood questionnaire. We had 2 activities. One was always walking based, and the walking activity could be modified depending on the individual's capabilities. So for example, we went into the Royal Botanical Gardens Arboretum, very steep hills, inclines, rocky. Some individuals who were not as physically able, and they had walkers, they chose a different path. Okay, so that's how it was individualized. And then we always had another nature-based activity that went along with within the 2 hours. Similarly, we always had lunch and social time. So there was sharing of food, drink, and an opportunity for individuals to connect and chat with each other. And then we would have a wrap-up. We would do the mood questionnaire, and then, again, some housekeeping. So here's some examples. I said Anthea was going to talk about the farm, but the tag team, it's me now. So we did go to a farm. It's called, it was initially developed for individuals with autism, but that was one of our sites, so we got to explore that farm. We also went to, like I said, the Royal Botanical Gardens, so you can see the water in the background there. We went to a place that had, it has a castle, and then it has an heirloom garden. And then we went to another place that had adaptive bicycles, so we all got to try out the adaptive bicycles. And then we did things in the winter as well, and so you can see some of this. This is it's a light show that's always available in December in a town that's close to the university, and they had lights lit up, and we had a follow-up dinner at the end there. So again, we use multi-method design, interviews, mood questionnaires. We kept ethnographic notes, and we followed up with more interviews. And then we engaged in some analysis. So here's the mood questionnaire. It's very simple. It's 5 levels, from very happy to very unhappy. So essentially, people arrived either happy or very happy, and so their mood basically stayed the same. So people were anticipating coming, they were in a good mood coming in, and essentially it stayed the same as well. And you can see a representative quote there about the mood questionnaire. So some of the themes that came out, love of the outdoors. So we found that the people that were in the study, they loved being outdoors. They always were lovers of nature and being outdoors. And that's one big thing that they enjoyed about the project. Some individuals mentioned about preserving capabilities. So they were trying to do what they could to stave off whatever progression they anticipated. And so that's why they participated, and that's what they felt being involved in the 9 months of activities allowed them to do. Again, a big theme is fostering social connections, sharing information. So this was a big thing that came out. People were glad to see each other. They missed each other when a couple didn't show up, for example, and they were happy to be together. Another theme that came out that we found interesting was sometimes the person living with dementia actually went or became a participant because their care partner wanted to be involved. And so there's this relational participation where the person with dementia is dependent on the care partner. And so that's why they were involved, but it's not that they didn't enjoy it, it's just that's how they initially decided to participate, through their care partner. Benefits, it's the same themes, mental, physical, and social well-being. So this is a great one, made me feel like I'm still here. And we hear that theme quite a bit. Being with others is great, being with other people is great, the camaraderie is great. And this was a particular one where we made sauerkraut. But I remember from my notes, it was just laughter, laughter, laughter. We kept having to chop up cabbage because it kept getting smaller and smaller with the salt, and we kept having to add more. And we were just all engaged. We were all like laughing our heads off with that one. Okay, so barriers. So these have been mentioned in the scoping review. They've been mentioned in our other study. and they came out in this study as well. I will tell you, I was on the, for the month that we had in July, we had a hurricane in Ontario, but we went out anyway. There was some concerns around the December one because it was cold and snowy, but again, people went out. So the overall perceptions of the project was positive and highly valued. Initial motivations that were there, why people started to participate in the first place, it was sustained, and these motivations were aligned with what's been presented in other studies and our previous work. So we found that the co-design process and the multi-method studies that we've been using actually provides us with a really good foundation to explore this type of work. And it's a sustained process, it's a cyclical process, and it works well. And again, many aspects of well-being came through in terms of outcomes. So as I mentioned before, the participants expressed the social connectedness is very important to them. As well, we saw themes of enjoyment and autonomy, where people are starting to feel like themselves. They can do things, there's novelty, they have a sense of freedom. And although there were some barriers, for example, weather might be an issue or the bathroom might be too far, generally these were all mitigated among participants and with the research team, and really they weren't that onerous to overcome. Here's a QR code for a good practice guide that's been developed. You're welcome to take a snapshot of that. And Thea will be presenting more about it at Alzheimer's Europe if anyone's attending. Okay, and Thea, back to you for Scotland.
You want to flip back?
Go back, oh sorry, yeah, we can go back, sorry.
It's a really nice resource. And we developed this with people with dementia and the participants, as well as the funder, to make sure it was really accessible and usable. So there's like top tips in it, and there's different examples of what people can do. So we wanted to have a really practical output, because this study was funded by Alzheimer Canada, and they wanted to make sure that they could roll this out amongst their staff working in the organisation to make sure lots of people with dementia could benefit from it moving forward. Okay, so we're now switching gear to Scotland. You can probably tell I'm Scottish from the accent. So this is just to orientate you. Scotland is predominantly rural. I'm not going to really dwell on it hugely, but the Highland area, which is the darker green, is where I've started to do some work since January of this year. So we started off doing a bit of a nature-based mapping to find out what was going on in relation to green care farms, or green health as it's really known in Scotland. And we've been trying to find out who's doing what. I'm going to flip through this, but there was lots of things that we found, and we're still doing this work until December. And we've also got a PhD student who's going to be starting to do some really in-depth work for the next 3.5 years, starts next week. So I want to tell you about this place that I visited. It's called Eventon Woods. It's owned by a community. It's in the Highlands. It's in a very remote and rural area. And we heard about this place, and people had told me it was amazing. So we decided we wanted to go and do a kind of go-along focus group and just participate in it and find out what was going on. So I'm going to describe what happens when people attend this. So I got there early before even the facilitators of the groups, who are volunteers who live in the community. So they arrive. One comes on her bike through the forest, just appears. Another man walks through the forest and just appears. And there's this wooden hut. And it's a community hut, and it's available for all groups in the community to use. But on Fridays, they run groups for people living with dementia. So they start by welcoming everybody. So one man comes along on an adaptive bike. Sorry, I want to move away, which isn't good for the camera. He arrives on his adaptive bike. Turns out he's the retired GP for the village. And he is accompanied by another friend from the village to enable him to cycle up to the site. Next, you see some other people walking along some other little community paths through the wood, and they arrive. Other people drive up this quite rickety path, which I hadn't realised I could drive up, and they park their car because people are less physically able. So they all arrive, and as they arrive, they sit down in this wooden area where you can see the kind of veranda, and they're all given vegetables. So there's a whole load of knives put out on this on a table. There's a whole load of vegetables. People select their knife, they select their vegetables, and they start to chop, scrape the vegetables. Nobody cuts themselves. Even someone who had Parkinsonian tremors, absolutely fine to prepare the vegetables. They all prepare the vegetables, they all get put into a big pot. They can choose to cook them in two places. They can either cook them inside on a range, which you can see in the picture here, which is what they did that day because it was rain forecast, but you can also cook it outside on this other area. So there's the choice of where they cook the soup. The man who was the GP, very methodical. The carrot was cut absolutely precisely the same size. Other people are just kind of getting in the zone with it all. And then one of the facilitators adds different herbs, spices, stock cubes, whatever, and puts the soup on. They all have a drink, cup of tea, cup of coffee, whatever it is that they want to drink. They start to talk about what they can hear, what they can see, what the weather's feeling like to them. Are there any midges out today that we're going to get bit? People just start to generally talk about everything they can hear. You can hear a gorge in the background where Harry Potter actually, but if it was filmed. And so people are listening. They're starting to be encouraged to listen to the birds. They're thinking about the colours that are on the leaves, you know, what they're looking like now. And everybody's talking about nature. And then they decide we're going to move and we're going to do an activity. So this activity wasn't too far away from the hut. And before everybody had arrived, another community member who is a musician and a storyteller had arrived and set this area up. So there's lots of instruments set up. The seats are in a circle. Everybody moves over, walks over. You've got people with walking sticks. You've got people with walkers. They all walk over. It's not a level surface. It's not a level surface at all. Everyone manages to walk, sits down, and we all start to do these different instruments, things with music. You know, we're led in terms of how we're doing it. They actually decided to have a remembrance kind of piece that people were playing because one of their members had died a couple of weeks before. So they had their own memorial to this guy through the music. And there was the digital, you know, and they were kind of doing this story about the trees and whatever. Then everybody moves and they sit in like a picnic area, an outside picnic area. And everybody has their tasks. The chairs that were around here, everybody carried their own chair back no matter what their level of ability was. Everybody had a task in terms of setting the table, bringing out the items for the food, no matter what their ability was. And then everyone sits together and eats. An amazing experience. And then everyone clears things away and some people start to wash dishes, some people start to dry them. Everybody has a purpose, everybody's welcome, everybody's ability is accommodated. And to see this in a community run by volunteers, I think is really, really quite special, and it demonstrates what communities can do. They do indoor activities if the weather's bad, like arts and creative activities. Very briefly going to tell you about Alzheimer's Scotland, which has got an outdoor resource centre, which is one of the first in the world, this particular specially focused outdoor resource centre. You have to drive a fair bit out of Aviemore, which is the kind of nearest town, and they run their daycare programs for that area in this outdoor activity centre. They also take the outdoors into care homes across the region, especially in the winter months, so that they bring nature into people too. This is quite a special place as well. It's quite a unique facility. I've not got time to show you the last video, but you can, if you wanted to, you can take a picture of this and see the GROW project, which is in the Inverness Botanic Gardens. I think it's a phenomenal project. It was actually set up for people with learning disabilities or additional support needs, as they call it. And we're now in the process of working out how we can expand it so that people living with dementia can also benefit from it. But it's another really, I think some of these community projects where it's grown from the grassroots, they really are phenomenal in terms of making a difference to people's lives. And this is a really lovely, lovely place. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's why. I need that. You don't need that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. She said it was great. Thank you.
Amazing presentation. Really important about using the outdoors. It's there for us. We don't always use it because we're so risk averse. But I think it's improving. I think that's that research is certainly something to get to grips with. And thank you again to Christina for her amazing presentation. And now
send you over the thing and I'll get what's here. Yeah. Just in case. Yeah. So we want to see if I can get the last thing around the yeah, I'll take that over. I don't know what's going on over here. Yeah. So maybe just shift the camera. Yeah. But I'm just taking B-roll there. I'm not even
Okay. Enough.
Go over one of the audio recorders.
All right.
Yeah. One of those. You worked with him before, didn't you? Put that up on the. I'll give you two actually. One, you put one up on the podium there and put one on the table where
did we start to deliver Namaste in our care homes? Curiosity. Curiosity. As nurses and carers, we have always been curious, and we wanted to know how Namaste could better support our colleagues to engage and interact more effectively with residents with advanced dementia in our care homes. Those who often don't have as many opportunities for meaningful engagement, and how we might, with approval, modify Joyce's Namaste programme to fit our care facility needs, our residents, importantly their families, and of course our colleagues. This is some resident data from last year and from this year. These bar charts show the increase of residents in our Care UK homes. In 2024, we supported 9,462 residents in our homes. This year, we are supporting just 10,107 residents. The average age of the residents that live with us last year was 85, just a little increase this year to 86. We had 156 care homes last year. We had 160 when I put this PowerPoint together. We now have 167. So we are a fast growing company. We use the industry recognised pooled activity assessment to look at where our residents may live with their best abilities to function in our homes. We can see, so 2024 is in the pink, 2025 is in the blue. Interestingly, we've seen a big increase of people living at the planned level, but if we move down to the sensory and reflex level, we can also see that there has been a big increase in needs of residents in our care homes. Now you can hear the ducks. Welcome, please do come and take a seat. I want you to stand back. So, in recognising that our residents' needs are increasing, we really wanted to make sure that Namaste was alive and vibrant in our homes. So we started Namaste originally in 2019. We started to deliver Namaste in a small number of homes in the south of England and the northwest of England. We continued to build staff knowledge and their understanding. Then COVID hit us all. Some homes continued for as long as they possibly could to deliver Namaste in groups and then continued to deliver Namaste as one-to-ones. Last month in August, we delivered 1,899 sessions. 73% of our homes are now delivering Namaste. And we're very proud of that. Families and friends are also being taught how to deliver Namaste, and many of them join their loved ones' sessions on a regular basis. However, I'm sure there's some people thinking, but how do you do it? Because we know that there are barriers to success. Sceptical staff. We're too busy. We don't have enough time. We can't do Namaste. It's too much work. We're already doing lots of things. This is nothing new. We provide excellent care anyway. Nothing new. We've done it before. It should be done by the lifestyle, the well-being staff. we lack necessary space and equipment. We've got a beautiful room here today, and in fact we wondered whether our lamps would give enough aroma for you to hit your senses as you came in. But we talk about you can use anywhere. We don't have nominated rooms in all of our homes. In one home, and I know some of our colleagues here have visited it, they use the library every day. The library is not in use from 3 till 4:30 because it becomes the nursery room 7 days a week. You don't need a big venue, you can do it anywhere. You don't need lots of equipment. We've set out some tables which you might like to look at at the end because we like to try and theme sessions as well. And we're serious, these are some of the things that we regularly use in our Namaste sessions. Please do take some time to look at them. These are a couple of pictures of, so this is an attic room in one of our homes that has been dressed for a Namaste session. Here are some of our residents enjoying the process with colleagues. And some more. The Smile Sale. Families, really important. I'll give you a moment to read those 2 comments from family members. And this one. Oops, it doesn't want it. This one. I shall read this out to you. This was written by a 90-year-old husband who comes in every week and sits with his wife during Namaste. To whom it may concern, read Namaste Care with June Brown. Since June has been having these sessions, I have noticed that she appears far more relaxed in her demeanour. The agitation that was there at times previously appears to have gone. This extends into periods of sleep where she is very peaceful without the bouts of jitters that would happen occasionally. Over the past 8 or 9 months or so, these sessions have definitely had a positive effect on June, even to the purely physical aspect of drinking more than she did previously. I have observed nothing negative coming from these sessions and sincerely hope that they can continue into the future. Overall, these sessions have been tremendously uplifting for June, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the staff for their positive and professional approach to the delivery of Namaste. I think that really sums up in a few words, in Peter's words. So we're happy to take some questions now, and then we are going to demonstrate what it's like to have Namaste. So if anybody's got any questions now, yes?
Yes, what about in one of the bracelets, it's indicated that disturbs the other bracelets? Should it be taken out of the room or?
So we know that often one of the key reasons for somebody being agitated and distressed is an underlying pain. So one of the things that we do half an hour, 40 minutes, an hour before somebody has Namaste is to assess their pain level. We use the Dolocus 2 for our residents who have Namaste. So we have assessed pain prior to them coming and that appropriately. If they're still distressed within the session, you will often find that actually undertaking the massage, the soft music, the lights, the aroma would reduce that person's distress. We would prefer not to move somebody from a session. We carefully group our residents together so that there's people with like-minded jobs or interests, because when we theme the session, we're going to include things that will remind that person of pass the Anderson pledges.
I would also say that if you've got a resident who you know is distressed or calling out constantly, I always say to my team, start on a one-to-one basis with that person, and eventually that shouting out or that distress behaviour is likely to reduce enough that you can then introduce into a group. So that's the other alternative as well.
Yeah, I'm referring to my mother because sometimes she's cold and she started screaming. When I asked her, why do you do that? She said, I don't need screaming. And if I do, I don't know why.
And it does happen, but yes, often, yeah. Anybody else have any questions?
Sorry, I might have missed it when because I was late. But just how many do you do 2 sessions a day?
No, we don't. No, we don't. So when I said we sought permission from Joyce to modify it so that it worked in our care homes, because in all honesty, we would not be able to run 2 sessions 7 days a week in our care homes. So we look to run sessions 5 days a week, 60 to 90 minutes as a minimum. In some homes we do run it 7 days a week, 1 session a day, and we find that when we're implementing it into a home, the routine of the same day, the same time, helps staff get on board to it becoming part of regular care that is delivered in the home. And we found that that works well in the homes, that they keep to the same time, the same day, with the group of residents.
And I think you have to fit it in with what fits with your home as well, because every home is going to be different. They'll have different resources, different routines, etc., different sizes, different staffing levels. So you've got to, I always say, you can't just train someone to be a practitioner and then expect them to just go away and start right away. It really needs to, people need to sit down with home managers and discuss a plan. How often we're going to do it, which residents do you think are going to be suitable for it, etc., etc. So you've got to really plan it around what fits in your home. So.
You go to say something.
Yeah, so because you group the residents, so how many sessions would say a resident get on average?
It really varies on the size of the home and the types of clients that we have in the home. Ideally, so whilst we use the core activity level as an indicator, we don't like to put residents in boxes, give them a label. We like to treat our residents as individuals, so our skilled practitioners will recognise residents that don't fit into sensory and reflex that would benefit. If we look at the core activity level and those residents that are exploratory, we would generally not include them with other residents. We would do a nano-state with people who live at that level, because they're likely to be up and touching and so on. And that's fine, that's absolutely fine. But when we're looking at the residents who are moving towards the end of their life, those residents that have advanced dementia, those residents who may have no ability to verbalise with us through their voice, but through their body language, we keep those residents together rather than with the residents who may be up and walking around and wanting to feel in touch.
I think it depends on how many residents you've got as well. So if, for example, you've got 10 residents that you think are going to be suited to go into Namaste, then we say split them into 2 groups. So you might do one group on a Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and the other group on a Tuesday. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then the other group on a Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. That way you get 6 days a week. So,
Generally, what sort of time then across all the care homes are you going to see average
sort of time of day that you tend to do?
We have some that do it before lunch, and we have, I think, probably the greater number of homes do it in the afternoon, but we do have some. Absolutely. We will train anybody to become a practitioner. We do talk about it being a care intervention, so we look at the nurses and the carers. I had a maintenance man that said, I would really like to do this, Alison, can I learn? We've got maintenance man, we've got housekeeping staff, I've got one chef has a family member with advanced dementia who wanted to know. So actually, if he's able, he will go and be part of the session. Group sessions usually are 4 to maximum 6 residents. And we do one-to-one sessions as well, as Sue said. But we talk about the value of being part of a group.
How many staff members would you have in a session?
If we've got, it would depend on their experience of delivering Namaste. As people's experience grows, they say, oh, I'd like to do more, or I have thought of this as a theme, and they will then feel more comfortable with delivery. We would normally say, depending on the resident group, but probably 1 to 4. Like that. And the lady in front of the house. Oh, that's the same question. Don't ask me to repeat it.
You sort of look at I guess your staff ratio to residents. So if your staff ratio is 1 to 5, then 1 member of staff with 5 residents. So yeah.
And of course,
it really works well, doesn't it?
Sorry, sir.
Yeah.
As we invite families in and teach them the techniques, often that will make the group grow. Some families come in just to watch their husband, their wife, to be with their mum or their dad. Others actually want to actively participate. And we have so many stories of families who suddenly called me by my name, or they smiled and I read them the favourite book that they always read me as a child, and their eyes opened and they smiled. So families come into those groups and support the delivery of it as well, which is really important. It is not just that whole home approach, it's partnership in care.
Follow-up question. Would you have nurses go off the floor to sort of do the Namaste, or would it mostly be care workers? Or
It's mostly care workers, but we do have nurses that do it as well. It's important that everybody within the home understands the ethos of Namaste and why we deliver it, and sees the benefits, because whilst I didn't talk about it there, the benefits aren't just for the residents. For any of you who've delivered Namaste, you will know that you come out of it and your shoulders are dropped and you kind of think, I can take on the world. And before you've walked in to deliver your Namaste, you absolutely have the world on your shoulders. So it benefits everyone, and families talk about it changing the culture of the home.
Some families also talk about how it improves their quality of life as well. And I guess that is related to when they come in often, if someone's quite advanced in their journey, then perhaps that visit isn't always a quality visit. Whereas when they're in the Namaste session and they're taking part in that Namaste session, then it also gives them purpose and they feel like they're contributing to a better quality of life for their loved ones. So, yeah.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I just wondered what, like you can buy loads of stuff now, so you've got loads of stuff there, but what do you think is absolutely essential?
And a roller lamp. And a roller lamp.
I think
Christmas trees.
Yeah, and I think it has to just things that appeal to all 5 senses. So, you're looking at aroma lamps, diffusers, some sensory lights, some tactile stuff. You don't necessarily need all of this, but residents who are actually going into Namaste need their own little wash bag with their own things in, a fleecy blanket, And then you can just gradually add to your kit, if you like. You know, and just keep adding. I mean, we've got lots of stuff here, but we don't always put everything into a session. We just try to bring as much as airlines would let with us, yeah. And obviously, we tend to use the waxes, but residents can use their own creams as well. Or you can buy things like Simple or Dove lotion or whatever. We tend to use the waxes, so which are really nice when we use them today. So, anything else?
I had a service that initially wasn't that you wanted to be engaged with it, and then how did you break down those barriers? How long did it take to
So absolutely, I think we have had, and many, as I said, the barriers staff say we haven't got time. That's the number one response that we get. So we deliver a Namaste session to the staff so that they can actually feel the benefits for themselves. We will invite them to go to a home that has delivered it. We spend a lot of time with our staff members, and so we talk about it when we have meetings. We talk about the barriers that other homes have. So we might have a home that is delivering really strong Namaste, lots of family involvement, the whole home approach, but we talk about how long it took to get there and what were the obstacles. I think it's that encouragement and not saying, well actually you're supposed to deliver for 60 minutes as a minimum and you only did 20, so we're not going to count that as an mistake. It's about saying, that's fantastic, that's really good. How might we make that longer? What else might we do? What help do you need from us to move that next step forward? It doesn't happen overnight, no. It doesn't. But 73% of our homes now are delivering it, which we're really proud of. Get it up to that 75 and then move on from there too.
I think it also helps if I say to the practitioners in my regions, once you feel confident, offer it to staff once a month. Once they get in and actually feel what it's like to have Namaste, then they're more inclined to think about the residents as well. So that's one way we do it.
Sorry,
No,
it was just happening. I was thinking of this morning when the talks were on. The hand massage, it seems to be a very key part in a lot of care homes in terms of the sessions. Is there a particular way to, you're going to cover that?
We're going to show you that, yes, we're going to show you.
I mean, the Namaste is a process, isn't it? It's that comfort and touch, it's eating and drinking, and then it's that engagement bit, isn't it? So, but we're going to do that. So.
Yes, if there's no other questions, we will move on. Now, I understand that some of the ladies and gentlemen here might have a little red heart on your name badge, or an orange heart, which showed that you were a volunteer. I don't know whether you were a willing volunteer or you were a volunteer. I believe there should be 5 of you with hearts. We would love a yellow heart. We would love to invite 2 of the people with hearts, ready to go, to come and join us. Please do. Yes, so what we'll do is, we will demonstrate to you. So do move around if you wish to see. We will demonstrate with you. We will see our time, and maybe you will have time if some of you want to try that massage on each other. We essentially use the M technique massage, which is very viewable on
Sorry, say again.
M technique
on YouTube.
So you split it down into 3. So the first time you touch somebody, it's, oh, you've touched me. The second time it's, oh, I know that feeling. And the third time is, oh, that's quite nice, I'll relax. So we teach people the M technique using groups of 3.
but we will shine.
Oh, take a seat wherever you like. One of these. There we have some scenes. And you'll hear them. We have birds and an autumn scene over here, Joyce. Over here.
I remember those. They don't grow in Florida, but I'm from New Hampshire. And oh, I just love those. You know, as a kid growing up, you know, it's almost, you know, Halloween time.
They didn't survive too well in my suitcase.
Oh, no. Brought back nice memories.
Oh, good. Good. And then we'll talk through things, but these do you reckon, Joyce? Old Spice. Old Spice.
And the Pond's cold cream for the ladies.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. These are real?
No.
Look at
Oh,
looks real.
this is real. I
Okay.
brought a fake one. This is Irene's.
Okay.
She brought from home.
Yeah, because I have those in my house. They just grow wild. And
Really?
when you go to the supermarket, there's always a huge table full of orchids. Yeah. Hi.
Hiya, Joyce.
I thought that was a fake one. It's not.
Oh no, it's not.
Yeah.
It's real, isn't it? I
This
think
is it.
Richie said he thinks that this is all
Okay.
that's left to come over.
This is it. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to RKUK, a little snapshot of what we do. Oh, I'm sorry. Shall I start that all again? Apologies. That's the nurses in as we move. Good afternoon and welcome. Sue and I are delighted to have been invited to what has been a great 2 days. And we want you to share now a little bit of what we do at KUK when we deliver Namaste. I'm just going to turn this down a little. She says, it takes a little while. Shut your eyes, please. Take a few deep breaths. It's been a busy few days. Now's the time to relax. A nice deep breath in and slowly out. And in and exhale. And in and exhale. You may open your eyes, and we're going to just talk about how we started our journey in KUK. We started our journey because we're a curious group of people. We wanted to know how Joyce's Namaste, her ethos, her beliefs, her passion, how we could share that in KUK with our colleagues, and how we could support engaged residents who were moving to the end of their life, and residents with different levels of dementia. Those residents who don't have the same opportunities for meaningful engagement. How might we modify, with Joyce's approval, our Namaste programme to fit the needs of our care facilities for our residents, very importantly for their families and friends, and of course also for our colleagues. Going to just show you a couple of graphs. So this graph shows some resident data. In 2024, we had 946 residents in our home. In our homes, beg your pardon. In 2025, we've increased that to 10,107. And of course, in care, it's always a movable feast. The average age of our residents in 24 was 85. It is now 86. In 2024, we had 156 care facilities across the country, from the north of Scotland to the south of England and east and west. We now have 167 homes, so we are a fast-growing company. To start Namaste, we looked at how our residents' needs, and we use a commonly used tool. We use the PAL assessment tool. And anybody who's not familiar with the PAL assessment tool, so I'm quite happy to go through that with you afterwards. The PAL assessment tool looks at people's best abilities, and it categorises them as planned, exploratory, sensory, or reflex. We can see from our data that, interestingly, we have more planned people in our care. Those are residents who are often able to still carry on with their day, plan their day, but need support and a little bit of guidance. Through to people who are living at sensory and reflex. Those ladies and gentlemen in our care that we recognise we can engage with, we can reach through using the senses. And we have recognised that actually those residents living in our care are increasing. So whilst we don't like to label or put our residents into a box, this is helpful for our staff in seeing which residents may get the most out of Namaste sessions. So we started to train our staff in 2019 in a small number of homes in the northwest and the south. And we continued to build staff knowledge and understanding, and then COVID hit the world. Many of our homes continued for as long as they could to deliver Namaste in groups and then independently in people's rooms. We then relaunched Namaste across the company after COVID. Currently, 73% of our homes deliver Namaste. That was from our stats last month, 73% of our homes. And we delivered 1,899 Namaste sessions in August of this year. And we are encouraging and supporting friends and families of our residents to also be able to deliver Namaste sessions. So, barriers